Day 3, we finally made it. It's the 26th of April. And yeah, it's Saturday of the 2025 NFL Draft. Rounds 4 through 7 underway, meaning the fourth round is underway, and the Ravens will have a couple picks coming up. I am so glad to be with you on this Saturday. Welcome inside the vault for not a Ravens Lunch Hour live stream. It is MegaCast Day 3, and what a 3 days it has been. Thank you all for the never-ending support. You guys have been relentlessly consuming our content. You guys have been relentlessly committed to our coverage over the last several days, and I just wanted to say a heartfelt thank you to start off Day 3, the third and final day of the 2025 NFL Draft. Fourth round is underway, as I mentioned. There's a wide receiver out of Florida coming off the board to Tennessee, which officially kickstarts things. Jacksonville will be up next at 104 overall, and that's, again, second in the fourth round. As far as the Baltimore Ravens are concerned, they will have 2 in the fourth at 129 overall and 136 overall, 1 in the fifth at 176, and then it really begins in the sixth. We got to be ready to go. 183, 203, 210, and 212. That's 4 total in the sixth round alone, followed by a lone in the seventh. So no other team has more going into the final day with 8 of them. Count them, 8 of them do the Ravens have. And only one other team had as many as the Ravens in total when it comes to collectively all 3 days, and that was the San Francisco 49ers. So I'm sure each and every one of you can think of at least one player that was plucked on day 3 and turned into, well, I'm sure you go both ways, right? Turned into nothing, but turned into something. And the Ravens have 8 different chances right now to hit and turn a player into something. That's exactly what they're going to try and do. They've done it with Isaiah Likely. They've done it with many others prior to him throughout the Eric DeCosta era, of course, in the Ozzie Newsome era, so on and so forth. It is day 3 in Green Bay. The sun is shining. That place is jumping right now, and I'm so glad to be with you. Again, Sarah is right now having a family day. She's got her parents in town from Utah. Her youngest daughter is getting baptized today. So it's a celebratory time in the Ellison household. Go tweet at her at SG Ellison. Show some love. Express your appreciation for what she's given the show over the last couple days, and just wanted to make sure that she gets her due as well. I think there's so much to discuss today when it comes to not only reviewing what the Ravens have done over the last 48 hours, but also what they might do today, what their biggest needs are right now, and what else is happening around them. Really, at the top of that list being Shador Sanders. He has fallen. He is in the middle of a really unprecedented free fall. Somebody who was viewed as maybe a fringe first-round talent, but for a long time, there were a lot of teams and a lot of analysts out there that may have been viewing him as the right fit given the needs from some of the top 10 teams. But he didn't hear his name called on Monday. He did not hear his name called on Monday. What I mean by that is on Thursday. This is going to be the day where my English starts to go on me because of when it's all said and done, we'll have done 15 combined hours of coverage over the last 3 days. So just bear with me here. Help me out with my English. Call me out if I need it. But you know where I'm going with this. Shador Sanders is in a free fall right now, and I think there's a lot of reasons as to why that's the case. Really spirited conversation happening in my Discord server right now. Chris, I know you're in the live chat. Appreciate your perspective. Got a little heated in the Discord server in the football chat prior to the show. Everybody's got strong opinions, strong feelings about Shador Sanders, and I definitely want to have that conversation in a little bit. We've got 4+ hours of coverage, so we'll get there when we get there. But more to talk about on day 3 before we do. DeCosta said last week that they had 217 draftable players on their board. And as Jonas noted on X, yeah, that is an unusually high number. They have done their due diligence. They have been very thorough throughout this process, and now they've got 8 different picks to try and choose and fill some of these needs. In Jonas's mind, I tend to agree. Corner, defensive line, offensive line, kicker, kick returner, punt returner. Those are certainly some needs. Yesterday, I had a chance to catch up with, and maybe you guys were on for this, Matt McCrane. He is the current DC Defenders place kicker of the XFL. Matt has spent time in the NFL, and he gave some great breakdown, insight, and analysis on who the Ravens could potentially be interested in at kicker today. So that'll be something that we're watching, with Justin Tucker's future very much up in the air. The NFL investigation into what he's dealing with off the field legally is still in play, still ongoing. And I guess just the question that remains is, when will those findings, when will the ultimate result take place and be set forth? A popular running back is coming off the board right now, and the New York Giants, boy, they are having themselves a draft. Looks like Victor Cruz is out somewhere in Europe. I couldn't tell where that pick was announced. Maybe you guys could if you're listening to NFL Network with the sound on. But Arizona State running back Cam Scatabo is going to the New York Giants at 105 overall in the 4th round. So Cam Scatabo off the board, and running backs go back-to-back 4th-round picks. Virginia Tech running back Basul Tutin went to the Jaguars at 104, and then the Giants said, hey, we're going to go get Cam Scatabo at 105. So if you've been paying attention to the quarterback or to the running back market, that's what's going on. Cam went over 1,700 rushing yards in 24. That was second across the FBS behind Ashton Genty, who, of course, was a top 10 pick by Pete Carroll. I believe that was the case. Pete Carroll. Yeah, I think he went to the did he go to the Raiders or Seahawks? I think he went to the Raiders. Anyway. Why don't we do this? Let's do a little bit of review before the picks really start piling up. Malachi Starks at 27th overall was the Ravens' first-round pick from Thursday night. He's the Georgia safety, has a lot of experience under his belt, high leverage experience, high leverage reps, multi-time national championship winner, somebody that's going to bring a level of versatility, a level of calm to the Ravens secondary, somebody that was voted a team captain, somebody that dealt with his fair share of adversity throughout his youth, and somebody that Eric DeCosta referred to as the best, one of the best interviews that he's ever conducted and been a part of throughout the pre-draft process. So we'll get more into Malachi as the show goes on. You can visit the show notes, or I should say the live chat, where you can find a pinned comment. Our new edit, our new Malachi Starks edit. We have a brand new editor that's working for us behind the scenes. And Brendan put up a Malachi Starks edit on my Instagram. You can go click on the link. That's a pinned comment right now in the live chat, and go check that out. It was the moment the pick hit, and we had Jimmy Smith and Keaton Mitchell by our side, which was awesome timing going back to Thursday night and the opening round after 11 o'clock. So New England's on the clock now at 106. We're in the 4th round. I'm probably not going to announce every single pick, being that we're on day 3. A lot of these players are developmental. Certainly not the last 2 running backs. The last 2 running backs will make immediate impacts for Jacksonville and the Giants, respectively. That's Tutin from Virginia Tech, and that's Scatabo from Arizona State. So make no mistake about it, there will be plenty of developmental players taken today that will be viewed as projects and experiments and, a work in progress. But there'll be a lot of diamonds in the rough as well that will be immediate impact players. And that's what the Ravens are looking for. And they, again, have 8 different chances to do so, beginning at 129 overall. We're coming up on around 20 picks out from that or so. Noah Hose from the For the Flock YouTube channel, daily Ravens content. Good friend of mine will be joining me in about 10 minutes, so I look forward to that. I see everybody's in the chat mixing it up today on this Saturday. I hope you guys are having an awesome weekend. Not used to streaming on a Saturday. Doesn't happen often, only a couple times a year, but already over 1,000 concurrents. So thank you so much for being here. Please like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so, and hit that notification bell so you can be notified of when we're dropping our daily live content here inside the channel. With the 59th overall selection in last night's second round, the Ravens selected edge rusher Mike Green out of Marshall. Mike absolutely lit it up last year. 17 total sacks, over 130 tackles, over 20 tackles for loss. The dude is a beast. He's 6'3", 251, 32-inch arm, an 8.5-inch hand, and an athleticism score that was off the charts, 88, which combined, I shouldn't say combined, that ranked first among defensive ends and edge rushers in this year's class. He also bench press 28 reps of 225. Not too shabby whatsoever. He led the team with 3 forced fumbles for Marshall, started all 13 games last year, and was a 4-year player. He did transfer from the University of Virginia to Marshall, and now we have to address the elephant in the room. I don't mean to keep harping on this. He has not been charged, but multiple allegations from his past exist in the sexual assault arena. He has not been charged. He denies these allegations, but Mike Green, the newest Ravens edge rusher, undoubtedly fell from the first round projection that he was universally believed to be in this year's class due to those allegations and perhaps some concerns when it comes to the character assessment. Eric DeCosta and John Harbaugh and Matt, don't do it. Matt, I'm going to call you out, Matt. It's day 3 and I'm running on little sleep. Don't do it. I don't mean to go hard on you, but you have to talk about this. This is a part of the equation, Matt. The reason why he was there and fell into their lap at 59 was due to the allegations, was due to character concerns. Every team does this process differently. Come on, Matt. Don't do it, dude. This is a part of the story, which is why I set it up. For people like you, I set this conversation up in the way that I did, which was, I don't mean to harp on it, but it's a part of his story. It's going to follow him, at least for the time being, throughout this pre-draft and now rookie process. He will be asked about it during his press conferences. And John Harbaugh and Eric DeCosta were asked about it several times last night. I compiled it into a video. Again, I don't mean to call you out. I probably sound a little irritated. It's just a lack of sleep. Once the ghost kicks in, we'll be good. You and I are good. But here's DeCosta and Harbaugh talking about and fielding questions related to Mike Green's overall assessment and the off-the-field stuff that he's dealt with that ultimately allowed him to be there and available at 59.
There were 2 sexual assault allegations regarding Mike Green. When he was younger, I know he denied them. And there have been no charges. Fans have already reached out and said, this shows it doesn't really matter as long as you can play. What do you say to those fans?
I would say that we investigated this situation very thoroughly. I think we have the best scouts in the NFL. We've got great scouts that go into Virginia. They go into Marshall. We've got people that work for us investigating different incidents with players all the time. And we felt comfortable taking him. We think he's a talented player. We understand the severity of what these allegations were, of course. But doing our due diligence, we are comfortable with Mike. I personally spent an hour and a half with him in my office, and I think the best is yet to come with him, and I'm glad we got him.
Given the allegations, obviously, with Justin Tucker at the moment, I know completely separate and each case is looked at individually. When you have a situation like that, do you weigh, does that play and have any weight when you're considering looking at a different guy?
Yeah, I don't think that would be fair to either player. I mean, it'd be like me asking you, you're writing style similar to Jameson, you're both in the media, but you write differently, so it's two different situations, I think, Brian, and it's, obviously, allegations are severe, we take it seriously, we look at them individually, and we do as much homework as we can, and, specifically to Mike, in Mike's case, I feel like we did a good job talking to as many people as possible. We talked to Mike at length. We did our own kind of work behind the scenes, looking at all the different things, and we felt comfortable taking them.
Eric, I know you guys, when you're putting your draft board together, you kind of separate things based off injuries and character and off the field issues. When it came to Mike, I guess, I know you said you guys kind of diligently investigated it. What made you get to the point to where you were comfortable taking the chance with him?
Yeah, I think you just answered your own question. I mean, we diligently investigated it. We got as much information as we could. We considered the facts. We considered the allegations. We considered what the reports actually were and what they actually weren't. And we made the decision based off of that.
Eric, what kind of feedback did you get from coaches and people in his circle regarding his character?
I would say positive.
John, what did you learn about him when you met? What was that? I imagine you were part of that too when he came.
Yeah, I actually wasn't here the day we met with him, but I just echo what Eric said. I mean, it was Eric, it was our scouts. I was in all the meetings, I heard all the reports. What Eric said was really interesting. It's not so much what they were and what they weren't is just as important. And the coaches and administrators and teammates at Marshall were fully supportive of everything he had done there. And the same at UVA. It wasn't any different at UVA. It was exactly the same from that standpoint. So it was, I talk about due diligence, it was exhaustive what these guys have done. And we made a decision based on what we felt was fair.
Is it still a tough decision when you're weighing that? When you're weighing those things, even when you go through those?
I mean, I think every decision we make with the draft is tough because we have a finite amount of picks, and every pick is very valuable, and so you consider everything. You scrutinize everything. It really does become, our lives, especially after the season ends. It's a race to the finish, and so it is a difficult decision. It's a difficult decision when a guy runs a slow 40. It's a difficult decision when a guy has allegations. It's a difficult decision when a guy has an injury that you think he can't overcome, but maybe he can't overcome. That all kind of gets factored in because in the end, there is an element of risk mitigation with everything we do. And we want these guys to come in and be productive right away, and they have to be talented, they've got to be durable, and we have to have a lot of trust in them. So it is a difficult decision.
All right. So again, a lengthy clip there that I compiled late last night from the post-day 2 press conference that John Harbaugh and Eric DeCosta conducted. You feel bad for an Emory Jones, who was the 3rd round pick that was barely even asked about, aside from his positional flexibility, and perhaps he could be the Patrick McCary replacement when it comes to the swing tackle abilities that he has. He was their 3rd round pick out of LSU, but you barely even heard anything about him because of all the due diligence that beat reporters were really forced to do. They're required to do that when it comes to the Mike Green discussion. And you heard it there. And this is kind of what we summarized last night when this pick came down in real time. The Ravens, at the end of the day, if they weren't comfortable, if they weren't in a position where they felt like the homework and ultimately their final assessment of Mike Green didn't hit the certain standards that are Raven-like, they weren't going to make it happen. Now, does that mean that they're going to still have to answer to this, especially if it ages in the wrong direction? Absolutely. But at the end of the day, Mike Green was available at 59 solely due to one thing and one thing only, because he's a 1st-round talent, and that is universally believed across the board. And so the Ravens are taking a gamble, and they're betting on really their due diligence, their process, their scouting, and their internal character assessment. We'll see if it pays off for them. It's a risk. Every single draft pick is a risk, but this is 2nd-round draft capital, and I'm old enough to remember when they did so on David Ojabo and took a gamble on him for a very different reason. It was from an injury standpoint, having torn his Achilles during his pro day at Michigan. How's that worked out? Not great. You hope that this goes in the other way. It's a completely different situation. That just popped up into my mind. And I got to tell you, before we bring Noah on, I just am not going to have a lot of tolerance today probably because of the limited sleep. I'm sure Noah can attest to that. He's in the waiting room right now. We'll see if he's awake yet. But these types of comments, and I love Not a Fan. You're a channel member. You never miss a show. But what is this? What is this? Come on. It's following him, meaning the allegations are following Mike Green because of people like you, Bobby? You're missing the point? No, this goes back to exactly why I was a couple minutes late to today's live stream, because of the discourse surrounding Shador Sanders. That's not only happening in the server, but also happening in the Twitter sphere. Miss me with the race card stuff, that underlying stuff, that narrative. I cannot get behind that. And so if you guys are going to bring that into the channel today, and I love you, Not a Fan, but if that's the message that you're sending me right now, you know me better than that. You think that I'm going to continue to bring up the sexual assault allegations that Mike Green has denied, that he has not been charged for, because of people like me? I don't even know what the message that it is that you're sending right now, but you know me better than that. All right, let's reset. The New York Jets are on the clock. It is pick 110 in the fourth round. That means the Ravens will be coming up at 129 and 136 in the fourth round. And I'm pleased to be joined by Noah Hose from the For the Flock YouTube channel, a daily Ravens content and an awesome platform. This dude's been growing and growing quickly, and he rejoins us here inside the vault today. Brother, great to see you. As you can tell, I am running on fumes today. The patience might be thinning. That's why I brought you in to calm me down a little bit. How you doing, brother?
Bobby, I got you, man. I'm good, man. This draft has been really fun. Have you gotten any sleep, bro? I know you and Sarah have been grinding. Have you gotten any sleep, you know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit.
Well, I mean, this brand right here may be the death of me when it's all said and done, this ghost energy. But it'll be 15 hours of combined coverage when the weekend's over. You know how it goes. You've been cranking it out.
Yeah. Hats off to you for doing a live stream. That's tough.
It's good. It's a lot of real time, spontaneous type of content, you know? So this is good, brother. I'm great. It's great to have you. Obviously, for those who aren't familiar, I'm sure many are. The For the Flock YouTube channel is what you've been building these last several years down in the Carolinas. And I know you're, in your father era as well. So I don't know how you find the time to do it. But I got to wonder, going into day 3, this run is about to begin. I mean, they got 8 total picks starting at 129 overall here in the fourth round. But how would you assess the way Eric DeCosta's handled his business thus far?
Wow. I am dumbfounded that the Ravens were able to get 2 of the top prospects in the draft where they got them. If you look at PFF's board, Malachi Starks was like the 8th overall player. And then if you look at for Mike Green, he was the 10th overall prospect. So some people have said that Mike Green was the best pure pass rusher, saying Abdul Carter was the more complete, package, but that when it comes to strictly pass rush, that he was the most productive, best pass rusher in this year's draft class. And it's really not argued by many that Malachi Starks is the best safety in this year's draft class. So to possibly come away with like a top 2 edge rusher and the top safety in the draft is absurd. It kind of reminds me of what the Ravens did with Kyle Hamilton and Tyler Linderbaum, except, they got Green in the 2nd round. So I'm thrilled with the way the draft's going so far. And then the offensive lineman we added as well. He has some upside and he'll be in the mix to kind of compete. So, yeah, I'm really, really happy with the way the draft has gone so far, man.
You got some loyal Voltrons here of ours that are also loyal to you in the chat that are chiming in. Asmodeus says, shout out to Noah. I watch your channel a bunch. Holly's telling me to stand 10 toes down, which I certainly will. Asmodeus is saying stand on business. We got a new channel member by the name of Philip Allen. Welcome to channel membership, Phil. We appreciate you. How do you assess, Noah, going into day 3, the list in chronological order, or in terms of prioritizing order position-wise? Because for me, I think you got to address corner at some point here soon.
I agree.
You probably have to address the defensive line, which you've yet to do. And then the elephant in the room is when, I don't think if, when a kicker is going to come into play.
Yeah. Yeah, I think for me, I think this shows us that the Ravens are probably more comfortable with their cornerback room than a lot of the fans were. I think they have really high hopes for TJ Tampa. You know, they got to see him in practice every day, and they got to see him. So they know more, obviously, than we do. They probably feel a lot better about him. And then Shador, he's really a flyer, at corner. Will he be a legit starter? Will he ever get back to where he was before the injury? I think he's nearing 30 years old now. But then Jalen Armour-Davis has shown like high-level starting potential as well whenever he's healthy, but he hasn't been healthy. So I think that the Ravens – I think corner is a huge need. Because Bobby, like, what happens if – let me ask you this, man. Like, if Nate Wiggins or Marlon Humphrey were to go down, like, and suddenly Chidobe is, like, being called on as a starter, or TJ Tampa, like, that can be a little bit scary. It's a big unknown, So I think corner's a big need, but I think maybe they're showing us it's not as pressing as it might be for some of the fans. And then defensive tackle, I think, is big too. I was a little bit concerned with the way the Bills were able to run the ball on us in the playoffs. They definitely got some push on our defensive front a couple of times where we got displaced, and that was even with Michael Pierce on the field. I know Travis Jones was battling injury as well with that ankle throughout the season, but defensive tackle is big too. We don't want to, not be able to stop the run. That's for sure. So I think I'm right with you. Defensive tackle and corner, probably biggest needs. I'm also not overlooking wide receiver just because, I think Bateman has one more year after this year under contract, and then DeAndre Hopkins is on a 1-year deal. So you can never have enough weapons developing. So, yeah.
Well, the least surprising thing of the day so far is that Philadelphia is doing exactly what we both feel like the Ravens need to do as soon as possible here, and that is beefing up their interior defensive line. Ty Robinson out of Nebraska has just been selected in the 4th round, 111 overall by Philadelphia. So the rich get richer in that department. That's really one of the arenas that allowed them to win a Super Bowl this past year. And Ty was a beast for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. So that now puts the New Orleans Saints on the clock, I should say, at round 4, 112 overall. The Ravens are at 129, and then they'll turn around a little bit after that at 136. So we're just going to be following this closely. We appreciate you guys for being with us. Noah's carving out some time for me after a very, very busy couple days, and today's about to just get going as well. Not a Fans chiming in with a super chat. He and I just had a nice little back and forth, which is when he's good people, that he follows up with a super chat. He says, "Thank you for your service, Noah. I echo those sentiments, and remind me, in what capacity do you serve again, or did you? You currently do serve, correct?"
Yeah, so I did 8 years active duty in the Marine Corps, and then transitioned off active duty, and now I'm in the reserves here in North Carolina with the Marine Corps. So yeah, I appreciate it.
Heck yeah. Minx to Cutie. Oh my gosh, I love this collaboration. I've been following and subscribed to Noah and the Flock for a while. # sending a kiss to Bobby. And I think Noah's going to need a little bit of context on this. Minx and I are dating. We have a virtual dating relationship. We've never had a conversation face to face. We've never met each other, but we both understand what it is. And that's
all right. Send me the wedding invite, man.
All right. Yeah, I was going to say, maybe you can help me plan it, because you got me in that category. Let's see. Thank you guys for being with us. Over 1,700 on day 3 of the draft. The Saints are on the clock right now at 112 overall. There's been a few running backs that have been taken so far today. Cam Scatterbo, probably the most popular of those names. The Arizona State back goes to the New York Giants. And I got to ask you, there's been some wild wild movement around the AFC North thus far. None bigger than Cleveland deciding to trade out of 2 overall. Jacksonville deciding with James Gladstone, who's their new GM, who, all due respect, looks like he could be in high school. He says, hey, we're going to go try and change the framework of the Jacksonville Jaguars right now. And we're going to give up you know what and everything in between to go get a generational player in Travis Hunter. That was wild. But I thought Cleveland's had a pretty solid draft thus far. You know, Cincinnati's retooling defensively. They went and got Shamar Stewart. Pittsburgh did not have a second-round pick. They did not decide to go after Shador Sanders in the opening round. So what have you made of the division so far from afar?
Very happy that Cincinnati is absolutely sucking in this draft. I have a friend that's a Bengals fan, and he's so mad right now because he's like, how is it that the Ravens always get the guys that I want, and we typically draft before you guys, and then you still like, what is this? And so he's a little salty about Cincinnati's draft. Shamar, it's funny too, because when we were talking about guys they could take and guys the Ravens could take, I mentioned Shamar Stewart. He was like, bro, I hope you guys take Shamar Stewart. He was like, you know, that guy, he's going to be a bust or whatever. Please take him. And then whenever it was announced that they were taking him, he lost his mind. So not really threatened by what Cincinnati's doing. Obviously, Shamar Stewart, he's got the tools. He could really develop into a nice player. I think it's funny that 2 of their first 3 picks are on their front, you know, because they got to slow down Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson with their run game. And then also, I think Pittsburgh, they drafted defensive tackle Derek Harmon, right? So they're trying to beef up their front as well. I think it's always funny, like it tells you what other teams in your division think of you when you see what positions they're drafting. So
I just had to throw this up there because you mentioned Derek Harmon and what an emotional 48 hours it's been for him. He gets drafted, and he's an absolute surefire first-round talent out of Oregon. Heck of a motor, going to be an immediate impact player for Pittsburgh. But goodness gracious, the timing of the draft selection, the timing of his mother's tragic passing, who had been in a coma. It's just so incredibly tragic.
Yeah, it's
but
heartbreaking.
at least if you're looking for, I guess, a silver lining, and you believe in that higher power, like I know you and I both do, even if she was in a coma, which she was, you hope that she still had the ability to hear. He rushed to the hospital to make sure that he could tell her physically, right, and verbally that he had been drafted. These 2 had been through thick and thin. Derek had used his NIL money, I read, on buying and purchasing an accessible van for her as she was dealing with her battle. And so I just wanted to make sure that we threw this in here when it's. I know he's a Steeler. I know the rivalry is alive and well, but this is a special person who just had a really special day in what became a really tragic day in a matter of hours. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Wow. Yeah, you can imagine, like, literally, if it could have been a few picks later, you know, or maybe a round later, that he could have not had that chance to go and tell her. So that's incredible.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Elsewhere, San Francisco has just selected a defensive tackle. So I think it's pretty clear right now. How do you level up with the powers that be in today's NFL? You got to win in the trenches, and I expect the Ravens to do that in just a few picks from right now. CJ West is the defensive tackle out of the Indiana Hoosiers. He goes to the 49ers at 113 overall. Carolina now is on the clock, and these picks start to kind of happen quickly on day 3. So really, we'll blink and we'll have 129 and 136 coming up right around the corner. Noah, do you want to stay for both? I don't want to respect your time today.
Yeah.
129 and 136. That cool?
Yeah, that's cool with me.
All right, cool.
I got time, man. I think, man, those were 2 guys. Like, CJ West was a guy I had on my list, and Ty Robinson was a guy I had on my list. But I mean, the 49ers and the Eagles, they draft well, so they know what they're doing.
Ty was on a lot of people's list. I think it's safe to say that for sure.
Yeah.
Nargo Media showing you a little bit of love. Shout out to Noah. Love the matchup here Here to support my flock family. Can't wait for the schedule to drop. Pick the games I'll be attending. Christmas game in Houston was crazy. I was there. That's dope. A bunch of people called me. Who called me? Was it Manny? Who met up with Manny down in Houston? I can't remember who he was with, but the Houston Christmas Day game was something. Just go ask our Darius Washington how he felt about the hit stick he put on Joe Mixon in front of a national audience on Christmas Day. We all remember that, Noah. You remember that one?
Right there on the goal line. Smacked him good. I love how small he is, how he throws around his body. And I think of that hit, he laid on Russell Wilson to force that fumble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's 3 that come to mind from last year when it comes to our Darius. It's the 2 that we just mentioned, Joe Mixon, Christmas Day, Russ against the Steelers, and then the third one is Pat Freiermuth. I don't remember which Steelers game it was, but he laid out Pat Freiermuth. And I think this is a good conversation to have. And Lottie Henry chimes in with a super chat, sending some love your way, Bobby. You two are doing an amazing job. Even though you must be working on fumes by now, content and guests have been top-notch. Couldn't do it without the generosity of everybody. Noah spending some time with me on a Saturday. Ingraven was actually shoulder to shoulder with me last night because he came in from South Florida to do an in-person stream on Thursday, and he spent 2 hours with me right here in this studio last night, which was awesome to meet him in person, and I hope you and I have the chance to do so down the road.
Yeah.
But speaking to our Darius Washington, with the tender and the calculated gamble that the Ravens took on him, kind of knowing the market, understanding the underdog nature, right? He's undersized. I would think our Darius is going to be walking into this year with an even bigger chip on his shoulder than he already has and has had as a former undrafted rookie. But to me, this is like the iron sharpens iron thing starts to happen here, and competition breeds excellence. I love the fact that, okay, our Darius is your starter until further notice. And Malachi is going to have something to say about that throughout camp. And I can't wait to watch that competition take place.
Yeah. I can't wait to see how it shakes out. I mean, because they want to get Malachi on the field. Like, there's no doubt they want him on the field as much as possible. But it's like John Harbaugh, do you remember in the press conference sometime this offseason, he was asked about Marlon Humphrey, and he's like, hey, we like Marlon in the slot. Like, that's his best position. I think both of his Pro Bowl All-Pro years came out of the nickel, right? We're in like 2019, and then this last year, he was like the 5th overall ranked corner. Really, really nasty in the slot with his physicality and his ability to come up and tackle, being around the action near the line of scrimmage. And then also, he matches up with tight ends sometimes too. So, it'll be interesting because it's like, do you want to get Malachi in the nickel or Kyle Hamilton in the nickel? But then that would push Marlon Humphrey back outside. But then you also got Chidobe. So, it could really determine, like, if Chidobe's playing well and they trust him outside, he could probably start next to Nate and then have Marlon on the inside. But then you got 3 other safeties. Then you got Malachi, Kyle, and Ardarius, who it'll just be really interesting to see how they get those guys on the field at the same time and who wins those battles. Because like you said, man, they're loaded at safety right now. And then, like Bo Braid, he's trying to fight to get on the field as well. And then Sanusi Kane, they have those 2 young safeties they drafted last year. So they're pretty deep at safety right now, man.
I like the way you're thinking. Meanwhile, running backs are flying off the board in round 4. Trevor Etienne. There's another Etienne in the NFL, brother of Travis. Trevor goes 114 overall out of Georgia. Bulldogs are literally littered throughout the league, Noah, and he is going to Carolina at 114 overall. That puts Arizona now on the clock at 115, and we are slowly but surely inching our way closer to the Ravens' first of 2 in the 4th. That's 129 overall.
Yep, we're getting close. There's some corners I still like that are on the board. Dorian Strong out of Virginia Tech, Jordan Hancock out of Ohio State, Kobe Bryant out of Kansas, and then Corey Black out of Oklahoma State. All those guys are athletic and have been in relatively, large programs where they have good competition. There's a few edge guys. I don't know if the Ravens would double dip at edge, but David Walker, Braden Swinson, Kyle Kennard, those guys I thought were going to be second round picks. So there's some guys still on the board. Do you think running back is a position the Ravens could go? Because
Yes.
how much longer will Derrick Henry stick around? How many years under contract do we have with Justice Hill?
I think the answer to that question is always yes. I think day 3 picks will come in the form of one running back and one tight end.
Yeah.
I think each one of those, and I don't know if those guys are going to make the roster, but I think they want them in the program, in the building.
Yeah.
And you can
Get
always
him on the
stash,
practice squad.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can always attempt to stash guys on the practice squad. Good. Keaton, it brings me back to Keaton Mitchell. They knew they had a diamond in the rough with him.
Yeah.
And we just had him on opening night, which was great to catch up with him. And he seems very, very optimistic in terms of where he is. Now, I don't know how they're going to use him.
Yeah.
And they messed around a little bit as a return specialist last year, but they were very careful, obviously, being that he's really only 15 months removed at this point from a pretty damaging ACL tear. So, but he says, hey, he literally told us, Noah, and I will quote, next year is going to be a movie. So I don't know if he has a certain level of confidence based on conversations that he's had.
Yeah.
But this is the Jason Smith board as of right now, courtesy of Huddle It Up Films. I've been using this now for days on end, and he is so talented at the way that he puts this thing together, and he's also updating it in real time. So you see all the true first-round grades, the predicted first-round grades, the second-round grades are all gone aside from Farmer, that defensive lineman. So point is, you mentioned a couple of those. You and I both mentioned defensive line and corner. I'd have to think one of those two positions is going to be addressed in about 14 picks from now.
Yeah, I hope Farmer's still there. He's got a second round grade on Farmer. Hamilton, he has a day 2 grade on. So those are the two defensive linemen that could be there. And then Swinson was predicted to go day 2. Sawyer and Kennard for the edge rush positions are day 2, day 3 value. I like, for a running back, I like Dylan Sampson. He kind of reminds me a little bit of Bucky Irving, who had that breakout with Tampa Bay last year. And I also like the kid out of Miami. What's his name? Damian Martinez. He's really physical.
Yep.
I think both those guys could be good fits with Baltimore. But I think the Ravens going Mike Green in the second round. I don't know what you think, Bobby, but that tells me that, our owner, Steve Bisciotti, was not playing around. He was not lying when he said that he wants to win now, that he's tired of waiting. Because ultimately, he had to be the one to give the green light, right? To bring in a guy like this with allegations. The fact that he gave the green light to me, says, hey, this guy is way too good to pass up and this could really be the guy. When's the last time they had, that dominant edge rusher that you could like pretty much pencil in for double-digit sacks? Like
Sizz.
Yeah. Terrell Suggs. Matt Judon, maybe if we would have signed him to the second contract, but he was just emerging on the final year of his deal. And then we had Zadarius Smith. I think he had 8 sacks before he went to, Green Bay. But we really haven't had that dominant guy, where he demands attention. And now that you have Mike Green, if anything that he's been doing in college translates, which I think it will, he's going to draw attention. And then you got Matt Abike, as well, that draws attention. So this Ravens front could really get nasty. And then Odafe Owe, him getting double-digit sacks last year at 10. He's a player that's so gifted and that has been emerging each year. He's been getting a little bit better, more consistent. And he's in the contract year, so how players show up in contract years. Like they're talking about their livelihood, their future on the line. He's got the coaching staff in place as well with Dr. Rush, Chuck Smith, Zach Orr. So if Odafe Owe even just takes a little bit of a step up where he gets just a little bit more consistent, maybe he converts just a few more of those pressures into sacks. You're talking about Owe, who could be flirting with 12 sacks if he just gets a little bit more consistent. And then you'd have Mike Green, who has 12 sack potential, Kyle Van Noy, how he gets in there on the rotation as well. So this pick for me with Mike Green is franchise defining, a game changing type of player. He's really, really, really talented. And I think to me, it says a lot that the Ravens, because the Ravens used to be the team that was like, you knew if there was someone that had, allegations or any type of character concerns, you could like pretty much just, hey, the Ravens aren't going to draft that guy. Like they used to be like the very conservative team. Like they would always pass on the George Pickens and those type of players that were available for them. But this year, it felt like they went a little bit out of their mold. I don't know what you think about it, man, but I think Steve Bisciotti is not playing around about, hey, we're going for it this year, man.
I think it's a great point. You're referencing his comments in the John Harbaugh interview. He and him sat down with Garrett Downing at the annual NFL owners meetings, and Steve essentially came across as very impatient, which I think a lot of people appreciated. The time is now, which makes one of their needs, in my mind, even more pressing than it already is. Because if the time is now and you have a need at kicker, with the cloud hanging over the organization, a cloud hanging over Justin Tucker, and you don't just have a need, if Justin Tucker ends up no longer being a Raven, which in a lot of people's minds is a foregone conclusion, even though the NFL investigation has not yet, the findings, I should say, of the investigation has not yet been released.
Yeah.
How are you going to emulate and find and replace Justin Tucker? Because I get it. He hasn't been elite in 2 years, but who's to say he couldn't have figured it out if he wasn't dealing with everything that we didn't know at the time, especially December 1st, Noah, when he was responsible for, really single-handedly responsible for losing that Philadelphia game. I think he left 6 to 9 points up on the board, if memory serves, somewhere around that number. It might have been 11. I can't remember the specific number.
Yeah,
it was an extra point. I think it was a couple field goals. So I appreciated that from Steve. I think there was a level of transparency there that you wish you got more from him. Not that what I mean by that is you wish at times he could be more visible, not Jerry Jones-esque, not asking for that. But I think the fact that he maybe clearly felt that this was a point in time coming off a year in which they underperformed in the postseason for the second consecutive year.
Yeah.
That he felt like he needed to show some level of visibility. I appreciated that.
Yeah, I did too. It feels like it's got to be close for Baltimore, right? They keep knocking on the door. They were clearly the better team than Buffalo. They outgained them like 450 to like 250 yards. It's just Buffalo didn't make the bad mistakes, the turnovers, and the crucial drops, So, and speaking of drops in the playoffs, it's looking like Mark Andrews will be returning 2025. And, if he walks in free agency, which I suspect he will, and the Ravens would move in that direction of Isaiah Likely, then the Ravens would likely get a 3rd or 4th round compensatory pick for Mark Andrews if he leaves in free agency. So, if a team wasn't willing to give up more than the Ravens would get in a compensatory pick, then there was really no point in trading Mark. But I do think Likely is the future at the tight end position. To me, he just has like a clutch gene. He has that like ice in his veins, where in those big time moments, like I think of the Kansas City game in week 1, he went over 100 yards on literally the whole world watching the first week of football, just balled out. And then I know, he was like a millimeter away from winning the the game there with that touchdown, but he just shows up. And then I think 2 years prior to that, I think against the Texans, he had a touchdown in the playoffs over Derek Stingley Jr. And then this year he grabs could be game tying touchdown in Buffalo with that sliding catch in the snow. He really seems to have a good connection with Lamar, and he's just really talented. So it sucks that the Ravens have two guys that are legit like top 5 number 1 tight ends in the same room, and they can't pay both of them. But if you're looking at simply age and how to construct a roster, I think Isaiah Likely is about 5 years younger and has not gotten that second-year contract yet, and he's definitely deserving of it.
And heck, not to mention, we were lucky enough to have Charlie Kohler on the show Thursday night. If he's in any other tight end room, maybe not any other, but a handful of other tight ends room, his career has probably panned out very differently than the way it has, which is essentially bare bones right now for Charlie, and you're left wanting more, and that's a really good problem to have, I guess, when you're the Ravens organization. Eric DaCosta talked last night, and in Sarah's tweet here, she noted a few details. This, again, the press conference was mostly dominated by Mike Green-related questions, but EDC declined to say whether he entertained any trade offers for Mark. He did make a definitive statement on his future for the first time this offseason, and the transcription, as Sarah wrote here, is at this point, I would really expect Mark to be on this team. By the way, people are appreciating your segue there earlier on. You've become a broadcaster in this content creation world you're in. Speaking of drops, they said, they're quoting you, Noah. But yes, there's a certain level of confidence that Mark is going to be back, and I'm with you. I don't think it's exactly going out on a limb to say that this is probably it for Mark, and meaning 2025. And because he's a homegrown Raven, because he's been he will be a future Ring of Honor member, I would think, in NBC Bank Stadium. He's holds a number of different franchise records. He is Lamar's security blanket. He's a draft classmate of Lamar. They came in together. And Noah, if he can go out, if this is indeed it for him in Baltimore, I fully expect his career to continue. But if this is indeed it, what a final swan song it would be to go the distance.
Yeah, absolutely. If he goes out with a ring and makes a couple of plays in that playoff run, all is well. Send him, give him a goodbye hug, and we'll see you in a few years when you decide to hang it up.
Professor Walkdown chiming in with a super chat wants to know about Kobe Bryant from Kansas. That is Cobee in Kobe.
Yeah, I like him. He was one of my guys that I have on the list here. I don't know if some of these guys are still there, but I had wide receiver Eric A. Manor out of Stanford, Jalen Royal, Utah State, Xavier Restrepo, Damian Martinez, Marcus Embo out of Purdue, Miles Frazier, Jackson Slater, Kyle Kennard, Braden Swinson, David Walker, Chris Paul Jr., the linebacker. Dorian Strong is one of my corners, Jordan Hancock out of Ohio State, Kobe Bryant out of Kansas, and Corey Black. Yeah, I think any of those 4 corners that I just listed would be good depth and competition to bring in. I don't think any of them are going to, push for starting reps right away, but you never know.
Jason Smith's Huddle It Up Films Raven-centric big board is what we're looking at right now. A Tennessee pick has just come off the board. Gunnar Helm, tight end out of Texas, goes 120 overall here in the 4th round. So we're closing in on 8 picks. Tampa Bay is on the board. These picks are just kind of flying in right now. So again, the Ravens are about to have 2 within a span of 7 selections, 129 and 136. And then there'll be a little bit of a gap, 40 picks to be exact, between the 4th and the 5th round. That's at 176. And then come the 6th round, buckle up. These guys are going to be going essentially every minute. It's going to feel like it in the 6th round, and we'll have a lone 7th rounder to close things out as well at 243 overall. So here we go, brother. It's about time to start bringing people in.
We're getting close.
JP
Did,
Bug chiming in with a super chat for us. And before we get to that, actually, because that'll get us down a Shador rabbit hole, and I think that might go a little bit long. I do have some thoughts on that. JP Bug.
I do too.
Yeah. Okay, good. We can get to that in just a second then. Actually,
Yeah.
All right, let's get to it now.
Sure.
We'll get to Evan's comment in just a second because he says no reason to draft a running back this early or even this year. And I think that we could have a good conversation about that because the reality is things can change on a dime. And if you want to conserve like it felt like they were conserving Derrick Henry at times in the beginning part of last year. And when he's on the other side of 30, knowing the NFL miles that are on his tires, even though he's showing no signs of slowing down, David Walker, the edge out of Central Arkansas, is off the board at 121 to Tampa. David Walker, Central Arkansas edge rusher, goes to Tampa at 121. So we're now closing in within 7 picks. The point is, if you can increase Derrick Henry's longevity and make sure that you have more able bodies in the stable, you don't necessarily need to use them. Look, they're more than fine. I get that. You got Derrick, you've got Keaton, you've got Justice. Really, it's in the order. It's Derrick, Justice, Keaton. That's unfortunately what's happened to Mitchell because of the stability that Justice has given them. He's a blitz pick-upper. I said that we go to Shador. Screw it. Let's just finish this topic.
Yeah.
Think about what Justice has brought to this team. He's a 2019 draftee. He's hung around for multiple contracts.
Yeah.
He's given you a boost in special teams as a gunner. He's a blitz pick-upper. He's a reliable runner. He had some stuff within the last 2 years at the mesh point with Lamar that was struggles, but then he fixed it.
Yeah.
He's a pass catcher, reliable, smart, savvy.
He got so many third down conversions this year.
I love Justice, man.
It was like 3rd and 12, and he'd catch a screen and just barely grind out enough yards to get the first down.
Yes. So I guess the point is, I'm rambling here. Yes, your top 3 are more than preserved, more than safe. But I'm old enough to remember when they were kind of scraping around practice squads and getting guys that weren't even signed just a couple years ago, the Melvin Gordons of the world, all due respect.
Le'Veon Bell.
You can go on and on. Le'Veon Bell, I thought he was fighting in rings at that point, right?
Yeah.
And he's like side cards that he's been up to right now.
Yeah.
But I'm old enough to remember. And I'm not saying that one injury to the 3 that they have right now would put them in that category.
Yeah.
But just get more bodies in there, and the better you will be for a sustained point moving forward.
Yeah. I honestly, if Derrick Henry were to miss any time, the Ravens would really lack any type of physicality in their run game, because Justice Hill, I love Justice Hill. He's not like a true in between, the guard, the A gap, like trying to hammer linebackers and run. He's not really that type of guy. He's not that physical between the tackle, true pure runner. And then neither is Keaton Mitchell. And that's not to say that neither one of those guys can do it. Like, they definitely can. A running back is a running back. They can hit the hole. But to me, if Derrick Henry were to miss any time, they would lack some physicality. So I'd like to see if the Ravens added another runner, if they could add somebody with a little bit of mass on them that can really, bruise some guys up and run downhill.
Evan's also mentioning that Rasheen Ali is on this roster, at least 90-man roster, projected to be competing.
Yeah.
Don't see him being a part of the 53. He could be one of those players that kind of rotates back and forth, barring injuries, knock on wood. But he's also, he's somebody that they spent day 3 capital on last year, if memory serves. I believe he was a 5th rounder. But let's get to this Shador Sanders conversation before the Ravens start picking here. And Carolina currently on the clock at 122 overall. Looks like that pick is actually already in. They're taking Lathan Ransom out of Ohio State. So I guess technically Pittsburgh. Okay, so now Pittsburgh is on the clock. We're about 6 picks away from the Ravens. So we'll have to do this relatively quickly. But the way I wanted to set this up, Noah, was a Todd McShay bite from his new podcast.
Perfect.
I think he hit the nail on the head here when it comes to the Shador conversation. The NFL is a tightly knit community. Everybody talks to one another. Everybody has very similar information. And while evaluations will vary, ultimately, it's such a tight-knit community that a lot of these evaluators, a lot of these players turned evaluators. They all know each other and they all talk.
Yep.
Listen to who was talking to Todd McShay.
Is there any breaking news?
Right.
Nothing breaking, but I'm starting. I read a couple people are like, Shador is in play at number 3. Shador's not in play at 3. Shador's not in play with the New York Giants, as far as I'm told. Shador didn't have a great interview with Brian Daboll in a private visit. An install package came in. The preparation wasn't there for it. Got called out on it. Didn't like that. Brian didn't appreciate him not liking it. I've said this before, and it started at the Combine, and a couple days after the Combine, I don't like saying report. Like, we don't report anything. I shared information that I got that I know if I'm getting it, that information people that are in this business that are really great at their job and talking to a lot of the same people I'm talking to, and probably more. I know more. I was surprised it wasn't being talked about. That Shador Sanders, I told you, if you've been following the show from the beginning, I told you there were 2 personnel people that I spoke to who were in the room during interviews, which means they're key parts of the organization. Let's leave it at that. 2 teams drafting in the top 10 with quarterback needs where the interviews did not go well. Not disrespectful, nothing harsh, just felt like the phrase I've been using, and I think it aptly describes it. We didn't get the sense that Shador cared all that much about what we thought of him.
Which is also representative of other reports that viewed him throughout the process as disinterested.
Yeah.
That was the first time I had heard something really concrete that would be a red flag if I'm in the position of being a hiring manager, essentially, in the National Football League. And by the way, we will react to this in just a bit, but Jack Sawyer, very popular pick from Ohio State, a game wrecker, somebody that's got big-time reps, big-time highlights from his time as a Buckeye. Guess where he's going? He's going to Pittsburgh. The linebacker out of Ohio State goes to the Steelers, as did Derek Harmon on night 1. So
good pick.
Good
pick for them.
Draft.
Yep. Physical, edge setting, run defender too. So good pick for the Steelers.
Yeah, we'll discuss that more. But the Steelers are beefing up their defense, and that, of course, Harmon and Sawyer now join a group that already has Hayward, Watt, Minka, so on and so forth. Of course, PQ. I was going to say, can't forget about PQ in the middle part of that defense as well. But to get back to that thought before I pass the baton to you, to me, the Shador Sanders conversation has so many layers.
Yes.
But I think there's a lot of people in the Twitter sphere that are ignoring or perhaps overlooking the type, or discounting, maybe is the best way to say it, reports that Todd McShay are sharing. He clearly has a certain level of entitlement. Maybe you can call it arrogance. Some want to call it confidence. Okay. All 3 you need. I think, look, there's a level of arrogance that it takes to make it when you are in the 1% of the world, and he is that.
Yes.
He has yet to hear his name called, and we are now on day 3. And the more he falls, the more excruciating it gets. But I think at the same time, the more that he falls, the more outlandish some of the reaction gets. I think what happened with the way that Shador was covered, with the last name that he holds, with who his father is, right, with who he is as a dynamic personality, I think some of that muddied the water in terms of his true talent, of what he is and how he stacks up among the quarterbacks in this year's class. There is a lot that you are taking on when you bring in Shador Sanders. And if you feel like he's not somebody that can start for you day 1, which clearly that begs the question that's being posed right now by teams. They clearly have questions about that, on top of some of the stuff off the field and the sideshow that comes with the Sanders family. It's a lot to sign up for. It just is.
Yes.
It's a lot.
Yep. I I think that's really well said, and I 100% agree. I think people are trying to make it more simple than it is, and it like you said, it is really layered. But my attempt to simplify it would be this: is on ESPN's draft tracker right now, he's listed as the 35 overall prospect. Right, so he's got a second round grade. Some scouts have said he has a third round grade. So regardless, he's a day 2 pick as far as talent on the field. However, if you're a day 2 pick, either second or third round, and you bomb your interviews and you don't show any humility, which is very important. While confidence is important too, humility is too, and being coachable and being receptive to criticism and showing the I care factor is huge. So if those reports from Tom McShay are accurate, that he wasn't showing the care factor and the humility factor, that's two intangible, huge intangible things that you need in an NFL quarterback. And he was already a day 2 or day 3 selection just based off of talent. So now it's no surprise that if you're a day 2 pick and you have character, I don't want to say character, but maybe intangible concerns, and then you add on the fact that there could be some more drama, because at the end of the day, the NFL is a business, and they could, the Sanders name could bring unwanted attention, which may not be fair. You can't control who your father is, but he had a part to play in it as well. That he didn't do well in his interviews and didn't show that care factor. But I read this comment from somebody, and it really opened up my perspective a little bit.
Hey, and Noah, not to lose your train of thought here. The pick is in about 5. I'm gonna go take a quick leak. So if you could just continue your thought, would you mind if I go take a quick leak?
Go for it, man.
All right, keep it coming. Channel's yours, baby. Channel's yours. Finish that thought. I'll be right back.
All right. So I read this comment. It says, "What happens the first time Shador isn't used the way that Dion thinks he should be? Does Prime stay quiet? No chance. He will be on social media, podcasts, and everywhere else that will allow him to give his point of view. Do you really want that action in your building? Do you really want that publicity?" So that's a factor that I didn't really think of that much. Again, may not be fair to him. He can't control who his father is, but it is a factor nonetheless. And then I also read this comment. It says, correct. Prime has openly said that the only way he would coach in the NFL is if he could coach his sons. And would you draft a player when his influential father has said he wants your job? So in other words, like, if you're a coach wanting to bring in Shador, and you know that Dion wants to coach his son and is very influential and popular and had success in helping turn around a college franchise, like, I don't know. So there's that aspect of it as well. While it may not be fair to Shador, is like the publicity side of it. So,
and I just listened to that entire thing from the bathroom, which is why I love this studio, because I muted myself and nobody heard a damn thing. And I think it was absolutely beautifully said. This isn't about Dion the person. It's about Dion the icon. He is an icon. He has had success in every walk of life within the sports arena.
Yes.
Right? This is about what Dion is on record for saying, which is what you just eloquently brought us down memory lane on. Right? He wants to coach his sons, plural.
Yeah.
And if you are a young coach out there, like a Kellen Moore who just took over in New Orleans, do you want that hanging in the back of your mind? Or do you want that on your plate when things aren't going well?
Right.
Early on, when you're going through normal growing pains and the media is breathing down your neck, the fan base is breathing down your neck. Do you want that clouding over you? I sure as heck don't.
Yeah.
So I think it's a great look. To me, if there's one takeaway here, it's about Dion the icon, not Dion the person. Nobody is questioning either one of those things. He is a Hall of Famer in both of those areas. And Sarah gave us great stories and great context into why that's the case last night, because she used to share a building with him during her time at the organization.
Yeah.
That is not what we're disputing right now. What we're disputing is how he has impacted his son and why Shador Sanders has slipped and free-fallen to where he is right now, where he may have to wait yet another round to hear his name called, Noah. And
Yeah.
I think this is it's a fair way of putting it. This is going to be an emotional conversation for a lot of people. I get it.
Yeah.
This is a hot button item right now. And the more that Shador falls, the more hot it gets. And DJ Burke, yes, I did see this. Maybe you saw it as well, Noah, because it's gone viral. Teenagers, young kids, somehow got a hold of Shador's cell phone.
Oh yeah, dude.
Which is horrific.
That's terrible, man.
Nobody's rooting against the guy.
Yeah.
Has he been humbled for the first time in his career or for the first time in his life? I'm sure Dion has humbled him in different areas, but has he been publicly humbled for the first time? Maybe to this magnitude. But nobody wants to wish this kind of nonsense on a young man who wants his dreams to be realized over the course of the next couple hours, and he is in danger of potentially not hearing his name called. Crazy enough, there's still a long way to go, but we've seen stranger things, Noah, over the course of the first 48 hours.
Yeah. Yep. It's a interesting storyline. It really is. I hope that he finds a home and he has success. It's just at this point it's just this weird spot that he's in now, because it's like, nobody wants to bring him in as a true backup. Like, if they have an established starter who they know is going to be there for the next 5 or 10 years, like, what's the point of bringing in Shador? He's got to go somewhere where he at least has a chance to start in the future, like with an older type of quarterback, maybe like a Matt Stafford or something like that, or B, he's actually in a open competition. So just a weird spot for him right now.
Juju Bean chimes in with the super chat. It has nothing to do with talent or character, but everything to do with his dad. There's guys with way worse character issues who still get picked. Oceans compares Shador to Johnny Football when it comes to overall vibes. JP Bugs got this whole conversation started. When you start thinking Sanders for the Ravens, which we actually haven't addressed yet. We were just talking about it from a big picture standpoint. And by the way, running backs are flying off the board in round 4. Noah, Dylan Sampson out of Tennessee goes 126. Yep, I think you got something on him, but Dylan Sampson out of Tennessee goes 126 overall to Cleveland. He joins the AFC North. And that'll be somebody I'm sure that could be looked at as, I'm sure it's going to be a group effort. But if they're not bringing Nick Chubb back, then he'll be tasked with, at least in part, trying to refill that production that he gave them when he was fully healthy, which was elite.
Yeah. I think it's funny, too, that the Bengals just grabbed another linebacker. I don't know if you saw that. They grabbed Barrett Carter out of Clemson.
So they're just they're retooling their entire defense and going to have rookies starting all throughout. Is that the case?
Yeah, they're just trying to beef up their front so they can stop the Ravens' run game.
Yeah, well, can they grab them on that, right?
Yeah.
Let's go back to Jason's big board, being that we're closing in on just a couple picks out from the start
of the
clock. Ravens run. The Ravens are on the clock, depending on where you are right now. In the Twitter sphere, they're on the clock. On television, there's still 2 out. Jalen Travis is a tackle out of Iowa State that's going 127 overall to Indianapolis. Washington is at 26 here in the 4th round. And again, the Ravens are 129 overall and 27th in the 4th round. So let's see who they choose to do. As you look at the board right now, Noah, call your shot, brother. Call your shot.
Oh, man, let's take a look here. Best player available. We're going to bring in Shador to compete with Lamar. No, I'm just joking.
You imagine? Right. Hey, Cooper Rush, thanks, but no thanks, bro. We're just going to pay you 6.5 over the next couple of years.
Yeah, but to answer that original super chat, there's no way like the Ravens are going to bring in, like, they're set. Obviously, Lamar will be here 5-10 years, and then Cooper's the guy backup. But man,
he needs that extension though, Noah. Come on now, it's extension time.
Yes.
People want
It
Farmer.
is.
People want
I was-
Farmer badly.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with either Joshua Farmer or I don't know. Jalen Royals should have been like a top 60 type of prospect. He's a wide receiver out of Utah State. The talent is there if they want to truly go BPA. I know it's not like a big need. Jalen Royals, Joshua Farmer, Braden Swinson is still there if they really want to double dip and go edge again. But then there is a couple of corners. Quincy Riley out of Louisville. They obviously have familiarity with that franchise. Marcus Mbao out of Purdue is a guard / tackle prospect. But I'm going to probably go with Farmer here. Fits a need, and he's talented.
That would make a lot of sense. Washington goes with a Virginia Tech wide receiver by the name of Jalen Lane, for those of you Blacksburg folk in here. The Hokies. Jalen Lane goes to the Commanders, and a rookie is now at the disposal of Jaden Daniels. And you know they've had a really busy offseason. Look out for the Commanders, boy. They are going to be a problem in the NFC, and they already were a problem and ahead of schedule a year ago. But that's a conversation for another day. Great to have Noah Hose here with me from the For the Flock YouTube channel. It's daily Ravens content. Go check them out. We're going to get instant reaction from both of us coming up here. The pick is in for the Ravens. Who will they be selecting at 129 overall? Jason Smith's Raven-centric board is up. Call your shot, live chat. Who they taking at 129? They will have 2 over the course of the next 7 picks. They'll be right up again in a short while at 136. So, again, corner, defensive line, certainly 2 needs that come to mind. Who's it going to be? Jeff Zarebek is all over at first. And wow, this just got really, really interesting, Noah, because according to the Athletic, Jeff Zarebek, with the first of 2 picks in the 4th round, the Ravens are selecting California inside linebacker Teddy Buchanan. Wow.
All right.
And you know what? You know where we're going right now with this, Noah. What is the future? And what does it hold for Trenton Simpson? And will there be a competition? He has been essentially he was demoted last year.
Yep.
We all watched that take place. They then had to go essentially use a rotation alongside Roquan Smith.
Yeah.
On passing downs, they were using Chris Board. On runs, they were using the thumper Malik Harrison, who left in free agency to go to Pittsburgh. And now Teddy Buchanan is the first of 2 to come off the board at 129 overall. John Harbaugh said at the Combine, or at one of his recent press conferences this offseason, that Trenton is the shoe-in starter, particularly when it comes to early downs as the weak side linebacker next to Roquan Smith. But guess what? And I'm sure you'd agree with me on this one. I'm not penciling in Trenton. Respectfully to Trenton, I'm not penciling him in for anything at this point. And this is really interesting.
No, this is 100% an open competition here between these 2 backers. Teddy had 114 tackles in 2024 and 5 sacks, 4 pass breakups, and 2 forced fumbles. And this draft analysis here from Pro Football Network, it says Teddy Buchanan is one of the most compelling developmental linebackers at 6'2", 233 pounds with 4.6 speed and a 40-inch vertical. He's one of the most explosive, twitched-up athletes in the class.
And look who's announcing the pick. I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt you, Noah, but James Ogden from UK Ravens just announced the pick outside of a London bar in downtown England. That is awesome.
Good for him.
We just had him
Shout
on
out to
the
the
last
UK
couple weeks. That
Ravens
is
flock.
awesome. Yeah, very cool. UK Ravens, obviously they have a great sense of this team, and the Ravens actually just got marketing rights to do a lot more out over there, leading you to believe that there could be some future London games on the schedule, maybe, just maybe, this upcoming fall. But that's awesome. James Ogden with a once in a lifetime moment there on NFL Network to announce the overall pick here in the 4th round. It's Teddy Buchanan, but I just interrupted you, so continue that thought. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. That's all I was saying is that it says here that he's one of the most explosive, twitched up athletes in the class, which if you go back to when the Ravens drafted Trenton Simpson, he was a little bit raw, but was twitched up, explosive, and athletic. So, I mean, this is two guys that are going to compete for that spot, but Teddy's also going to be there. They probably see him as a key special teamer because of that size and that athleticism. 6'2", 233 pounds, running a 4.6 and a 40-inch vertical is no joke. So, and then he has production as well. It's, 114 tackles and 5 sacks is legit. So it says the highs for Buchanan in run defense. He can rocket through gaps and close ground in pursuit. He has good diagnosis and gap identification, but can run hot and cold, contributing to early down volatility. But he is a smooth coverage player with athletic upside and motor to mold. So a developmental guy. At this point in the draft, when you're in the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round, you go with guys with higher upside that you can develop. And this is like the time where the scouts make their money, right? Like this is, you got 8 picks today. The scouts are going to be, making their money with some of these prospects later down in the draft. And he looks good, man. He looks like he's rocked up. So.
No question. No question. He has just been taken by the Ravens at 129 overall. In just a couple minutes, they'll have their second in the 4th round coming up in just a second. Buchanan had 114 tackles last year at Cal, 12 tackles for loss, 5 sacks, 2 picks. He played 4 seasons at UC Davis before transferring to Cal, has a lot of college experience, a lot of college tape. And to your point, this is an athletic freak, as is Trenton Simpson. I don't want it to come across for either one of us right now that we are writing off Trenton Simpson. Competition breeds excellence. Yep. This is going to be an awesome matchup to watch. There's no question he'll be a special teamer at the very least, but can he potentially show what he's capable of to challenge Trenton Simpson, who had his struggles last year, particularly when it came to, defending the run. The underneath pass coverage was something that they struggled with as a unit, particularly Roquan Smith in the opening part of the season. You remember it kind of rearing its ugly head with a lot of the gadget speed that Kansas City presented to them in the opener. Clinton Ganaway is chiming in with some instant reaction, as a number of you are right now in the live chat. And Clinton writes, EDC is cooking. Depth and competition for this year, and guys could be starters long-term. Build a dynasty. Juju Bean says this draft is explosive. We got guys who can make shit happen. Live reaction. No, it's great to have you on, brother. This is good stuff. And an inside linebacker by the name of Teddy Buchanan. Familiarize yourself with the linebacker out of Cal, because he is your newest Baltimore Raven.
Yeah, that's kind of a sneaky need, here for the Ravens with Malik Harrison going to Pittsburgh. And correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Chris Board sign a contract somewhere else as well?
Chris went to the Giants, I believe, in free agency.
Okay. So we're talking about 2 special teamers / depth linebackers that were gone. So Trenton Simpson, if you look as far as like investment, how much of a competition this could be, Trenton Simpson was the 86th overall pick. So that's a difference. Buchanan 127, so 41 pick difference. These guys to me are, I think, best player gets on the field. Like you said, competition does breed excellence. So I think this will be good. Nice pick for the Ravens here. Got another one coming up in a few.
I was going to say, buckle up. Did Farmer just go off the board? Because Big Cuz is saying I wanted Farmer. Is he still available? Looks like he is. So
yeah, I think he
Chicago's on the clock right now. Quincy Riley, a corner that you had mentioned a short while ago out of Louisville, ends up in New Orleans at 131 overall. So Chicago, Kansas City, Denver, and Vegas, the 4 teams that are in front of the Ravens until they are back on the clock at 136. But again, live chat pouring in with some instant reaction here in terms of who Teddy Buchanan is. And somewhere, you already know, Trenton Simpson is saying challenge accepted. He is a competitor. He is an athletic freak. And this is not the end of Trenton Simpson by any stretch of the imagination.
Nope.
But what we watched last year and what became and what should have been his first full season as a starter after playing behind PQ, deservedly so, in his rookie season and really just getting some special teams reps. This should be a wake-up call for him. Not that he needed it after being demoted last year.
Yeah.
And I happen to think he's a really impressive guy whenever he's in front of the media, Noah. And I don't think anybody's questioning his athleticism. But what about the processing? What about the fit? What about the transition? What about what it takes to be an every down inside linebacker? And I think he's still working away at that. He's got Zach Orr in front of him. They have retooled. People forget they have retooled their inside linebacker coaching staff. Mark DeLeon was let go. They brought in a guy by the name of Tyler Santucci, who was a highly regarded college assistant who was getting a lot of interest throughout the National Football League and could very well be viewed as an official, or I should say a future defensive coordinator. Who knows? Maybe it ends up in Baltimore if Zach Orr starts to kind of burst out of the scene the way he did down the second half stretch last year following his slow start, which was loud. We all remember the noise that was coming out after that slow start. But
same thing with Mike McDonald too.
Yes.
Yes. Just take some time. But as fans, we get impatient sometimes, But I think that's a good pick. I definitely think it's Trenton Simpson's job to lose. He has a major advantage, a leg up. He has 2 years in the program now. He already had the entire offseason to study and watch film, and having your former position coach now be your defensive coordinator's got to help as well. But Trenton Simpson, I remember seeing him in training camp, like in person, and that dude just he stands out. Like even on a field of NFL athletes, he stands out as like his legs are like the size of tree trunks, and he's just lean, yoked, like just looks like a physical specimen. So there's no doubt that the Ravens are not at a lack of physical traits at the linebacker position now between these two guys with Teddy and Trenton.
Well, I think you can also appreciate, knowing your background, that Trenton's family has a military background. And I think that was evident in his introductory press conference a few years ago.
Yeah.
This guy is a highly, highly motivated person, highly motivated player. So again, I don't want it to come across whatsoever as if we are eulogizing Trenton Simpson as a football player, because that's not the case whatsoever. I think the writing is on the wall, though, when it comes to the Ravens needing to ensure that they do not allow themselves to slip into the territory that they were in through the first 10 weeks last year and that opening month where they had a lot of gaping holes in the middle part of that defense, in large part due to the communication or lack thereof between Roquan and Trenton. I think Roquan was pressing. I think Roquan was essentially trying to bring the young man along.
Yeah.
And so you hope that he can have a big developmental offseason, right? Get himself in the right framework, in the right mind frame, I should say. Now he's got competition. Let's see how he responds. All right. 132 is where we are right now. No, you still doing okay on time? You want to sit in for the 136th and then bounce?
Yeah. Yep. That sounds good to me, man.
Love it. You've already been here an hour, so you're gonna have to invoice me after this is all said and done. I'm gonna have all the creators and the players. I've had the creators and players on for an hour apiece over the last couple of days. My snail mail is about to get rocked with invoices over the next week plus.
Hey,
But
time flies when you're having fun, man. You're talking football. You're looking at all these picks. There's so much to talk about with, that whole Shador conversation we had, what's going around the AFC North, all the needs and the depth for the Ravens. So this has been fun, man.
Certainly. Yeah, I appreciate you carving out some time on a Saturday. Kansas City is on the clock right now at 1:33. So the Ravens have closed within 3 picks. When yet another one will be announced at 1:36. Dennis Mello brings up a good point here, kind of giving us some more supplemental information related to Trenton Simpson and just how much of an athletic freak he is. he ran a 4.43
Yeah.
during his combine testing. And he was out of Clemson, of course, was a highly impactful player for Clemson. The fastest this year for Dennis is concerned, I guess this was probably among inside linebackers, Dennis, was a 4.46. Can you clarify for that for us in the line? I just don't know that off the top of my head. I believe you. But a 4.46 this year, obviously, if that's the fastest time at inside linebacker, that shows you, Noah, just how athletically gifted Trenton is.
Yeah. That is absurd. The 40 that Simpson ran at his size. Which
Let's
is
put it this way. Let's put it into context. And we know that like milliseconds are very important in the grand game of the combine. And there is a big difference between, let's say, a 4.43 and a 4.28 that Nate Wiggins ran, and a 4.21 that Xavier Worthy broke the all-time record at.
There's levels.
There are levels to this, but a 4.46, given Trenton's stature, the way that he is built, he is a chiseled machine. That's an impressive number, 4.43.
Yeah, it really is. Let's see what the Chiefs do here, because they've had a pretty good draft so far. If you've noticed, they went trenches as well. Their first 3 picks, Josh Simmons, the offensive tackle, Omar Norman-Lott, and Ashton Gelati, defensive end. Then they grabbed a corner. But the first 3, all trench warfare, man.
Yeah, no doubt. The Ravens just putting up some graphics about their potential new starting inside linebacker. Not ready to anoint him yet. He's going to have a shot. He's certainly going to have a shot to compete. Earn his keep in special teams first and foremost. And
I'm sure
from there he'll move forward.
Running down.
Yo, Jitsu showing us some love. It's his favorite 2 Ravens channels. LFG, we appreciate you.
Appreciate it, man.
2 forced fumbles, 5 sacks, 114 tackles for Teddy Buchanan last year. Or maybe that was a career. Was that last year? Or I don't have the numbers in front of me in terms of
that was 2024. Yeah. Really impressive. 114 tackles in college football in one season.
Gracious. Good for him.
Is impressive. That's what I'm saying. Like the production plus the tools. I mean, he's got a shot to compete for a starting spot. But I think just the Ravens probably saw this as a really high floor special teams player as well, because you don't, 6'2" and that weight, being able to still run as well, that's going to be valuable, especially with the new kickoff and everything. So, yeah.
There he has it. Lance Zierlein has him as a next-gen statistic average backup or special teamer. He's got a 5.87 prospect grade, 6'2", 233. Look at the athleticism score again, ranked 8th among linebackers in this year's class. The 4.6 40 is what we discussed, 40-inch vertical, a 10.5 broad jump. He had 26 reps of 225 pounds on the bench, a 1.59 10-yard split. Again, he was a transfer from Cal Davis. He then went to California, first team All ACC last year. And we already ripped off some of the other statistics as well. He was a projected, how about this? He was a projected 5th or 6th rounder. The Ravens choose to get him in the 4th.
Yeah. It's always funny. It's interesting to me, like seeing the little projection that's like one day could be average backup, or, like could develop into a, like whenever Max Crosby was drafted in like the 5th or 6th round, that's what his thing said, as a 5th or 6th round projection, or like a Puka Nacua. Like you just never know with these guys what they develop into,
Precisely. So Denver is on the clock in terms of television at 1:34, but the pick is in online. Vegas technically on the clock right now at 1:35, which means the Ravens are on deck, Noah. Shall we go back to the board?
Let's do it.
All
Chiefs ended up getting Jalen Royals. Is a good pick for them.
Okay. So again, we know what the needs are. I mean, we both were thinking corner or interior defensive line there. So maybe that's what they do now, or maybe they go in a completely different direction. Who knows?
Yeah.
Here is Jason Smith's Ravens-centric big board in terms of who's available. And yes, everybody's looking at Farmer Farmer is right there. You can't miss the name under defensive lineman, the lone defensive lineman and the lone player on this board that Jason had a second-round grade on. And just to remind you, we're late in the 4th round.
6'3", 305. On ESPN's board, he's 76th overall prospect. That leads me to, the fact that he's still on the board. Was there some type of like injury or behind the scenes type of concerns that teams had? I don't know, because he's 7. Most teams, most things I'm seeing here have him as a 2nd or 3rd round pick. So,
okay. Teddy,
Braden Swinson's still there.
Yes,
I
he
like
is.
him. He's long and explosive.
Meanwhile, Teddy is actually holding his introductory press conference right now from what looks to be his bedroom. So the Ravens Twitter accounts are tweeting out specific clips. And matter of fact, why don't we get our first just quick little snippet before they go back on the board here at 136. And let's just listen in for the first time to Teddy Buchanan, assuming that the Ravens app has this available. Why don't we get a little creative here, Noah, shall we?
Let's do it.
All right. For whatever reason on the app, they have yet to bring him up on the screen. So the app must be misfiring, because right now on Twitter,
Kobe Bryant's still on the board. The corner out of Kansas.
Okay.
He has a lot of ball production. I think he had like 8 interceptions over the last 2 seasons.
All right. Well,
we also got Ohio State Jordan Hancock, corner.
So there's some players.
Dorian Strong, corner out of Virginia Tech. But yeah, to me, I think this has got to be a corner or a defensive tackle. I don't think the Ravens would go kicker yet. Do you?
No, not yet. There hasn't been one kicker taken yet in the draft, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So
it's kind of a gambling game, though, because it's like once the first one goes, there's only one more, and you don't know where you're going to be at that point, because I think it's the kid out of Miami, right? Or I'm sorry, Florida State was the one.
Miami is Andy Borregales.
Okay.
And then Florida State, I believe, is Fitzgerald.
Okay. Because that was the 2 that I saw as actually being like draftable kickers.
Right.
Do you know of anyone else?
There are others on the list, but Borregales and Fitzgerald, I think, are widely viewed as the top players.
Yeah.
As the top place kickers in this year's draft. And I actually had a chance to catch up with Matt McCrane last night, who I had to kind of spruce up in terms of who, catch myself up to speed on who Matt McCrane is. But he's a former NFL kicker. He kicked at Kansas State, and now he's with the DC Defenders of the XFL, essentially just trying to stay available, assuming that injuries inevitably will happen at the NFL level, and he wants to get him back into the NFL. He's been with Arizona. He's been with Philadelphia. He's had a number of workouts within the last year. It's actually I really enjoyed speaking with him, but he was quick to point out that Borregales would be his pick, but it's just obviously a matter of, he might be the pick, but is he Justin Tucker? and what's his pressure management abilities like? Because at the end of the day, you can have your top rated kicker and bring him into the system, but as a rookie in a do or die, essentially Super Bowl or bust phase of this era of football that they're currently in, that's easier said than done. So, assuming that Justin will not be with this organization come kickoff in 2025, they got a lot more questions than they do answers at this current moment at kicker. And you hope that, they can find somebody, assuming that if Justin is indeed not a part of the team, that they can find somebody that had the moxie that he had his rookie year when they went on that run.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happened. To me, it's like, man, what's taking so long? Were they just trying to wait till like after the draft? Like
I think what they're waiting on is, and by the way, that they're not going to be picking at 136. Ravens have traded pick 136, and pick 183 to Tennessee in exchange for 141 and 178. So
Okay.
it's now 5 picks away instead of
5 picks.
being on the clock.
And we went, what was the other pick? We got 178 instead of
183.
Okay.
So they're doing some flip-flopping around the board here, doing some business with the Tennessee Titans, and the Ravens are no longer on the clock. Tennessee is at 136 overall.
I wish Tennessee Titans would have done business with us in 2023 when we had that trade in place for Derrick Henry.
Right.
I could have changed the outcome of that Chiefs game, you know?
Precisely. This would have been, by the way, the compensatory pick, 136, that they received with Patrick Queen departing in free agency a year ago to Pittsburgh. So Ravens only get 1 in the 4th, ultimately, is what this comes down to. They only have 1 total pick in the 4th round, and we know that is Teddy Buchanan, the inside linebacker out of Cal.
Yeah. Ravens must have at least had 5 guys on the board they liked, right?
Yeah.
To be able to swing back 5, 6 spots. Tennessee grabs the wide receiver out of Stanford, Alec Manor, 6'2", 205, physical X type of receiver.
Okay.
I just saw him disappear off of the draft tracker.
Okay. All right. Jason is diligently going about his business as he always does. So
yeah, he was listed as a day 2 value.
The wide receiver?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Okay. Ravens just made it official. They've traded their 136th and 183rd to Tennessee for the 141st, which will be coming up in about 4 picks from now, 4 or 5 picks from now, and 178. So clearly they have something in mind. Clearly they feel like they can find a little bit of value here. And Noah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is just the first of many maneuvers that happen over the course of the next couple hours, because they have 7 more picks. 7.
Yep. It's crazy. Titans having a pretty good draft so far. They grabbed Cam Ward, their future quarterback, Aladejo, the edge rusher out of UCLA, Kevin Winston out of Penn State.
Yep.
And then they get another weapon for Ward.
Who, of course, went first overall. I saw Warren Moon is allowing him to wear the number 1, which is pretty dope.
Yeah.
Titans, great. Teddy Buchanan, just a short while ago, I noted, met with the media virtually from what looks to be his bedroom, and he is fired up to be a Raven. Listen to this.
Oh, man, I was ecstatic. Ravens are a team that, just a great organization and a team that I followed my whole life as a football fan. I think about Raven linebackers, obviously, Ray Lewis just is kind of epitomizes what a middle linebacker was for me growing up. So, I wasn't surprised. I kind of had a gut feeling that it was going to be a team that I didn't talk to. So I'm just grateful for the opportunity and just excited to give everything I got.
And that is a slick-looking, very well-spoken, newest Ravens linebacker. I kind of like the moxie there, huh?
I know. Did you see the traps, bro? Did you see the linebacker neck he's got going?
I did. And he knows the lineage. He knows the history of the position that he is now walking into, much like Patrick Queen did, much like Trenton Simpson did, and everybody else who's come inside those walls since the great Ray Lewis hung it up years ago.
Yep. Always go straight to Ray.
Right? Easier said than done, boy. Easier said than done when you are essentially trying to fill the shoes, or at least half the shoes, or a quarter of the shoes that the great 52 used to occupy, and will really, in a way, always occupy in Baltimore.
Yeah. So what do you think the Steelers are going to do, man? With because they were the ones really pushing the Ravens for the AFC North last year. Obviously, we got to contend with Joe Burrow, and when those receivers are going the way they are, they're a threat to take the AFC North. But right now, what do you think? The Steelers have a pretty complete roster, and they're saying that they're all in, making a trade for DK Metcalf, right? You think they're going to land Aaron Rodgers?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I think matter of fact, Sarah and I had a good little back and forth last night, relatively spirited debate on I'm of the belief that the Steelers are handcuffed right now as they await a decision for Aaron Rodgers. I do believe he will be a Steeler. He is essentially at this point a bridge quarterback. I do think that, to your point, they do have a complete roster aside from quarterback right now. And if they can bring in even a back nine of his career with very little left in the tank, Aaron Rodgers, they will be a playoff team.
Okay.
And they will at bare minimum be a wild card team and a potential one and done early exit like they were last year.
Yeah.
Can he
Someone
get them
said
to 10
in the
wins?
chat, they said, LOL, Noah about to find out the A-Rod conspiracy.
Dude, the chat hates when I bring up Aaron. Here's why. I am on record. I'm a big Aaron guy. I like the fact that he's an enigma. I find him to be extremely refreshing. I know he is arrogant. I know he can be suffocating for some. I get it. He is a lightning rod. Always has been, always will be. But I appreciate that he speaks what is on his mind. He does not give a you-know-what. He's a Hall of Famer. He's still got more left to give. I think he's misunderstood. And so but all that in mind, that's not muddying down my take at all.
Yeah.
I still think he has more left to prove. And I think a lot of last year, he doesn't have anything left to prove. I think he has more to prove to himself that he can find shades of the old Aaron Rodgers. And I think a lot of what happened last year was a direct result of him rushing his ass back from the Achilles tear.
Mm.
And if you can put him in an organization that actually is high functioning like Pittsburgh is, which is not the New York Jets with all the turmoil that he underwent and they had to go through last year as an organization, I think that, yeah, if you're throwing to Metcalf and Pickens and if
they can keep him upright, because he's not mobile like he used to be, but if they can keep him clean, he can dish the ball out to his playmakers.
Yes, if you can stay healthy, all right, if you can keep him clean, not put him on his ass, this defense is championship-esque, especially with what they've done in the draft so far. That helps out as well. And you've got Hall of Famers in Watt and Hayward hanging around as well, not to mention Minkah Fitzpatrick. He'll be a Hall of Famer when it's all said and done. So all I'm saying is I think they're handcuffed right now. I think they've been handcuffed since all these other free agents went elsewhere. They decided to not keep Justin Fields. Maybe he felt slighted because of being benched for Russell Wilson, even though he had led him to a 4-2 record really as a glorified game manager through the first month plus last year. But I think this is a playoff team with Aaron Rodgers, and I do think that it's not if, but when he ends up under center for them. How about you?
Yeah, their roster is so complete. There's just been this weird purgatory at the quarterback position where it's like they're always good enough to make the playoffs, but never good enough to advance in the playoffs, which always leaves them with a later pick in the draft. They never get to pick top 5, top 10. They're always getting a playoff spot. So they're just in this weird spot where they compete. Mike Tomlin is a great coach. He's going to be a Hall of Fame coach. Their defense is legit, but just feels like they're just lacking at the quarterback position. They're just trying to find the next guy. But I think Aaron Rodgers, I don't know. In my personal opinion with Aaron Rodgers, I feel like his performance doesn't allow him the leverage that he still thinks he's worthy of, if that makes sense. Like I feel like maybe like you said, it was just him rushing back from the Achilles. but he didn't look very good last year. And even in Green Bay before that, had some questionable moments, but we'll see. I do think that if he has a strong offensive line, and has a weapons in Pittsburgh, he could have some success.
Certainly. And
yeah,
I'll add on to your concern there. When I listened to his Pat McAfee interview within the last couple of weeks, it was the first time where I actually asked myself, okay, is this whole retirement thing does it really pack a punch? Is he truly considering retirement? Because he did not seem all that present or be in a mental frame of mind that would allow him to wholeheartedly commit to football at this point. Now, was that just the way he came across in the interview? There's been multiple players that are Steelers, like DK Metcalf, that have been seen working out with him in different private areas. So maybe that was just in front of the camera that he came across like that. But to me, he did not seem like somebody that was fully locked in on the commitment and being hell-bent on everything that it takes that we both know goes into NFL work.
Yep.
So,
did you see Jeff Zrebiec's tweet about the trade?
Go ahead and refresh me.
6 minutes ago, he said Ravens traded their 4th rounder 136 and 6th rounder 183 to the Titans for 141 and 178. So moved back 5 in the 4th and moved up 5 in the 6th. Not sure I get it, but not sure it's a big deal either.
I think that's probably English for, well, I know it's the English that I'm trying to use right now is I agree with Jeff. Well, I'm not sure what it means.
It was like, why? Like, all right.
Here it is right here. Jeff chiming in. I love Jeff's honesty. He's the best, man.
Yeah. Dude, I honestly at this point, bro, I can't be mad because like I said in my video yesterday, I was like, obviously the Ravens still have some depth and stuff to take care of, and they got a lot of picks, but like literally after Malachi Starks and Mike Green, I'm like, I don't care. Like, draft 5 kickers. Like, I just feel like they crushed the draft with those 2 picks. Like, those are guys at the back end of your defense and the front of your defense, like game franchise changing type of splash players for the defense that can really be like stars. Like, they have all pro potential. Especially like, I think this is going to sound crazy, but I think Mike Green's ceiling is even higher than Malachi Starks. I think Malachi Starks' floor is there, but Mike Green has the potential to be an all-pro, 15 sack type of pass rusher.
And
so
that's
like
a great point, because if you think about it, he was Daniel Jeremiah's 3rd rated prospect at edge, and they got him at 59 overall.
Yeah.
You know how many edge rushers went before Mike Green? A slew.
Yeah.
Slew of them.
I thought it was cool too. Like Eric Tecasa said, hey, I spent an hour and a half with him. And, John Harbaugh said, hey, we did what we thought was fair based off the information that we got. So it's definitely a big part of the story, but I don't know about you, man. I was trying to find like more details on the allegations, and I couldn't find much. I saw like a police report that said he showed up and there was no evidence of anything, no damage, there was no actual ever charges pressed. I guess, best case scenario at this point, either obviously they were truly false allegations, or, he made some stupid mistakes when he was 18, 19 years old, changed. I don't know about you, but when I saw him like crying from that, like that cry of relief that, hey, like they're willing to take a chance on me whenever he answered that phone call from Eric Tecasa, I think his best days are ahead.
Yeah. Or I guess another option of what you're kind of theorizing here is we got a trade. Seattle's trading Sam Howell, their backup quarterback, to the Vikings. And I think the reason why is they have Sam Darnold and they now have Jalen Milroe, do they not?
Yes, they did grab Milroe.
Okay, so Milroe went.
I think it's funny. Mike McDonald wants his Lamar,
and you know who he also wants? His Kyle Hamilton, which is why he brought in Nick Eamon-Worry.
Yeah.
So, okay, so we have a trade. Sam Howell, who's a former UNC player, I believe he was drafted to Washington. He's hopped around a little bit over the last few years. But Sam Howell is now going to Seattle.
Interesting.
And Minnesota is giving him up. And they're swapping picks as well. So 142 and 172 is being swapped between those two teams, which is really not anything that we care about. But point is, Sam Howell's on the move, and they got another quarterback going to Mike McDonald's room.
Yeah. I never understood Sam Howell, like, why he just suddenly stopped getting a chance, because, I mean, he threw for 4,000 yards and 21 touchdowns his second year. Like, so, and that was with a very choppy offensive line and basically only Terry McLaurin. So,
you know, Sam unfortunately was caught in the shuffle of the transition of ownership and a new era of coaching. Last year, of course, was Dan Quinn's first year as the head coach. Their owner's first year leading the new organization, this new era, and being that he was a 2022 fifth rounder out of North Carolina, he just got caught lost in the shuffle. And by the way, this is a return to Seattle. I didn't realize this, but I'm sorry. He spent last year in Seattle and he's going to Minnesota.
Yeah.
So sorry, I was being a victim of wear and tear with limited sleep. He's going to Minnesota now, and it looks like he'll have a chance to back up JJ McCarthy.
Yeah.
For some reason, he has any kind of and now you just get to a point, Noah, where the ghost kicks in and you're awake, but you can't form sentences. What I'm looking for is the setback word. If JJ has a setback for some reason, now they have Sam Howell that's in the building because they lost Daniel Jones in free agency. True. So anyway, the Vikings are trading for Sam Howell. He spent last year in Seattle backing up Geno, who's now in Vegas, and Minnesota is doing a pick swap as a result. That's what's going on here.
Okay. And now the pick is in for the Ravens.
Bobby, I know you can do it. I know you can do it, buddy. Get through it. Good God.
You've been grinding, man. That 15 hours of streaming is no joke. Like,
one of these days I'll be smart and do pre-recorded content like you do.
I can't, like, I know some people like live stream the games and the long events. I have a hard time, like, filling the space and like running my mouth for 4 straight hours. Like,
I think a lot of people in the live chat would agree with what you just said. I'm just a mouth runner. I think a lot of people agree with that. I just run my mouth inside this channel.
No, that's not what I'm saying, Bobby.
All right, here we go. Guess who they're going after? Wow, back-to-back days, Noah. They are going tackle. Back-to-back days. Carson Vincent is the Alabama A&M tackle. If memory serves, they brought him in for a visit. He is 6'7" and 1/8. Are you kidding me? 141st overall. They are building a wall for Lamar Jackson. In the 5th round, 141 overall, who they traded for, right? They just traded picks here with Tennessee. And the FCS AP All-American honorable mention out of Alabama A&M. He was first team All-SWAC. Carson Vincent, a tackle, is going to be joining the Baltimore Ravens. Eric DeCosta's all smiles. Look at Todd Monken in the background. Chad Steele's in there as well. Look at the Ravens draft board. By the way, they try and punk everybody. That board in the back, that's previous years. That is not a legitimate draft board for theirs. And
there's no way they would just leave that up there. Like, I thought about, I was like, what if they like had this year's up, but it was like not in the order that they actually, like just to make teams think that they could get an inside beat on their board, and it was just like inaccurate names.
Right. There's your player. There he is. Carson Vincent joins the Ravens. We're going to go to his profile in just a second here, but he's the Alabama. Yeah, I was going to say they are building a wall, and they have some guys with big stature. Daniel Fa'alele, I believe, is 6'8", 300 plus. Now you have Carson Vincent, 6'7", 314. He's got 34.5-inch arms. He's got 10.25 hands, and he was the 9th overall ranked athleticism score tackle in this year's class.
I'm reading that he has 5 years of starting experience and 3,300 career snaps.
So, in other words, so far on day 3, they are getting very experienced players. Carson Vincent, Teddy Buchanan, who, of course, at Cal after transferring, has a ton of different experience. And you know what? This is kind of a recurring theme here, Noah, because in this age of NIL where you can, in a lot of ways, you can make a lot more money. I'm sure Shador's thinking that right now. I could have made a hell of a lot more money if I stayed for another year of eligibility, which he did have, by the way, at Colorado. And now here it is in the 5th round, and Shador has yet to hear his name called. A lot of these guys can make some good money in this NIL era. But the reality is just like Malachi Starks, just like Teddy Buchanan, and Mike Green, prior to his Marshall stint and a tremendous year last season, was at the University of Virginia. So really, if there's a theme that you're watching here, it's some guys with some considerable experience that are joining this group that potentially could find their way into different rotations. Or if you're Malachi and Mike, you want to be a starter come week 1.
It's cool. Like the trend here is that they're taking, like you said, experienced guys, but then guys that have high-end athleticism. From this website, it says that he has his RAS is 8.07. And then for Teddy, it was like a 9 something. So athletic guys with experience. I'm surprised they went with another offensive lineman, but I'm not mad at it. Like, I'll never be mad if you grab offensive linemen to protect Lamar Jackson and invest capital into protecting your $250 million quarterback. So, I'm all for it. Another offensive lineman for this offense. Surprised they still haven't touched defensive tackle or corner yet, though.
I am as well. I think it's a vote of confidence for TJ Tampa. It's a vote of confidence for Travis Jones. But with Michael Pierce retiring, obviously, you're going to want to beef up that interior defensive line as much as possible and bring in bodies and put yourself in a good situation. But 6'7", 314, you bring that in any day of the week and get him involved in George Warhop's program, develop him. You got a couple now potential guys that, obviously Emory Jones, I think, has some positional flexibility, perhaps a future guard, perhaps a future Patrick McCary as a swing, but somebody that's got some versatility that they bring to the table. So, dude, Noah, I have kept you for close to 2. Didn't you come on at 12:30? I've kept you 2 hours, and our guy Samuel Njoku just dropped into the waiting room from Ravens Talk Pod. So I will let you go, my friend. Let everyone know where they can find you. It's the For the Flock YouTube channel, but let them know what your programming schedule is. I'm sure you're going to have some pre-recorded content coming up at the end of day 3, I would think.
Yeah, so we'll have another video coming out here shortly. Some more in-depth thoughts on these prospects that the Ravens just brought in, the newest Baltimore Ravens, the newest members of the flock here. And we'll have content for you guys all throughout the offseason. Got OTAs right around the corner, and excited. Bobby, thanks for having me on, man. It's always a pleasure.
Absolutely, dude. This was way longer than I thought it would be, but I'm really appreciative of it, and I hope to return the favor at any point down the road if or when you need it. So, man. God bless you, brother. Thank you for your continued service. Best of luck as you're grinding it out in those early father years, and I know we'll stay in touch, dude. Thanks so much.
All right, man.
Noah from For the Flock, kind enough to spend close to 2 hours with me. Samuel is not going to give me that, but maybe he'll give me a little bit. Shador Sanders is off the board, and I can't wait to bring Sam in to talk about this because I know he's had some tweets that I've definitely agreed about. The Browns are indeed selecting Shador Sanders in the 5th round. The wait is over for Shador. We will instantly react to that in just a second, but before we do, please join the Bobby Baltimore Discord server if you don't already. It is a 24/7 hub. See, Chris, I was actually going to tag you saying, I hope you come back at the live stream, and I didn't upset you about my, and I never got around to it, but about my Shador take. Sam and I are about to have a great conversation about this. But you can join the Bobby Baltimore Discord server by clicking on the link that I just dropped into the live chat. It is a 24/7 hub for conversations surrounding Baltimore sports, and there are over 700 members and counting in here. People are typing right now. People are joining the group in here. You get a shout out. You can talk Terps. You can talk football. You can talk baseball. You can talk Caps. I love Tom Wilson trolling the Canadians last night. That was absolutely legendary. But I hope you guys will check that out for me. And without further ado, as the guest lines continue to roll today, Samuel Njoku at Ravens Talk Pod in the Twitter sphere, somebody who actually took over for me on the AFC North Roundtable. I know you guys, a lot of you watched that this year on the Roundtable Sports Network. Sam now joins me. Dude, happy day 3 to you. You and I have actually never even had a conversation rather than in our DM, so it's great to meet you first and foremost. Happy draft day. Let's get into this Shador discussion before we talk Ravens. Good to see you, man.
Holy, yeah, great great way to get into the show. I mean, what a turn of events. I can't believe the Browns actually did it. I thought they picked up their, I mean, it's just unbelievable. I've been talking about it for, the past couple of days. I thought Pittsburgh for sure, but, they go ahead and they get Shador. I mean, it's a great value pick. I think the fear about potentially.
You don't say there's value in the fifth, huh?
I mean, I don't understand. I don't understand why it took so long to make the pick. But again, in my board, second best quarterback. I guess the Deion Sanders fear is a real thing, I guess. How much fear could you have if you're a head coach? I don't know. I'm speechless to the thought of it, but it is what it is. He's now a Brown. The hoopla and circus that goes with it, they kind of brought it on themselves as well because they waited this long to draft him, but he's a Brown. So finally over. The fall has ended.
He is a Brown. It was a free fall that I think will be talked about for a long time. This is a hot button item. As we both know, we have been scrolling through X over the last 48 hours. Shador has been scrolling. Clearly, he has been tweeting actively about this, trying to remain in a positive spirit. But at the 44th selection overall, and here in the 5th round early, Shador Sanders goes to Cleveland. That is the 6th overall pick in the 5th round, 144 overall. And so now he joins a quarterback room with none other than Joe Flacco, Sam, which makes this even more intriguing. To me, this makes so much sense. Andrew Barry yesterday said that, hey, there's a long way to go. he was kind of jumping around the answer when asked about it at the end of day 2, but he did come out and say there's a long way to go. So now Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco. Wait a second.
They had a quarterback already. They've already drafted a quarterback.
Oh my God. Thank you for the refresher. Okay. So Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, and Shador Sanders. Holy hell. I'm just now realizing this is bringing you shades of Kirk Cousins and RG3. Is it not?
It is. It certainly is. And I'm very interested to see where they go with this.
Wow. Oh my God. This is absolutely sensational. Okay. So where's Hard Knocks at?
Got to come back to the AFC North, right? I don't know where it's at this year.
You got to go back to the AFC North.
Yeah.
You have to. Shador Sanders, for those of you just tuning in, 144 overall. The slide is over. He goes to Cleveland. He joins the AFC North. I really thought that both Jalen and Shador were going to end up in the AFC North, but Jalen ends up obviously in Seattle. He'll back up Sam Darnold.
Mm-hmm.
And so anyway, that's the way things have shaken out now. I'm sure we'll revisit this in just a bit. Everybody's talking about it right now, but I would like to get your thoughts on the Ravens draft so far. They've just traded with the Tennessee Titans, so they will be back on the board at 178?
Yep.
So there's a little bit of a gap between now and then, but they just took another tackle, a developmental tackle. They took a tackle yesterday in Emory Jones, but obviously the headliner yesterday, Sam, was Mike Green, who on most people's boards was a surefire first-round talent, but we all know the off-the-field stuff that led to his fall. Your overall thoughts on the Ravens taking a taking a gamble at 59 on a hell of an edge rusher.
Yeah, I mean, just on the field, it's just I had him as almost as good a pass rusher as Abdul Carter. I mean, his bend is crazy, his speed is crazy, his move sets are insane. He won't need as much help getting polished on the NFL level as some of these other pass rushers out there. He just the total package as far as being a pass rusher is concerned. He did play in Marshall, so a lot of his numbers are inflated because he did play. He didn't play in a Big Five school like he was when he was in Virginia. But I love the move. I think off field issues aside, you got to take the pick. It's a value pick. It's huge that they get Malachi Starks and Mike Green back to back, both first rounders. I had them in my top 10 prospects coming out of college this year, so it's a huge win for the Ravens for sure.
It's hard not to think that at this point, yeah, you want a corner. Look at the Browns room. I'm sorry, I got NFL Network and TV's obviously a little bit behind, and right front row in this draft room is Stefanski and Barry, and they're kind of like half clapping. I mean, it's just they're probably tired, but here it is on the screen too. You know what we forgot to mention too, even though he may have played his last down as a Brown, but Deshaun Watson's in that room as well, Samuel. God damn.
The Browns, I swear.
Dude, wherever Hard Knocks is right now, they are on the phone with the Haslam family, anybody that can be a spokesperson for the Cleveland Browns to at least have that conversation, because that is absolutely absurd. But trying to stay focused here. Hard not to look up and see that and lose your train of thought when it comes to what Cleveland's unbelievable, entertaining quarterback room consists of right now. But it's hard not to think that the Ravens aren't in that A territory right now, grading-wise, with 6 more picks to go, wouldn't you say?
I would say yes. I think the trade that they made is kind of a head-scratcher, moving 5 picks down to move 5 picks up in the 7th round. But other than that, I think it's been, Buchanan's a project at linebacker that a lot of people didn't see coming. But, when you look at his relentlessness, the way he plays football, he's just a hardball guy. So not surprising there. He'll start off in special teams and fight for some snaps at inside linebacker. The old T that they got, Vincent, he looks like a project that could potentially be a left tackle once Ryan Stanley retires. I mean, he has the pass protection skills. He has the size. His arms are crazy long. You love that from your left tackle. It's just that he needs to get a little more beefier in his legs and get better at being a run blocker. But those are things that can be coached at the next level more so than the other things. So the Ravens are hitting home runs right now. I cannot be more upset about it. You'd love for them to get some depth at the interior of the defensive line, but it could be a situation where they're going through free agency with that. Brent Urban still can possibly come back, so there's a lot of ways they can go about it. I think they're hitting home runs. The first 2 picks obviously set the tone for this, but these are great Ravens-like picks that they can use to develop these young talents and get some production out of them in the near future.
I think it's well said. You just mentioned the 5th rounder, Carson Vincent, out of Alabama A&M. He is 6'7", 300-plus pounds, and he is meeting virtually right now with Ravens media as an introductory press conference. And here is a clip that the team just tweeted of Carson behind the mic.
I had my 30 visit with them, and it was an amazing time. And, you always think in the back of your head, but especially coming from a small school, like, it's almost surreal. Like, you never, like, you think it's going to happen, but you never really know. So, like, I seen the Baltimore number pop up, and everything kind of slowed down a little bit. It kind of slowed down. I said, let me answer this call. But it's been a blessing. I don't know if it's even still hit me yet, but I can't put into words how much I'm blessed to be put into this position.
Oh, that fires you up right there. You think he's jacked up, the big fella out of Alabama A&M, and he's correct. You just don't know when you're at that kind of small school. But, hey, you're 6'7", 314. You got a lot of reps underneath your belt from A&M, and now you're going to join a program that has definitely cultivated and developed linemen over the years, Sam. And so Carson's going to have a chance to do that. But the athleticism score ranked 9th among tackles in this year's class. And again, given the stature, given the weight, it's pretty darn impressive from somebody his size.
Oh, yeah, you can't pass up on that. I mean, his athleticism is, a sight for sore eyes, honestly, from an offensive lineman that, we're big in this front 5, but, I mean, there's not a lot of athleticism, especially in the middle of this offensive line. I don't project him to be a guard. I think he's just built to be a tackle, a left tackle. So they'll do their homework. They'll get ready to push him in a couple of years to be that starting left tackle. I believe at least give him a shot to do it. But yeah, I just love those interviews that they have with those players right after they're drafted. You know, all the hard work that goes into it. He seems like a pretty humble guy, a Harbaugh guy. You know, Harbaugh has a specific set of guys that he likes to draft in the third day, and he seems to fit that mold perfectly.
You know, there's no doubt about that. We all know Harbaugh's got his guys and what kind of standards he's looking for and whatnot. More, and by the way, I'm which is different what you're getting at there in terms of maybe not the positional flexibility for Carson the way that Emory Jones does and the swing tackle abilities, or maybe the option at guard here in the coming years, who they brought in yesterday in the third round before the close of day 2. More from Carson Wentz in his introductory press conference, which is happening right now virtually with Ravens media.
Yes, sir. So, like, the biggest thing with me is, like, I bring tenacity and I'm an athlete. It's those two things I really hang my hat on. And a lot of things that the Ravens organization can help me with, other things that I need to work on is, like, my technique. Coach Warhol, he's a great coach. So, there's a lot of things like that where I feel like I'm in a perfect position to be the best player that I can.
He's just going to come in. He's a lunch pail guy, isn't he?
I love it. I love the answers. I love his excitement. He looks like he's going to be very coachable, which is what you want to see from these guys. And yeah, he's going to be ready to work. His athleticism enough might get him on the field as is, because I think his RAS score was in the top 10, 11 of tackles in his draft. So, I mean, he's special. I'm very excited for the Ravens because they might get a guy that could be, you know, potentially a starter in this league.
And the best part about having the slew of picks that they have, which is 1 more 5th, 4 more in the 6th, and 1 more is in the 7th, it's not a necessity to hit across the board. They are in a position where they can take swings, they can take chances, they can start to flex the way that this scouting department is built under Eric DeCosta. The area scouts have a chance to show what they're about right now, how they're going to develop, how they're going to cultivate, and ultimately what their visions are for the swings that they take over the course of the next couple hours. How are you doing on time? I know you and Ken are doing a bunch of different things today. How you doing on time?
I'm pretty good. Get 5 or 10 more minutes, we're good.
Okay, you let me know. I got screens in front of me, I got TVs, I got a lot going on over here. The live chat's going off. We got over 4,000 concurrents that are joining us right now, and I just kind of want to reintroduce you as well, just in case there's some folks that are familiarizing themselves with you for the first time. Samuel Njoku joins me right now from Ravens Talk Pod. You've been on with Ken McCusick throughout the weekend, who's a friend of the show, doing great work in live format throughout draft weekend. Where can everybody find you? You got your @ right there. What kind of content do you have coming up in the, let's say, post-draft from an analysis and breakdown standpoint?
Yeah, we're going to have a show. We had one previously before the draft, and a lot of our picks made the list. Mike Green and Malachi Starks, 2 guys we really like. So you can check us on YouTube at Ravens Talk Podcast, also on Twitter and Instagram at Ravens Talk Podcast, where I interact with the fans and we talk football all day long. Coming up this week, hopefully we have a post-draft analysis, both on my show and probably AFC North Roundtable, which a lot of you guys are familiar with. So we'll be able to talk about the other teams who didn't do as well as the Ravens, but wish they did.
I'm glad to have you. Finally had a chance to do this because you were kind enough to fill in for me this year at the AFC North Roundtable, which was certainly an interesting group there.
Big shoes to fill.
Yeah, well, hey, appreciate that. But what I'm really talking about is you had to go up against the other creators in the division, and you know those guys had a lot to say. Chef Zay and Zim and man, Mark down in the land down under and everything. So I appreciate you helping me out there for sure. When do you think, and is it today or is it an undrafted rookie, when will they go after a kicker in Baltimore?
It's going to be here. It's going to be today. They have to go. They got options. You know, Fitzgerald seems to be the concurrent favorite, but I think I hate mispronouncing his name, but Borregales or something along those
Andy
lines.
Borregales, yep,
Yeah,
from Miami, and I believe Fitzgerald's the Florida State kicker.
Yep. So I think one of those 2 kickers would be a good thing for them to do. But I know with the Mike Green, pick, who knows? There might be a situation where they feel comfortable enough waiting in the wins for, the situation with Tucker to play itself out, and then, may just wait for an undrafted free agent to come in. But I think at least 1 or 2 kickers will leave via draft today, and maybe the Ravens are the ones to get one of them.
Maybe, just maybe. Here is Jason Smith's board right now. It's the Ravens-centric big board, courtesy of Huddle It Up Films and our friend Jason. We've been all over this. Farmer is off the board, by the way. Joshua Farmer is gone. So now all of a sudden his second round grades, it is an island, meaning there is no island. None of them are left. It's only predicted day 2 color codes that are left. It's a linebacker, it's a guard / center, and Embo, but he's been updating this thing in real time over the last couple of days. As you look at the board, and as the Ravens are still kind of a long ways away from the upper 170s where they will pick next, what do you think? They've gone, a couple tackles now. They've gone inside linebacker. They've obviously went safety. Where do you think they go next?
I could see them going Alexander, the corner. The Ravens have been flirting with the dime package idea for a long time. They could be moving towards that realm, so adding another corner may be beneficial to them. I do love Logan Brown, the tackle, but I don't see them going a third offensive lineman. I think they're pretty set there. So, and the Ravens seem to be moving towards a need-based pick here, obviously taking into account value. But yeah, I think those are probably the 2 positions. Defensive lineman, Pegwiz is another guy who I liked a lot. They might get another running back. The receiver that I loved was already picked off the board, I think, when they made that trade with Tennessee. So I'm not sure. It could be a guy like Jimmy Horn, somebody to take close attention to from Colorado, to be a potential kick returner, punt returner. The Ravens, especially Harbaugh himself, has mentioned a couple of times that he would love to get another returner on the roster, something that they wish to improve upon from last year. So, again, it's probably all favors from now. The scouts probably picking and choosing who they want. The Ravens are pretty set roster-wise anyway, so it's pretty much picking favorites from here on out, I think.
Super chats are coming in. Prime Stream says, let's go, Bobby B. Moore. Thank you for everything you do. Dave One to Cycle says, Tomlin, no shortage of Tomlin or Steelers hate in here, is a cheating, classless POS. Ask Jacoby. I wish we could ask Jacoby. God rest his soul. Tony says, Semper Fi for the flock. Both of my favorite channels on here. Dave also says Kyle Hamilton's 40 was a 4.59. Eat that, you know what? And that was from a previous conversation that I was having with Noah. We were talking about 40 times. We were talking about what Trenton Simpson ran. And why don't I get you out of here on this, Samuel? Because when they brought in Teddy Buchanan, Noah and I were kind of, I don't know, maybe not like stunned, but a little bit surprised that it was he was a 4th rounder, right? Yeah. Was he a 4th rounder or a 5th rounder? Hold on.
4th rounder.
4th rounder. Thank you. Yes, he was a 4th rounder because Carson Vincent started out the 5th for them, and now they pick actually the last pick in the 5th round, which is one of their compensatory picks, 176 overall. So anyway, when this came down, we were both like, what does this mean for Trenton Simpson? We had a good back and forth on it. If you were to be asked that question, what this means, if anything at all, for Trenton Simpson, you would say what?
I wish you didn't put me in a spot like this, because there's a linebacker that the Lions have a couple of years ago. I think he was an undrafted guy, similar kind of mentality as Teddy. And I'm thinking to myself, if he doesn't really step up, and I'm talking about Simpson here, then this is a guy that can come in and steal his spot, because he has that relentlessness, he has that speed, he has everything that Harbaugh is looking for from a linebacker, and complements Roquan pretty well, in my opinion, as well. As far as being a coverage linebacker, he has a decent skill set in that regard. So I think this puts some pressure on him. I think the Ravens they would love to get Simpson and Roquan Smith on the same page and be that duo that they kind of have with Patrick Queen. But if that doesn't work out, I think this is a guy with the mentality that could potentially push him for some playing time.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Just get in the building, become a special teams ace, do whatever's asked of you, compete your ass off all throughout the off-season program and into camp, and stranger things have happened inside those walls. It's not at all, and I'll say it again, I'll reiterate it just like I did with Noah. We're not eulogizing Trenton at all as a football player. But the reality is that he wasn't ready last year, and that set Roquan back early. Now, he still went on to an all-pro kind of campaign because that's how good he is. But the underneath pass coverage was a challenge, especially on opening night with those gadget kind of type players that Andy Reid was throwing at him and all the speed in the middle part of the field. And ultimately, they were forced to kind of go into a rotation, Sam, as we all watched, with Chris Board on passing downs, Malik Harrison on rundowns. Both of those guys leaving free agency on modest deals elsewhere. Malik stays in the division. believe Chris ended up going to New York to join the Giants. So that's an area that just think it begs the question. This will be one of those things that maybe he's not getting a ton of pub throughout the offseason when things start up and everybody's back in the building. But I really want to watch how they develop Teddy, especially with somebody that is a high caliber and it was somebody that was chased after and highly regarded as one of the college assistants in Tyler Santucci, who's now taking over as inside linebackers coach because they let Mark DeLeon go. So that's something that deserves a little bit more attention than maybe it's getting.
Yeah, I again, like you and Noah, where I'm sure I was shocked by the pick because I thought they were going to go interior defensive lineman. But the more I research this guy, the more I look at his limited film that I have for him, and the more I look at his measurables, yeah, this guy, I can see why the Ravens made this push for him. There could have been another scouting team out there that saw something in him as well, could have made that push for him. So why not get him now if you really love the guy? He has the potential with his speed to be a problem in this locker room, especially for a linebacker. And Simpson, who, again, didn't play as well as you'd hope this year, and Harbaugh made no secrets about it, about his lack of play this past season. So yeah, this is a good time for Simpson to step up, or Teddy can come and take over that spot.
This is going to crack you up, and I'm going to get you out of here on this so you can rejoin your other commitments, of course, for Ken McCusick and everything you guys are doing over on the Film Study podcast. But look at what's resurfacing from Coach Prime back in 2018. This is when he was in his broadcasting era, and he tweeted out on the 13th of March, "I love what the @Browns have done this offseason, but if I'm a young quarterback, ain't no way I'm going to Cleveland. I would pull an Eli Manning if possible. Hashtag think about that. Hashtag truth." And if this isn't the irony that I needed today, Sam, I don't know what is. Look at this.
I love it. I love it. This is what you get, Dion. I mean, I'm telling you, it is a privilege to play in the National Football League. It is not the right that you had when you were a corner. I'm telling you, this is definitely going to be a hard pill for them to swallow. Don't mess it up. I'm just saying. And I saw a comment in your comment list. The Browns do. I feel like they do have more quarterbacks than receivers right now in their roster. It's just insane to have 5 quarterbacks, 2 of which you drafted. It's nuts.
This is the stuff that I needed. And I think there's so much more to come. There is so much more to come. And let's do this as well, because the Sanders family was together. They were all fired up at the time of this pick. And I'll get you out of here. I know for the second time I'll say this, but just because you and I are all in on this conversation, just like the entire football world is, here is the moment, courtesy of Shiloh Sanders on Twitch, that Shador, after nearly 5 full rounds, heard his name called this weekend. Do that dance, young man. You earned it. You think he's excited?
Yeah, I think he's pretty excited. I mean, he suppressed joy, I guess I would say, because of what team he's going to. But, I mean, with his skill set, he has a shot to be the starter. I'm not too convinced that the other quarterback, and I can't even think of his name at this point, which tells me all you need to know about their drafting strategy.
Pickett or Flacco or Gabriel.
Yeah, Gabriel is the guy. Yeah. Pickett, obviously, I think, Shador has a chance to potentially be the starter next year. How much he puts into it, and the amount of pressure that Dion puts in that coaching staff to get him on the field, could be a mess in Cleveland, which is great news for the Ravens. One less team to worry about, even though the Ravens probably weren't worried about the Browns.
Dude, honestly,
anyway.
if there's something to really hang your hat on right now, if you're Cleveland, one, they split the season series with Jameis Winston as their starter last year to Baltimore. Now, granted, should they have split it if it weren't for Kyle Hamilton's uncharacteristic drop there in the end? And everything else that took place, which was really a clunker of a game? No, they shouldn't have. But they always play Baltimore tough. And right now, the way that they're putting together this draft, the way that they are defensively already built, and Kevin Stefanski's good for several wins himself as the play-calling head coach that he is. I think he actually gave those up last year, if memory serves. Or maybe he took them back. I can't remember. But this is a team that's going to be competitive if they can get some level of functionality at the quarterback position, which is not something that they've been able to do at all for years.
Yeah, I don't see it coming anytime soon. But you're right. They're a team that, much like the Steelers, are a decent quarterback away from at least competing in this division. So we'll see what happens. I guess they'll fight for the spot. All 5 quarterbacks will fight for the number 1 spot, and the best man win, and they'll take it from there. But they missed out on Travis Hunter, and now they have this mess of a cesspool at QB.
I appreciate you, Sam. Appreciate you very much. At Ravens Talk Pod is where you can be found on X. You're also going to go rejoin Ken McCusick over in the film study marathon live stream. We're all in it. We're all doing it. It was great to catch up with you, and I appreciate you for carving out some time today, dude.
Man, thanks for having me. I'm a big fan of you and Sarah, the Vault. Listen to you guys every day, so continue the great work.
Likewise, brother. Talk soon.
All right. Take it easy.
That will not be the last time, too. Go follow him. Go thank him. Go show him some love at Ravens Talk Pod. Don't do this very often, guys, on the Vault side of things, but the guest lines are now open. There's a little bit of a gap between now and 176. The Ravens will next pick at 176. That'll be the final pick in the 5th round. They will then have 4 in the 6th and 1 in the 7th. The guest lines are open. There is a pinned comment right now that you can see in the live chat if you want to join. Manny is down there in the waiting room. Others are as well. If you guys want to share a thought on how you grade out the Ravens, that's what we're asking right now. How are you grading out the Ravens so far through this year's draft? They have really been working diligently throughout the course of this time so far. And before we go to the guest lines, again, they are open. Click on the pinned comment link right now in the live chat if you'd like to join and share a thought. But also, the Discord server group right now is rolling. The Bobby Baltimore Discord server, it's alive and well on this Saturday. Everybody's chatting it up right now. This is hilarious, first of all. This is the graphic that I was talking about, which I find to be very comical. You can join the Bobby Baltimore Discord server, which is a 24/7 conversation surrounding Baltimore sports, by clicking on the link that I'm dropping into the live chat right now. It's hard to multitask when you have 3 hours of combined sleep the last 2 nights and a slew of, how many ounces? 16 fluid ounces, 473 milliliters of Ghost in you. And I've probably had, good God, I've probably had close to 100 fluid ounces of these over the last 48 hours, which is really shaving off days, probably realistically, on the back end of my life, but I'll worry about that when the time comes. Who's typing right now? Boogie is typing. You get a welcome notification when you show up. You can talk Maryland Terps. You can talk general stuff like my dating life. You can talk Ravens football. You can talk Orioles baseball. You can talk Caps hockey. You can show off merch and different swag stuff in here. You can go a voice to chat. It's an awesome community. It's growing every day, and we're coming up on 800 total viewers, or I should say members, within the Discord community. With that, let's open up the guest lines. We're talking grading right now. Again, the Ravens are set to pick in 22 slots from right now, and that'll be the final pick in the 5th round at 176 overall. And then they'll have 4 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th. Let's go down to Mexico City. My friend Manny is going to give me his grades and probably try and hype himself up as the interim head coach, which is a self-given title. No, I gave him that. Okay. Great to see you, brother. Happy draft weekend. Give me your grade so far. Give me your big picture thoughts on how your team's doing thus far.
A-.
Okay. Why?
We had the possibility to stay put for to get Farmer, but we move out and they got Farmer. So on that sense, it's like, did you really made a move?
Okay.
Just, I know that you're asking about grading right now, but holy shit. Cleveland, you remember the Johnny Mansell drama?
I do. Very much so.
This is going to be like times 10. I just figured it's like there's not going to be a quarterback cohesion because Shador commands a system. Flacco commands another system.
Very different one, we might add. Now, that's not to say Shador, one of his calling cards is not mobility. It's more high-level processing and accuracy.
Yeah.
But he's a heck of a lot more mobile than Joe is.
Yeah. So on that sense, yeah, it's a different system. Who are the other two?
Kenny Pickett and Dylan Gabriel, a fellow rookie of Shador's.
Yeah. So they command very different offenses, very different skill sets, and I don't know. I mean, was it Dion putting pressure on Cleveland to pick him up, or was it the Browns just Brown because they didn't want to seem how to put it pressured, but not by Dion, more so by their fan base on picking up Shador and saying, no, we're not picking Shador just because we don't want to listen to our fan base. Yet you picked up who?
Dylan Gabriel out of Oregon.
Yeah, you picked up Dylan as your QB, so that made you cross Shador, and now you pick him up. I mean, what's the front office doing?
The front office is putting themselves in a situation where these 5 players, once the offseason program begins and training camp starts up and everything, OTAs and minicamp, this will be the team to watch, not because of out of fear, but out of pure entertainment. And if I am Hard Knocks, I am on the phone with Browns ownership as soon as possible, or whoever makes those decisions, because I want to make sure that my camera equipment is inside those walls in Cleveland, Ohio, as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, grab your popcorn, Chad, because we're going to watch the show of. You know what? Here's the thing. They had a quarterback. Cleveland had a quarterback. His name was Baker Mayfield.
Dude, I actually agree with this, but Femi made a good point, counterpoint, I thought, within the last few days, and that was essentially that both parties probably needed to move on. Baker needed a dose of reality, and Cleveland needed a reset. And so while I agree with you, they could have absolutely built around Baker. He brought him to the playoffs, for God's sakes.
Yeah, and the first win.
Yes, and he got it, but he got a change of scenery that he probably needed and that both parties needed. But to your point, they had their quarterback, and then they went and paid $230 million guaranteed to a guy who probably has played his last snap based on what the owner's comments have been in recent weeks surrounding Deshaun Watson. So, look, this was a situation for Cleveland that they now have options, right? At the very least, they have options. Joe is clearly a bridge quarterback. He's on the back 9 of his career. He's somebody that's serviceable at this point, but he's not going to move the needle. He can control your offense. He will manage it. He will be accurate. He has the deep ball still. He's the gunslinger, right? He's not mobile. He's the pocket passer, the prototypical type of quarterback that is still around, going from backup opportunity to backup opportunity and getting different chances when injuries come into play, like they did last year for Anthony Richardson. And there was a lot more than just injuries too that AR was dealing with in Indianapolis. You got Kenny Pickett, who's kind of at this point probably looked at as a career backup. And you got 2 rookies who are going to be scratching and clawing to make this roster in Shador and Dylan Gabriel. So it's very, very interesting. But again, I don't think it feels like, from a Baltimore perspective, and maybe this is what you're getting at, it doesn't feel like a threat.
Yeah, it's not a threat. Hell, I can even me, Julian, and Mike can go into Cleveland and just wreck the Browns. Let me put it that way. We can wreck the Browns and just go. What do you want? A 50 burger to nothing, or just let them have a field goal just out of pity?
It's going to be very, very interesting. I still would not be surprised if they find a way, God forbid, to split the season series, because that's what they do. It's the AFC North. The Ravens had self-inflicted wounds last year. Kyle Hamilton should have had that pick. There never should have been a series split the way there was, but there was. And I got to keep the guest lines going, brother. It was great to talk to you.
One quick thing. I'm glad that we were able to get Starks and Green, because if you remember, we were talking about getting either Green, either Starks, either Emuwari.
Nick Emuwari.
Yeah. So at least we got 2 or 3. And hey, watch out, because that defense is going to hunt whichever quarterback this catastrophic is, we're going against Whack-A-Mole Rudolph, and
Did you just say what I think you just said?
yes, Whack-A-Mole
Whack-A-Mole Rudolph. I've never heard that before. That shit's hilarious.
and we're going against Burrow. So
Correct. Thanks, brother. Appreciate you.
All
Enjoy
right.
the rest of the draft, my friend.
You too.
We'll catch up soon. The guest lines are open. We don't often do this on the vault, but honestly, we're approaching 15 hours of combined coverage. I am solo today. Thanks to Samuel and Joku for dropping by. Thanks to Noah Hose for spending close to an hour and a half with me. That was awesome. From the For the Flock YouTube channel. If you guys want to share a thought with me in terms of how you're grading out the Ravens thus far through the draft, please do so by clicking on the link that's a pinned comment right now in the live chat. In order to access that, if you're on Twitter, you have to come over to YouTube to do so. We would love to have you over here. Kansas City's on the clock right now at 156. That means we're 20 picks away from the Ravens at 176, which will close out the 5th round. Picks are flying off the board right now. We're just approaching that territory where they happen really every couple minutes. But the Ravens will be coming up in under 20 selections from right now. Please like the video on your way in if you could. Subscribe if you haven't already done so, and hit that notification bell so that you can be notified of when we're dropping our daily live content here inside the channel. A couple of super chats before we go back to the guest line. C King says Brown's quarterback room is going to be like that fight scene in Anchorman between all the news channels. So saith I, the C King. That's hilarious. DJ Burke says Cleveland's QB room is the Hunger Games. And JP Bugs writes, based on football only, this is nothing less than a solid A. Starks and Green. Vincent's a great pick. I had mocked Buchanan to Baltimore in the 6th round. He ends up going to Baltimore in just a short while ago. It was the 4th round, the inside linebacker out of Cal. Thanks to all of you for dropping in super chats. Appreciate all the love today. There's over 4,200 concurrents. Big numbers for day 3. Thank you so much. Hope you guys are having an awesome weekend. Asmodeus, a.k.a. Richard, who I owe a text back to, but it's the draft weekend and I'm not sleeping, so I hope you'll forgive me, my friend. But we'll bring him in. You know him as Asmodeus. I know him as Richard, a.k.a. my wing running mate at YSA events. That is single events within the Mormon church community. And who knows, maybe we'll be going to Disney World, even though I am far, far from a Disney adult, Richard. And that's why it's going to be a no for me. No, I'm just kidding. I haven't said a no to yet. But what's up, dude? Happy draft weekend.
Yo, what's up? How you doing?
Refreshing everybody on the context that I just rambled about. You and I went to a singles Mormon event at a DC church. It was back in January.
It was a National Cathedral. So we're at the National Cathedral. They have a school right next to it. It was all the churches around the DMV area, around the Beltway. So that's why they have so many people like that.
Thank you for clarifying, refreshing my memory. A lot of cute girls out there. Nothing ended up happening. No number swap, but maybe we'll be doing it again soon. Tell me, more importantly, how you're grading overall, or just how you're assessing the Ravens draft so far.
So, I mean, I got to give it an A. One thing that I would say is I wanted D-tackle. I want to have the trenches, plugged up, but we didn't necessarily go on the defensive side of the ball. We went on the offensive side of the ball. I cannot complain about that. Protecting the more is going to be critical. Arguably, that could be the reason why we lost against the Bills. So seeing us, getting 2 tackles in there, one that I think, could be a swing tackle, converted, maybe possibly compete at guard. So, and the other one seems to be another pure tackle, which right now may not make a lot of sense, but if you keep him on the rotation, keep him maybe as a backup, and then if he emerges, I mean, we have 2 tackles locked up right now, but who's to say, maybe knock on wood, one of them is not available, then we at least have the backup right there. So definitely can't hate that. I see Tim.
Sure.
So Tim's comment, like, no problem, man. Glad to do it.
Yeah, that was nice of you, dude. There's a new feature that we rolled out a short while ago, as you know, which allows viewers, subscribers to become channel members, official Voltron channel members. And you were kind enough to randomly gift one within the last couple of days. And apparently Tim was the on the receiving end of said gift.
It was actually 5 folks. So it was Tim, Ray was one of them, and there's a couple other folks that I can't recall right now.
Oh, wait, say that again? You gifted more than one?
Yeah, I gifted 5. So Rave was one of them. I think Mike was one of them. Tim was one of them. And I'm just like, I'm blanking on the other two.
Super kind, dude. Appreciate that. And thanks to all of our channel members who've become integral parts of what we're doing here. And obviously, you know, it goes without saying, we really appreciate you guys. Right now, the Chargers pick is in. They are at 158. We have closed within 20 picks of when the Ravens will close down the 5th round at 176 overall. And then the onslaught begins. They'll have 4 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th. We appreciate you guys for being here today. There are over 4,200 concurrents. Big one, big audience for day 3. What do you think about Mike Green? This has been a controversial, obviously, pick for the Ravens from at 59, Asmodeus. And I don't know why I'm calling you that, Richard. But at 59 out of Marshall, this is a player that brings in a ton of intangibles, a ton of production from his time at Marshall. The guy lit up the stat sheet, but sort of the cloud hanging over everything, particularly last night at his press conference, was the pre-existing sexual assault allegations, 2 of them to be exact, from his college days. He went to the University of Virginia first. He then transferred to Marshall. Anybody who continues to get after me about why this is being brought up just is missing the point, okay? That's the reality of it. I'm not going to go on a rant the way that I did in the opening few minutes. I got really mad at not a fan. I shouldn't have done that. I raised my voice a little bit. Chris left the live stream for a little while. She was mad at me, and now she's back, which I'm happy about, but I never want to have Chris exiting the live stream because she and Minx to Cutie are important to me. Everybody's important to me here. But the point is, again, this shouldn't be taken lightly. There's no humor to these allegations, obviously. The reality is the Ravens made their decision, and they ultimately felt comfortable enough to bring in Mike Green, who should be, football-wise, an immediate impact player for them at the edge.
So as far as Mike Green goes, when I saw it yesterday, I got giddy. The fact that we have someone who's a pure pass rusher, I was very happy about that. Yesterday, I don't think I was aware of the actual allegations. I will stick with the same sentiment I had with Justin Tucker. I believe that you're innocent until you're proven guilty. So you know the allegations are serious. Don't want to discount that at all. But at the same time, I don't want to condemn somebody who's not been through due process and actually has been convicted. He hasn't been convicted. He was accused. And so with that in mind, you know, like, I trust the Ravens, especially considering, you know, the I guess media spotlight we have right now, just Tucker anyway. And so with that in mind, you know, that the Ravens are already under a microscope. It's the fact that the one team that has the most scrutiny at the moment decided to pick him probably means that they did a very thorough job in reviewing his case, checking out if any sort of validity was there. And then, you know, based on what I'm assuming is based on a lack of evidence, they decided it's safe enough to go and pick him up. So I don't feel particularly too worried about that. We'll see what happens when he's on the team, whether or not there's anything that happens during his tenure. But I definitely don't want to convict. You know, I don't want to condemn a man before he has an opportunity to prove himself.
Well said, Richard. This is how Eric DeCosta and John Harbaugh fielded every single Mike Green related question last night when it comes to the off the field stuff, their assessment, and how they ultimately felt comfortable enough to spend this kind of draft capital on a player who was free falling and was really a surefire talent when it comes to the on the field football experience.
I mean, the beautiful thing about that is
there were 2 sexual assault allegations regarding Mike Green. When he was younger, I know he denied them. And there have been no charges. Fans have already reached out and said, this shows it doesn't really matter as long as you can play. What do you say to those fans?
I would say that we investigated this situation very thoroughly. I think we have the best scouts in the NFL. We've got great scouts that go into Virginia. They go into Marshall. We've got people that work for us investigating different incidents with players all the time. And we felt comfortable taking him. We think he's a talented player. We understand the severity of what these allegations were, of course, but doing our due diligence, we are comfortable with Mike. I personally spent an hour and a half with him in my office, and I think the best is yet to come with him, and I'm glad we got him.
Given the allegations, obviously, with Justin Tucker at the moment, I know completely separate, and each case is looked at individually. When you have a situation like that, do you weigh, does that play and have any weight when you're considering looking at a different guy?
Yeah, I don't think that would be fair to either player. I mean, it'd be like me asking you, your writing style is similar to Jameson, you're both in the media, but you write differently, so it's two different situations, I think, Brian, and it's, obviously, allegations are severe, we take it seriously. We look at them individually, and we do as much homework as we can, and specifically to Mike, in Mike's case, I feel like we did a good job talking to as many people as possible. We talked to Mike at length. We did our own kind of work behind the scenes, looking at all the different things, and we felt comfortable taking them.
Eric, I know you guys, when you're putting your draft board together, you kind of separate things based off injuries and character and off the field issues. When it came to Mike, I guess, I know you said you guys kind of diligently investigated it. What made you get to the point to where you were comfortable taking the chance with him?
Yeah, I think you just answered your own question. I mean, we diligently investigated it. We got as much information as we could. We considered the facts. We considered the allegations. We considered what the reports actually were and what they actually weren't, and we made the decision based off of that.
Eric, what kind of feedback did you get from coaches and people in his circle regarding his character?
I would say positive.
John, what did you learn about him when you met? What was that? I imagine you were part of that too when you came.
Yeah, I actually wasn't here the day we met with him, but I just echo what Eric said. I mean, Eric did. I mean, it was Eric. It was our scouts. I was in all the meetings. I heard all the reports. And what Eric said was really interesting. It's not so much what they were and what they weren't is just as important. And the coaches and administrators and teammates at Marshall were fully supportive of everything he had done there. And the same at UVA. It wasn't any different at UVA. It was exactly the same from that standpoint. So it was. I talk about due diligence. It was exhaustive what these guys have done, and we made a decision based on what we felt was fair.
Is it still a tough decision when you're weighing that? When you're weighing those things, even when you go through those?
I mean, I think every decision we make with the draft is tough because we have a finite amount of picks, and every pick is very valuable, and so you consider everything. You scrutinize everything. It really does become, our lives, especially after the season ends. It's a race to the finish, and so it is a difficult decision. It's a difficult decision when a guy runs a slow 40. It's a difficult decision when a guy has allegations. It's a difficult decision when a guy has an injury that you think he can't overcome, but maybe he can't overcome. That all kind of gets factored in because in the end, there is an element of risk mitigation with everything we do. And we want these guys to come in and be productive right away, and they have to be talented. They've got to be durable, and we have to have a lot of trust in them. So it is a difficult decision.
The guest lines are open. That was every single answer to questions that Eric DeCosta and John Harbaugh fielded last night as it relates to Mike Green, who, of course, is the newest edge rusher and the 59th overall selection in the second round last night out of Marshall. Smile Mondin has just come off the board, and I know the Ravens had some interest in him. I believe he was in the building at one point. He is Georgia's linebacker. Philadelphia takes him. The Eagles are beefing up their defense on day 3 here. That means the Jets now pick is in at 162, and Carolina is on deck. Pittsburgh in the hole. What the? Is anybody in the Baltimore area right now? Is there a windstorm happening outside right now? Because I am literally hearing. Wow. Anyway, sorry. That just I just totally lost my train of thought. It literally sounds like there's a hurricane on its way into Baltimore right now. But again, I have no idea what's happening outside. All my shades are closed. Anyway, do you have any thought on that, Richard, before I let you go?
Sure. I mean, Eric DeCosta just basically confirmed everything that, I personally believe already. And I would say this. I mean, I'm really excited about Mike Green. Hot take. I think he could be our best outside pass rusher since Terrell Suggs. I think that, I think the Ravens defensive old could potentially be coming back with Kyle Hamilton, Malachi Starks, Monday Madubuike, talking about Roquan Smith, and now you're talking about Mike Green. So that old school style defense that we all loved back in 2000 and onward, that may be very well be coming back along with an Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry led offense. That screams Super Bowl to me.
Well said. Why don't we get you out of here on this? Jason Smith's big board, the Raven-centric big board that he's kind enough to constantly put together. It's dwindling down a little bit as we make our way close to the sixth round here. But when you look what's currently left talent-wise and knowing the needs they have in terms of interior defensive line and corner, and what do you think is an area a player they might go for? Who would you call your shot here? About 14 picks away from when they're back on the clock.
You almost have to think that based on for this board, I would almost have to say that it's going to be a BPA, so it's probably going to be Paul, linebacker, if the Ravens board looks anything like this.
Okay.
Yeah, you'd have to say that just based on pure BPA, and that's the way that the Ravens have been doing it.
That's your shot then.
Yep.
You're calling it now.
Yep.
All right. And do this. Do this for me on your way out. I owe you a text back about a pending invitation that is currently on the table for me and you to be running mates again at a singles Mormon event. And I believe you said this latest one, rather than it being at the National Cathedral in D.C., is at Disney World. Can you please give more context and give more details to this invitation?
Sure. So it's going to be, the actual deadline is going to be April 30th. That's the time that you need to sign up. It is the entire weekend from August 8th to 10th. Basically, it's going to be a $150 ticket. That ticket includes basically 2 nights at the resort hotel. Includes 1 day at the Epcot, and then food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. There's going to be speed dating event going on over there. A lot of different workshops, chances to be able to mingle one-on-one or in small groups. The cap for registration is 2,000 people. Last I checked, there were around 900 to 1,000 already. So it's going to be a lot of people showing up on this one.
All right. Perhaps we're running mates again. I think I might be down in St. Pete by then. We'll have to see.
You're in St. Pete. That's maybe an hour and a half away.
I was going to say, I'll be right around the corner.
Yep.
Thanks, Richard. Appreciate you for calling in, dude. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
All right, man. You have a good one.
Later.
And drink some water, man.
I was going to say, I do have water off to my right. I just put down a Kind bar, so hopefully that'll serve me well. And this energy drink is canned, so that's where we're at.
All right.
Talk soon, brother.
See ya.
Asmodeus, a.k.a. Richard, and a gift giver, which is super cool of him. 13 picks out. And by the way, the guest lines are open. If you'd like to share a thought leading into the final 5th round pick that the Ravens have, which is 176 overall and 13 selections away from where we stand right now, you can do so by clicking on the link that's included as a pinned comment in the live chat. That'll allow you to FaceTime into the program and let me know how you're evaluating Eric DeCosta thus far. Very curious to see what you guys have to say. Torres says he ain't calling in because he's driving. I think you've done riskier things in your life before, haven't you, Torres? I think you are. Matter of fact, the Bobby Baltimore Discord server is very active right now. I would love for you guys to join it. It's a 24/7 hub for conversation surrounding Baltimore sports. And you can join it for free coming up in just a bit. Torres confirming what I already knew. After hours, look out. JP Bugs chimes in with a super chat, and he writes, based on football only, this is nothing less than a solid A. Starks and Green. Vincent's a great pick. I had mocked Buchanan to Baltimore in the 6th round. Fantastic. DJ Burke says Cleveland's quarterback room equals the Hunger Games, and you can't get enough of this, boy. You can, and boy, look at what Philadelphia is doing right now. I got to pause the screen because they got a bunch of dogs that are coming to Philadelphia. Jihad Campbell was their first rounder. You got Ty Robinson in the 4th. They're beefing up their defense. You got Smile Mondin out of Georgia that's joining the group as a 5th-round pick. A lot of talent. The Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles are retooling things as we speak. But how about it? These are your Cleveland Browns. This is your quarterback room. Not all will be on the roster when it's all said and done, but there you have it. Deshaun Watson, Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, and Shador Sanders. Wow. I just saw a clip that was floating around the internet of what Mel Kiper had to say. And let's pull that up right now because he has been highly outspoken as it relates to Shador Sanders and the free fall that's taken place. Bear with me. Obviously, when you're solo, multitasking is challenging, but I'm bringing this video in just a second from ESPN. Mel Kiper at the desk went on a little bit of a Mel Kiper-esque rant that sounded and looked like this.
Offensive line, that's critical for Shador. Said it when Tom Brady was taken. The offensive line's got to protect him. He's got to have that fortress in front of him, as Brady did, allowed him to have that success. You think about what he had at Colorado. He dealt with adversity. He dealt with a muddy pocket. He done it with everything NFL conditions lead you to have to deal with once you get to the pro level. Then you think about the character. I think this is the misperception. I think the fact of the matter is Deion was a great teammate. Deion practiced hard. They loved him in the NFL. They loved him with the Atlanta Braves in Major League Baseball. Shador, he will galvanize. He'll be that kind of guy. So again, the offensive line, if you're talking about the Cleveland Browns, that's the issue, guys. If they can protect him, obviously get the weapons, but up front is where they got to be strong. Allow him to do his job, and he will be a surgeon. He will pick you apart. I mean, you give Shador time. He sees the field. He's accurate to all levels, and he is a tremendous competitor, incredibly tough. So, again, durable, having all the hits he took, and never got hurt, okay? And he had never running game. Not mention offensive line. He had no running game. So he was out there, and he led them to a winning year. He led them to an upset over TCU when he first got there, first game. Then the wheels came off. That Stanford game when the second half the lead was won with the half. Shador Sanders, to me, when you talk about the locker room and the players around him, they love him. Now, the perception from others outside, based on what there's the noise, maybe they didn't like what they heard. I don't know how it was handled. You get all the word about this, that. You think, well, they're just trying to hurt Shador. Teams are still throwing it out there. You don't know what was true, what wasn't. How Deion's going to operate. Deion's going to stay out of it. Deion's going to be calling or threatening any coaches or saying, or there'll be a threat that Deion could take over. Deion's not happy. Deion's not going to say anything. Deion's going to coach Colorado. So a lot of this stuff, I think, just made no sense to me, kind of the negativity you heard over the last couple months.
Mel Kiper, not mincing his words, as he hasn't really all draft long, as Shador Sanders has fallen and fallen and fallen and ultimately fallen to the Cleveland Browns in the 5th round, where he will join a very busy and stacked quarterback room. Mel Kiper, the Godfather, and Baltimore's finest, having went to Calvert Hall. Back to the guest lines we go. Appreciate you guys for being with me on this Saturday. We are approaching 15 hours of combined coverage. 15 of them, count them, 15 combined hours of coverage. The guest lines are open. We're going down to Oklahoma. My guy Clinton is in the waiting room. He's ready to go. Clint, what's up, dude?
What up, Bobby? How are you? Just want to make sure, can you hear me okay?
Great to hear you, man. You are looking to be in some sort of man cave or basement or in the middle of a move. What are you doing right now?
We are in the middle of a move. We're going to be going to a shop at my in-laws for the bit until we get a new house finalized. But we're literally moving around the corner, so there's a whole lot of packing stuff up. And I've got a nice box right next to me of just full of garage things and all that. So on the opposite side of me is the normally big TV that's got the draft on. I, like you, love the draft, just general, like it's one of my favorite times of the year. So it's just one of those like, all right, we have 100% opportunity. And I think personally, EDC has knocked it out of the park. We've got a lot of draft depth that is coming in to be able to give competition to guys. And in my opinion, we have guys that if they develop 3 to 4 years from now, we'll have guys that are going to be starters and on cheaper contracts that way we can kind of keep replacing, because unfortunately Lamar's got to, he's got his paycheck that's coming, and that affects everybody down the line. So we've got to keep hitting it out of the park with the draft picks, and I think EDC's doing an awesome job.
Well said, Clint. Before we get back to the football, more pressing needs here. Live chat wants to know if you're enjoying yourself a little bit today. I know you're in the middle of a move. Last time, yeah, okay.
Always. So it's better to just stay ready than have to get ready, and especially in these times, it's stress through the wazoo kind of feeling and day. So yeah, I'll tell the chat that.
Okay, you'll leave it at that. You're enjoying yourself. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. And it's one of those if you know moments. And when we had Clinton on the first time around, he made sure to share a little behind the scenes in his man cave what he was up to on a Friday or a Saturday night, if memory serves. But anyway, let's get to the first round pick that we have not spent a ton of time on today, just because players are really going to start to chime in and out here, starting 10 picks from now, when they have when they have one more in the 5th, 4 in the 6th, and then one more in the 7th as well. Malachi Starks got this whole thing started back on Thursday night, 27th overall. It was after 11 o'clock, and he fell into the Ravens' lap. There's a lot of folks that have had a lot to say about him, but I want to go to Todd McShay first, because I think he did a really good job of explaining, especially when you think of the other safeties that were out there, the way the board was shaking out leading up to 27, of explaining how and why Malachi fell to 27. Listen to this.
Explain Starks to you. Malachi Starks, unfortunately, comes out, and he had one of here's the hard part with when you're going up, and Nick Eamon-Warry comes out, and Nick Eamon-Warry is 6'3", 220 pounds. And you can leave that up for a second. 6'3", 220 pounds, 32-inch arms, ran a 4.38. It was a legendary workout for the South Carolina safety, okay? 4.38, broke the combine broad jump record by 4 freaking inches. It had an 11.6. And then his 43-inch vertical jump was the best by any player at 200-plus pounds ever, any position at the combine, okay? So when Eamon-Warry's doing all that, well, Starks comes up. Starks runs a 4.5 at 6'1", 197 pounds. 4.5 versus 4.38. Oof, doesn't look good, right? Only 4 safeties ran slower than that 4.50. Then he runs a 7.263 cone, slowest of all the safeties. Then he runs a 4.45 short shuttle, slowest. Then he had a 33-inch vertical jump, third worst. So it's like, yeah, Eamon-Warry, man, he's going to be a top 15, top 20 pick, right? I thought it too. But then you dig in on the tape, and then you dig in on the background, you dig in on some of the concerning parts with Eamon-Warry, and then you go back to the tape with Starks. Much better play speed than 40 time indicates. Covers ground quickly, 2 high looks, single high, matches with slot receivers and off coverage. Matches up well with tight ends. Love his position versatility. Can play nickel, free, even cornerback in a pinch. Smooth mover. I wrote this. Safeties don't usually move like this guy does in pads. Everything's smooth, easy, fluid in his turns, in his transactions, right? Or transitions. 6 interceptions, 22 pass breakups in 3 seasons in Athens. Active run defender, fills it hard, and then you get to dig in on his stuff. And it's like, oh, wait, Kirby talks about this guy the same way Nick talked about Will Anderson. In the same way that they're talking about some of these guys who are getting drafted really high, right? Like Donovan Jackson, Will Campbell, Tyler Booker. Durable, consistent, team first, tough guy, does everything you want, always there, understands the defense, understands the concepts, can change week to week. And now you plug it in. What does that mean to Baltimore? Well, Baltimore, I got news for you.
He's a great compliment to Kyle Hamilton. Great compliment.
Phenomenal.
They're going to be perfect for each other. By the way, the tape with Starks isn't clean. There was a chance he could go a lot earlier than this.
Baltimore allowed 58 plays of 20-plus yards last year, third most in the NFL.
Right.
This guy single-handedly will not fix it, but will play a big role in cutting down that
It'll
number.
make it better, that's for sure. There's zero question.
No, go ahead. Finish up on Starks.
I think the reason the Ravens are lucky, and it's one of those things you'll look back on, and this has happened with other players, right? You'll look at Starks' 2023 film and be like, this guy's going top 15. And then last year, there was a couple of moments where he's caught in bad matchups and coverage. He wasn't quite as good as you would want for a top 15 player. He falls, and who's there to swoop in and take advantage of it? Eric DeCosta, the general manager for the Ravens. It is a typical Ravens pick. He's a great fit for what they need to do. He fills a need, and he's a player that probably dropped because he didn't have a great year. But when you look at the overall body of work, he probably should have gone sooner, right?
Yes.
So I know that was a lengthy clip, Clint, and I appreciate your patience there, but I thought that was a great explanation of how Malachi fell, how he stacked up against his competition, Nick Eamon-Wari, who is really universally believed, those two guys, as the top two safeties in this year's draft. He's the South Carolina kid, is Nick. Malachi, obviously, from Georgia. Both bring a lot to the table, but ultimately they're getting a player that may not overwhelm you athleticism-wise and may not have the ceiling of a Nick Eamon-Wari. But, man, his floor is high, and I think he's going to come in and immediately make an impact for this team and start to diminish and help out in the area that they really struggled in the first half of last year, which was allowing the big play.
Oh, 100%. I think he's going to be a great center field piece to mix into this defense, where if we're running a big nickel and he's running that third safety in there, we can have our Darius kind of staying closer towards the line and put Starks closer towards the back end, just covering the center field, just like an old Ed Reed, using his head more than having to use his speed, knowing where to be at the right position at the right time. That's exactly the model and game. In my opinion, this is a blue chip prospect for us. And I almost feel like Nick Eamon-Wari tested great because he needed to. And Malachi Starks went, I have the body of work to be able to go, if you watch my film and you saw that last year I was dealing with injuries, so my production wasn't as good. Whereas in 2023, if he'd have come out, he would have been in that top 15. So in my opinion, I think he is that blue chip type of prospect that we knocked it out of the park by bringing him in, knowing that he's going to fit our system. We've got 5 years now of control with him, assuming we pick up the 5th-year option and he plays. But, that's assuming he plays and he performs well, and like we all think that he will. And just knowing his backstory, hearing those things about him, this guy's a workhorse. He is going to come in and be 100% the guy that all of us Ravens fans are going to love. That's exactly who we're pulling in. And I think that's number one reason why A+ knocked it out of the park.
Chris Sims gave another perspective as well.
I know why people like him, and I like him too. He's another guy that I would go, yeah, I'm not wowed by all the physical ability all the time, but he's a damn good football player that I would want starting on my defense. That's for sure. He's not your traditional thumper safety type of guy. This is a nickel slash nickel slash free safety type of guy. I think that's ultimately where you'd want him. And even within nickel, I think I would want him more in. I want him nickel because we think they're going to run. He's going to help in the run game. He's going to play physical. I mean, he's from Georgia. There's no hesitation in his tackling, his physicality. That's what you like right away, right? He's twitchy. He accelerates, right? And then he's very good at knowing what's being done on the offensive side of the ball and having a good feel for that. He's just a good football player, right? But on run downs, I'd want him to play nickel. Pass downs, I'd want him at free safety, right? He tackles well. He's not a killer. I wouldn't want to take him in the first round. That's what I wrote. He's a safe pick, And because it's Georgia, he's a little overrated. But he's a great, smart, charismatic kid, and he's a really good football player, just not an elite special athlete. And hey, because of that, he could get. We talked about this the last pod. There's going to be a few guys where I don't know if their physical ability says first round, but it's all their other characteristic traits and what they can bring to the culture of the team and all of that certain teams are going to love, and that's where Malachi Starks will certainly thrive.
Well, he was a surefire first rounder for the Ravens, and I think he might have been for others as well. That was from Chris Sims during the pre-draft process. We'll see. Malachi, I think, again, has a floor that is high, may not have the highest ceiling of others, but I think he fits in with the Ravens. He's going to bring a sense of calm to the secondary. He's going to allow Kyle Hamilton to be the Swiss Army knife that we all know and want him to be at all times. I think he brings a certain level of savvy. He's got high leverage reps under his belt during his time at Georgia. He won a couple national titles. Todd Monken on the other side of the ball knows him well from his days in Georgia. So that is that. I'm going to get you out of here on this. We're 5 picks away from the final one in the 5th round. That's the Ravens. Then they have 4 more in the 6th, 1 more in the 7th. Is there a specific player or position that you're targeting right now at the end of the 5th round? And I will pull up Jason Smith's big board. It's his Raven-centric big board. The names are starting to dwindle a little bit, baby. What do you think?
Yeah, man. I still see Horn, and I feel if this is the time to bring in that last receiver into the group that, fully form out that room, let them do that special teams role, help with punt return or kick return, kind of take that off of Wallace, let Tylan Wallace play a little bit more on the offensive side, on third down, because he does such an excellent job of that. You know me, those Oak State guys, those are my favorites, Wallace and Hill. So Joe Horn, though, I think he's going to be a sneaky guy that could be someone that we could just pull in as a late, 5th round pick that we could take that swing on, that we've already got enough depth. He doesn't need to, we just want him to develop these first year and then maybe later on turn into more.
You heard it here first. Clinton down in Oklahoma, literally in the middle of a move, but also making sure he's in the right state of mind, as always, on a Saturday. Brother, it's great to see you. Glad you called in. Thanks for carving out some time, and enjoy this pick coming up in about 5 selections.
Thank you, guys.
Later, brother. And for those of you who are just kind of wondering what's been going on today, our formatting and whatnot, Sarah has her parents in town from Utah in Columbus. And they also have the baptism of their youngest daughter. So there's a lot that's going on right now in Sarah's world that has her relatively busy. So wish her well, shoot her a tweet. We're actually live on her Twitter account right now, leading maybe some people to believe that she's working today, but she's not. And I'm glad she's not, because she deserves the time with her family. And I love her parents. I've met them virtually. They are really, really, really good people. So that's where things stand right now. The Ravens will be on the clock in a few picks at 176, and that will finish up, crazy enough, that will finish up the 5th round. So we are moving along here relatively gradually. Here is how the last several picks have shaken out. Buffalo took a corner out of Ohio State by the name of Jordan Hancock. Za Frazier went to Chicago, a corner out of Texas San Antonio. Drew Kendall, a center from BC, goes to the Eagles. Jackson Slater, a guard from Sacramento State, goes to Tennessee. And I'm not going to go through every single one of these players, but I know Smile Mondin, there were some links there when it comes to what the Ravens might have been looking for. Talented linebacker out of Georgia. Of course, we know that Shador Sanders went off the board in the 5th round. He waited a long time. I'm sure it was an excruciating wait for him. But the Colorado QB and the son of Dion heads to Cleveland to join a rather jam-packed quarterback room that consists of Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Deshaun Watson, Dylan Gabriel, who's a fellow rookie out of Oregon, So that's the way this 5th round is shaken out as we speak. And we're getting closer and closer to where the Ravens are at 176. I may be able to fit in one more call. There's no one in the waiting room right now, but WBAL's Pete Gilbert, who is one of the sports analysts, TV directors over at my former employer and a former co-host of mine on the Ravens radio network, will be joining me in just a minute. But if you guys would like to fit in one more call, the guest lines are open, and the link to join is in the live chat as a pinned comment right now. So maybe you guys want to hop on, share a thought, grade the Ravens out, maybe call your shot in terms of what you're projecting the Ravens to do in 4 picks from now when they are on the clock. The Rams are on right now. Buffalo is on deck. Arizona in the hole. Seattle batting cleanup, and the Ravens sitting at 176 right now, which again will close out the 5th round. They will then have 4. It'll feel like it's probably happening every minute in the 6th round, and then they will have 1 in the 7th. And remember, a 7th round that comes to mind, Geno Stone from a few years ago. I think that was the pandemic year, if I'm not mistaken. That worked out pretty well for them. They certainly developed him, and he headed elsewhere to Cincinnati this past year. And of course, the Ravens received compensatory pick in exchange. Over 4,400 concurrents today. Great viewership on this day 3, on this Saturday of the 2025 NFL Draft. I want to say thank you to all of you for dropping by. Please like the video on your way in. Subscribe if you haven't already done so, and hit that notification. As I just mentioned, Pete Gilbert is a WBAL TV sportscaster. It goes all the way back to 2003. He and Jerry Sandusky have been crushing it inside those walls. They were both very kind to me when I was there on the radio side of things, and Pete was one of my running mates, along with Keith Mills, for a couple seasons in post-game format in terms of the Ravens radio network. So it'll be good to reunite with my guy. We do it a couple times a year. I'm glad he said no the night before. You had a very rare, let's call it that, a very rare Friday night to yourselves, you and the missus. I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. It's great to see you, my friend. What have you made of the draft so far?
Hey, Bobby, indeed. Great to see you. It's when you think about, they didn't need a whole lot of starters. That was very clear. Kind of thought you might see packaging to move up a little because you had so many picks when you're looking at the number, 11 selections. But they've decided we are just going to stockpile biggins up front and defenders. It's funny, and not a single pass catcher, not a ball carrier, doesn't matter. They said we are just going to replenish our special teams, our offensive line depth. And when it's in a luxurious kind of place right now to be able to do that. And when you can go in the first round and say, we don't really have to have a safety right now, but we love this guy, so we're going to take him, you go ahead and do it. What I think will be very interesting to see down the road, what happens with Mike Green in the 2nd round. It's a very confident selection by the Ravens, and that they say, we believe there are no issues. We believe we have done our due diligence, despite several teams reportedly saying they would not have him on the board because of a pair of sexual assault allegations, of which there were charges that were never brought. But given what is going on with Justin Tucker, as they await the league's investigation report with that, and given, history with Ray Rice, given that, a few years ago, John Harbaugh had said, they essentially have a zero tolerance policy. This was a confident selection, and they feel they got a first round player in the 2nd round. And, now they got to really hope indeed that they did their proper due diligence.
Yeah, no, it's well said. And right before you logged on, I played every single answer to Mike Green related questions that were fielded last night by Eric and John, which, as you probably watched, were you there last night?
I was not there last night. No.
Oh, no, you were at dinner. Yeah. So I made sure to put it all together. It ran probably close to 4 minutes or so when it was all combined. And to your point, I think the biggest takeaway is that it's not a surprise that they handle it in this way, messaging wise. It was, hey, we feel comfortable with the homework that we've done. This has been a thorough process of due diligence, and we're rolling with it. But also, to your point, with Justin having this cloud that's kind of looming right now, and the investigation that's still ongoing from a league perspective, this there's a lot happening right now off the field for the Ravens. And that's kind of been the case, Pete, this offseason, which is unusual throughout the Lamar era. The only off-field stuff in the Lamar era that garnered this kind of attention, and maybe it wasn't to the extent of what it was in 23, but it was Lamar's contract.
Yep.
And it was a completely different situation, but that garnered national attention. And while Mike Green may not garner what Justin Tucker has in recent months, it's just another thing added to the plate, which I think is what you were alluding to there.
Yeah, and Ben Cleveland being brought back, which again was a bit of a puzzler, just in that he had never, after 4 seasons, hadn't been able to crack, the code and find a way to get on the field other than special teams. Gets arrested for, the cops say he was, the BAC was twice the legal limit. I mean, if ever there was a reason to say, okay, we're good, they brought him back. Again, I think it's, again, signs of a very comfortable, confident franchise, and they believe they know, when they believe they know you, they're going to back you.
Yes.
And that's where they are there. Again, I'm not sure. Again, I found considering that Ben Cleveland was unable to get on the field, I found that odd, is what I will describe that. But yeah, there has been more noise for sure off the field than what we typically see for this franchise. But again, when you have, Eric DeCosta, since he took over in 2019, I mean, he's been there for, forever. John Harbaugh, going into season 18 forever. When you have the people that have been in place for that long, and they are in the good graces of the owner who's been there for a very long time as well, you are afforded room to go ahead and make decisions like this. And they may not carry the level of, of weight. If you're in a first or second year GM head coach combo, and you're taking big swings and going out on limbs, if it fails, you're gone right away. These guys have built up equity, and they are comfortable with where they are making these calls, and they also have a lot of experience that tells them that they can make the right ones. Because they've been right a heck of a lot more than they've been wrong.
Certainly. So let's reset here, because on TV copy, Seattle is on the clock. But if you're watching on Twitter and on the website, the Ravens are on the clock, obviously, because TV is just a half step behind. So let me do this while I reset. If you could do me a favor and ditch the headphones just so we can hear you clearly, that would be helpful, just in terms of the quality of your audio, Pete. It's just ever so slightly muffled, and I want to make sure everybody gets your instant reaction to this pick, which is coming up.
How that's
okay in just a second. So Denzel Burke is an Ohio State.
Is that
corner.
any better for you?
Yes, thank you. Arizona's taken Denzel Burke.
I can't hear you now, though.
Oh no,
Hello?
You got me, Pete?
Got the volume all the way up, and I don't hear you at all.
Okay, why don't you come in and come out?
Let's see here. How about now?
You got me? No? Sorry, Pete, I just screwed you up. Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Okay, perfect.
Can you hear me?
Yes, and you sound great. Thank you for doing that.
Oh, good. I'm glad that's better.
I wanted to make sure that you weren't muffled for this instant reaction that's coming up here in just a second. So, Ravens are on the clock, and it's going to be a quick one here because they're at 176 and 178. So they traded around with Tennessee earlier on today, and now things are going to get good here. There's 4 in the 6th. It's going to feel like every other minute here, and then 1. And what's really going to feel like, Pete, is 2022 4th.
Yeah, and will be interesting. Is this also a point where you grab a kicker? Is this in the run where do you grab another punter? Are you confident and satisfied with what you've seen out of Jordan Stout? I'm not entirely sure that they are. He certainly has been inconsistent, and for someone who's drafted in the 4th round, that was a good bit of equity they expended at that point on him. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see which way they go here, and you take some flyers on guys who you think they have, whether it's great speed, they have one great trait, but others may be lacking. So you say, hopefully that upside will shine through and we can fix the others. That's kind of what you're looking for here in the 6th round.
Yep. no doubt, Jordan. Like you said, special teams definitely would not be a surprise whatsoever. There was an onslaught of them in the 2022 fourth, which we were both alluding to. That's where you got Likely, you got Pepe Williams, you got Jalen Armour-Davis, you got Stout, you got a bunch of guys in that round, and we're just seconds away, I'm sure, from learning who the Ravens are taking with the last pick in the 5th round. Where did that go? Did they just trade it? They just traded it with the Jets, according to the website, which has not yet been reflect. Okay, here it comes. Brian Wacker's the first on it. It's a 5th round pick. The Jets traded with Baltimore. So that's all for nothing. The second time today they trade. This time it's with the Jets. So now New York is on the clock. And that means that we'll just have to wait another minute or so when the Ravens get back on the clock at 178.
I would love to know how those things work. When on the trade earlier today, there was I'll just at this point leave an unnamed reporter when I was over at the Castle walking through saying, can somebody explain to me the math, how this is any better than what it was? And I nobody could come up with a real good answer. So I would hope to at some point get a little behind the scenes, like what's going through the minds here? Why make that kind of deal? That'd be interesting.
I couldn't agree more. And it cracks me up because I think about this one from Jeff. Jeff goes, so they moved back 5 in the 4th and moved up 5 in the 6th. Not sure I get it, but I'm not sure it's a big deal either.
Correct. I mean, I'm not going to waste a lot of brain cells on this one. It just,
right.
I'm not. I will say, I'm just, looking here on X, and I see Dev Panchwa, who's a good follow, Russell Street Report guy. He found this a review of Teddy Buchanan as far as someone gets just absolutely loving this stud 3-down linebacker, athleticism to cover and range to outside runs with relative ease, gets the ball. And I watched, enjoyed watching. I sat in on a Zoom and just, again, a guy who's just, you could tell the football IQ is coming off the charts. Just absolutely someone who's going to come in and you're going to be able to learn from one of the best in Roquan Smith. And, and also hey, Trent Simpson, this is a little push for you as well.
Yes. I'm glad you brought that up because we've had multiple guests come in and out over the last couple hours trying to decipher what that means for Trenton. Because as we know, year 2 in his first full season as a starter, which was supposed to be a full season, which it wasn't, did not go the way that he wanted to. And I think Roquan was affected because of that early on. Different underneath pass coverage assignments were certainly impacted. You go back to that opening night against Kansas City when they were destroying them in the middle part of the field. And Roquan seemed to half step behind. I think there was a level of miscommunication that was plaguing them between he and Trenton. And so, hey, competition breeds excellence. Iron sharpens iron, to use the classic football phrase. Pete, I don't know if there's a more under the radar, I don't know, want to say if it's open competition, but something that I would like to watch this offseason once camp gets going and whatnot. That should be compelling, that inside linebacker position. And does Teddy have a chance to be a guy that's not just going to participate in special teams his rookie season?
He certainly, I would think, be afforded an opportunity. Again, the challenge, he off the chart measurables, 40-inch vertical for Teddy. But I mean, Trenton Simpson, he was such an elite freak athletically.
Yeah.
So we don't know then, can you process what is going on? And I had a conversation with Zach Orr later in the season after Simpson had been benched, talking about him. And he said he's still very high on Zach because he is such an elite athlete and he's such a hard worker. It's just the processing of the information and what he was seeing was taking too long. And so it's a matter of now he hopes another full off season, go through camp, just the reps, and the work you're going to have to put in the film room to see it, that he will be able, that it will click for him. It just hadn't clicked, but he said, and not in any way given up on him. They said that would be ridiculous. He is an absolute freak, and you want to find a way to try and make it click for him. And that was Zach said, well, that's going to be one of my challenges this offseason for me to make sure I can find a way to have that happen. But he will have an option now for sure to certainly push the envelope with Trenton in bringing in Teddy.
And not be stuck in a rotation essentially with Chris Board on passing downs and Malik on rundowns,
right?
Which essentially is what they did for a chunk of last year once Trenton was demoted. Both those guys now leaving free agency. Malik stays in the division. Chris goes to the Giants, if I'm not mistaken, and that's where they stand as of right now. Dennis also noting too what you were alluding to. Trenton's a freak. He ran a 4.43, which was which was, and by the way, the fastest this year at the position. Actually, he followed up with another super chat here. The 4.46 was the fastest of all linebackers, defensive tackles, and defensive ends this year. And again, reminding us that Trenton several years ago ran a 4.43 coming out of Clemson. Nobody's questioning his traits and his abilities. It's what you're getting at.
No, it isn't about that. But again, I mean, they're all elite when they get out in the field there. Being elite only that can do so much for you at that point. It's about processing. How quickly can you properly diagnose and then apply the right technique required after that diagnosis. That's what it is. And that some guys it comes quickly, some guys it comes slower, for some it never comes. And they're in the hoping it comes slower camp right now because it did not come quickly.
Precisely. Thanks, Dennis, for the super chats. The Ravens will be on the clock here momentarily, depending on what channel you're watching, depending on what site you're scrolling. They may already be. And if you were wondering, being that this trade just took place a minute or so ago with the Jets, of what the 6th round now looks like, Jameson notes exactly that. And they have 5. Count them, 5, Pete. This is so similar to the 4th round back in 2022. But 178 will get it started, then 186, then 203, then 210, and then 212. So that's where we stand right now.
Well, Bobby, I mean, the one takeaway, from the pre-draft presser, of which there is very little, honestly, to take away from, was that their belief in the depth of this draft, not for the high-end elite player, but for the level of, the fact they had 203 draftable players, where some years they struggled to get to 160. That's why they wanted all these late-round draft picks. They think they can get contributing quality players later in the draft than is normal. So that's why they've stockpiled here at this point. We'll see if that's the case. I certainly hope it is, because a big part of it, when you have so many guys that you want to pay, when you want to pay Kyle Hamilton, when you want to pay Tyler Linderbaum, maybe Adafe Owe, these guys are going to be so expensive. Well, you got to have cheap players then around them, and 6th round picks, they cheap for 4 years. And that's how you can make those two things work in concert. But you've got to get those players around them. They still have to be able to play. And so that's where their analysis of this draft, if correct, this strategy will allow them to do those two things.
Not to mention a Lamar extension that you would think is hanging at some point here if you want to get out in front of it. The blueprint's out there with Josh getting his earlier this offseason. So that
You'd have to, no doubt.
Yep. All right, guys. On the clock are the Baltimore Ravens. 176 overall here as the 6th round begins. This is through the New York Jets trade that just took place a moment ago. They will then turn around at 178, or it looks like, I'm sorry, wait a second. 178 is what they're now on the clock for. 176 went to the Jets. So sorry about that. 186, 203, 210, and 212 still to come, and what's going to be a very, very busy, let's see if they stay put, 6th round for the Ravens, with obviously kicker looming, maybe some corner depth, some defensive tackle, interior line depth, having lost Michael Pierce to retirement.
And Bob, you would certainly hope so.
I'll ask you this in a second. Go ahead and finish that thought.
Yeah, I was going to say they've certainly had some 6th round success. I mean, Adalys Thomas probably being the best of them, but it's still pretty rare to hit, in the 6th round. Now with 5 guys, you got, you figure 5 selections. If you can hit on 2, if 2 of these guys could become regular, they're Ravens guys who would be interested in giving another contract to, I think you would call that a success. And so that, if you can get 2 of those guys to be regular players, that's probably the realistic goal for this group going forward.
I'll add on to that with this in terms of predictions for the next 5. Would you be surprised if they brought in a running back or tight end over the course of the next 2 hours?
Oh gosh, no.
Me too.
I think running back is, again, even, you assume you assign Derrick Henry to an extension. He still is a 30-year-old running back. He's not going to be here for that much longer at that level for sure. And, Justice Hill's, with year 6, you signed, you drafted Rasheen Ali last year, and he looked okay. Didn't see a whole lot to make me think, they've solved that for the next, couple years and beyond. So no, I think, and considering that is certainly a position of depth, you could see, you imagine like 20 running backs being drafted today. So I would be surprised if they didn't. And yeah, you're going to, when you look at tight end, beyond, next year you got 2 guys that are going to be free agents. And so you or 3 really, with Kohler,
and
Andrews, and Likely. You need to get, you got to figure some things out. Obviously, there are going to be some deals that want to be signed. Probably Andrews is not one of them. If you like someone, you can get ahead of that a little bit here as well.
And not to mention the fullback too. The whole tight end room and the fullback room all set to hit contract years coming up in 25. So yeah, we'll see here. Ravens, we're still waiting on who they will select here at 178, which kickstarts
The
a
pick
very,
is in,
very,
I see.
Okay.
I just got to see who it is. Let's see.
Dorian Strong, the corner out of Virginia Tech, goes to Buffalo to officially start the 6th round. That's the 177th overall. So we just await here, probably moments away from the 178th overall pick. I will say there's some people that are in the waiting room. I just want to let you guys know. Thank you. We will get to your calls a little bit later on. I want to let this ride and give Pete his time, and then we'll go back to the guest lines in just a bit. So thank you for being here. Over 4,800 strong. Please like the video on your way in if you haven't already. Hit that notification bell so you can be notified when we're dropping our content, and subscribe if you haven't already. We're coming up on 24,000 subscriptions. The Bills draft room.
What, Bob? When we were talking a couple of years ago, and you're just trying to figure out what to do, this is pretty cool. Well done.
Thank you, man. It's been a lot of fun. We've had a great couple days here too. We had a chance to catch up with. Matter of fact, since this is taking an extra second. Okay, hold on. I'm waiting for
selection.
I was going to share a Keaton Mitchell clip from the other night, but I just don't want it to be playing when the pick actually comes out. But Sarah and I had a chance to catch up with Keaton, and as you know, he's 15 months
Bill
removed.
Hall Cone, a corner out of Western Michigan.
Okay. Let's pivot to that then. Let's learn about him in real time, shall we?
There we go. Bilal Cone. Let's first copy and paste, because I'll screw up that name in a heartbeat.
I got his draft profile right here, so let's take a look.
Well done.
This is the beauty of day 3, right? We're all learning in real time. That's just the reality of it, unless you're McShay, Kuiper, Miller, and all the guys that are gurus. 6'1", 190, 30 7/8 inch arm, 9-inch hand size. Like you said, Western Michigan. He is a corner, so that's not a surprise. Got to add some depth to that room. Production
You
score.
think Todd Monken's in there just yelling like, come on, can I get something?
Probably. Although, I don't know about that, Todd. You got enough, don't you, at your disposal? Here's more on Bill Alcone. Again, some numbers here from his combine results. He ran a 4.43 in the 40. He ran a 1.54 10-yard split. Vertical jump was 31.5 inches. The broad jump, a 10.4. And we'll go down to Lance Zierlein's overview that I know I've been using quite often throughout this process, Pete. Last year, he led his team with 9 PBUs. He started all 13 games, logged 70 tackles, a tackle for loss, and a pick. He was a draft projection of round 4, so the Ravens perhaps get good value on him in round 6. And Lance's overview is as follows. Tall cornerback with average transition quickness and coverage, but first-rate ball skills. His smothering brand of man coverage could bring ball production, but also penalty flags. He's field aware and instinctive, but slight stalls at the transition allow for catch windows to develop. Even when beaten, he has an innate feel for taking playmaking angles on the route, which give him a chance to disrupt the catch. His run support needs work, but he's best suited as a zone corner. Pete, that is your newest Baltimore Raven and the first of many in the 6th.
What I think one of the keys is the one in the first sentence there on the overview, first-rate ball skills. When you think about how many balls were not caught by Ravens defenders, and over the last couple of years, and that's something I know they would drastically want to change. So if he can get his hands on it and hold on to it, that would be special. So there'll be room for him to, to develop. You're not going to rely on him early for anything other than maybe it's special teams. You hope he can develop, and if, as we always know, corner depth shows up at some point during every season. You've got to have it. So the stockpile there. I mean, the frontline guys, it's a phenomenal secondary, but you need to start developing some depth because they are lacking there in that. So good, there you go. There's one. If they indeed are accurate in their description, this is a very deep draft. Maybe you get a guy here who can be one of those contributors before long.
I love Jeff's note. If you don't like the pick, don't fret. They still have 5 remaining. There's going to be a lot coming up. How are you doing on time? I know you're in the office right now. How are you doing on overall time?
Give me 5 more minutes. That'd be great.
Okay, perfect. So that should be at least one more pick then that we have you for. The Ravens are next on the clock starting at 186. So maybe that one and that'll be it?
Sounds good.
Okay, cool. Dolphins, meanwhile, are on the clock at 179. They're bringing in a running back. There have been a lot of running backs taken on day 3, as you can imagine, including Cam Scatterbo, who's going to the New York Giants. The Giants have had quietly a productive little round. Why don't we chat about the AFC North for a second before we get ready for this second of 5 total picks that are coming in the 6th round. But I guess we probably should start with the way that Cincinnati is beefing up its phase of the football that totally ruined them last year.
You would have to, right? I mean, it's and that's where I'll be curious to see when they clearly have been drafting on need. It doesn't mean you're going to get it wrong, but it limits you, right? And so, are they going to pay for having to draft by need? And that's what will be very interesting to see. But it was ugly. You think of the season that Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins had last year and got nothing for it, was remarkable. So yeah, you're going to go heavy defense, and they have done that. And the Browns, I think the Browns have been smart by and large. And they've taken some really good players. They didn't try and draft a quarterback early when this is not a draft to do that. They ultimately did get Shador Sanders today in the 5th round, and Cleveland, but they're looking next year to get their quarterback. I think the next year there's a much better class and a much better opportunity to get their guy for the future. And so they've, in the meantime, addressed and put what look to be some high quality talent pieces on the field that may not get them a ton of wins next year, but help better the foundation for them going forward. And for Pittsburgh, none of it matters if Aaron Rodgers doesn't sign this year.
Yeah, it's as simple as that, right?
Yeah. That's all the evaluation you need to know.
Literally, and then of course, if you're Hard Knocks, so we've been joking about this throughout the stream. How can you not be on the phone right now with Cleveland, given this quarterback room right now? And speaking of quarterbacks, at 181 overall, Philadelphia is taking Kyle McCord, who is the Syracuse quarterback. I believe he transferred in there, if memory serves. Yeah. So round 6, 181, Kyle McCord. They were bowl eligible this past season, weren't they? Syracuse had a nice little year up in Western New York.
I remember thinking he was tough, not that huge arm, not a great physical trait guy, but man, he would stand in there, he would make a throw, and he was very accurate. And he was. The Eagles say, "Here, we'll take a flyer on the backup." They had Kenny Pickett there last year on the back end. It's now you see someone who, could come in. He's not. It's interesting. Athleticism, he's not outstanding, and certainly with Jalen Hurts' offense, you want the quarterback that can run the ball a little bit. But he's a very accurate passer, and he's got a lot of toughness for sure.
Definitely. So I guess really all that remains out there, quarterback-wise, who are we forgetting that is still? Jalen's off the board in Seattle. He's going to back up Sam Darnold. You've got Shador going, of course, round 5 to join this room that you're seeing on the screen, as did Dylan Gabriel last night. The 2 first-rounders were Cam Ward right off the top, and then Jackson Dart, who, of course, the Giants traded back into the first round to go and get out of Ole Miss. And he's going to join, speaking of a entertaining quarterback room, I think that'll be that and much more in New York with Russ and Jameis and now Jackson. Who am I missing? Who's the Ohio State quarterback that I'm forgetting his name right now?
Will
Howard. He hasn't gone
Howard.
yet, has he?
Not that I've seen.
Yeah, okay.
McCord was previously at Ohio State and
That's
transferred to Syracuse.
That's
He
right.
started there in 2023 and was solid. But they were
These
like,
days, as you know, Pete,
we can do
trying
better.
to keep up with the transfer portal and hoops and football is pretty much impossible. So
Yeah, my brain gets a little broken following college sports right now. It's when I see Towson basketball players getting $200,000 a pop to play there, I'm like, I don't know what world this is.
wait, that's in Towson. Yes, that's imagine what it's
Hey,
like.
I'm
down
happy
the
for
road.
him. Happy for
Yeah,
Pat.
absolutely,
But holy cow.
absolutely. What Pat Scary's done there is exceptional in recent years. And then think about right down the road, if they're getting that kind of number, what the heck's going on in College Park? You know,
I would like to go back about 35 years and really, hit the weights, look at this thing, and bring 1989 Pete to the game and see what might happen there.
that reminds me. What's up with your pickup game these days? How many times you
I
playing a
played
week?
this morning.
Oh, good.
We got a couple hour run in at 7 a.m.
Good. Good. And where did you guys do dinner last night? You and Megan?
Well, no, I cooked.
Oh, you did? Oh, good.
I did, and it turned out well enough.
You guys just appreciate the time together more than anything, I would think.
It's very nice. It's as you get older, you appreciate it a little bit more each time. It's good.
And
It's
for
good.
those that aren't in the area, because we got over 5,000 concurrents watching right now, and I think what I love about this space the most is that I've been able to kind of introduce myself to a global Ravens audience, and I don't think there's all 5,000 are here in the Baltimore area at this moment. So Pete is a sportscaster, as I welcomed you in, talking about for WBAL. It's the flagship radio stations of not only the Ravens but the Orioles here in town. You've been there for a minute. And you and I used to do post-game radio shows with Millsy. Feels like forever ago, but we had a blast, and we had some late nights in that studio.
Those Sunday
right
night
down the
games
hall.
or something.
Yes.
2:20 in the morning, and Millsy's yelling, "When the hell are we done with this show?" Great.
Got to shout out Chris Karlheim, all 7
Okay.
feet of him. He was our late night producer, and that is where I got my broadcasting break and career start. And always look back at that fondly, man. We had fun time there. There is
Speaking
a
of
kicker.
broadcasting Baltimore sports, the Orioles just drop a game one of the doubleheader 4-3 to the Detroit Tigers.
Pete, that's how much time you got, because we're going to need a lot of time to talk about what's going on there.
Mercy.
Speaking of free fall,
3 runs on 11 hits. Not a lot of timely ones there.
and while that's happening, Pete, we have our first kicker who is off the board, and it is, to no one's surprise, Andy Borregales from Miami, who goes to New England. So now you're really looking at Fitzgerald in terms of most universal rankings here when you look at kickers. And I actually had a chance to catch up with Matt McCrane last night, who joined me with Jamie Sharper, former Super Bowl champ, who is now an assistant special teams guy for the DC Defenders of the XFL. Matt is his kicker, and Matt knows the class because he's still actually trying to working his butt off to try and get back in the NFL. And one of the things he said, he confirmed last night, he goes, your 2 kickers in terms of ratings wise is Borregales and Fitzgerald. And we know that you and I both know that Randy Brown, I'm sure, has been furiously scouting this class for a while now.
Yeah, and again, it's really interesting because they've found kickers away from the draft. That's been their modus operandi. So they've never drafted one. So it would be interesting if that gets changed, or if they decide, there's a couple of guys we unearthed, we like, Justin Tucker wasn't drafted. They went and found him and put him through a workout, and they had, Jerry Rosberg had some traits and things that he was looking for back at that time, back in 2012, and that was a little bit different than what the rest of the league was doing, and the rest of the league was kicking itself when they said, how'd this guy was sitting there as an undrafted player, has been one of the best kickers in the history of the game. So I don't know that they have to draft a kicker, but I am quite certain there will be some kicking competition come 2025 season, to say the
Certainly.
least.
The newest Ravens corner, Bilal Cohn, that we've just spent some time talking about here, who was the first of 5 sixth-round picks, will be meeting with the media virtually in a couple minutes from right now, and the Ravens will be on the board here. Pete, do you want to take part in that, or do you want to keep going until 186?
Yeah, I'm going to hop out, if that's all right.
Go do it. Yeah, go take it.
Okay. Hey, thanks for having me, Bob. Great catch
Dude,
up.
yeah, it was great to catch up with you. Let everybody know what you have coming up tonight on Channel 11.
Yeah, obviously, we'll break through. If you're following this and not the Orioles, we'll show you how Game 1 they had their chances, couldn't quite get it done. Break through the draft. We'll pick out a few sound bites from some of the new Ravens. And then coming up tonight at 11, when we will hear from John Harbaugh and Eric DeCosta as they recap what will be maybe 11 picks. We'll see if they do them all, if they can make some trades for next year, or maybe even add so they can have some more late round picks. Could be some crazy fun. We'll break it all down for you coming up tonight at 6 and 11. And you can follow me on X at WBAL Pete, and same on Blue Sky.
Go do it for me. Go do it for me, guys. Pete, have an awesome night, and I'm sure you'll be relaying on social and wherever else tonight what's up with the new Ravens corner, Bilal Cohn, who's meeting with the media right now. So thanks, brother.
See ya.
Pete Gilbert signing off, kind enough to spend a few minutes with me. He is, of course, going to be live tonight on WBAL Channel 11, and he has been the longtime sportscaster for my former employer right down the road from where I am right now at WBAL. So the Ravens are now close to being on the clock. It's going to be Pittsburgh first, and they're bringing in another running back as they did earlier on in the draft. This time it is Kansas running back Devin Neal. Programming alert, Kevin Ostreicher will join the show at 4:30 from Locked On Ravens, and a great follow in the Twitter sphere. So we look forward to that. And now, right before the Ravens pick, why don't we fit in a call? So not a fan. I know you were listening. You were in the live chat. Jason, I see you right now in the waiting room. If you want to turn your camera on, we will go back to the guest lines. Thank you for your patience. Since Pete was kind enough to spend a few minutes with me, I wanted to make sure to give him his time. But anybody that wants to get a thought in here and grade out what the Ravens have done so far and what you think they should do coming up with several more picks in the 6th round, let me know. But what we do know is the first kicker is off the board. It's Miami kicker Andy Borregales. That means Fitzgerald is out there, and with the Ravens being on the board here shortly and on the clock, do they strike at kicker right now, or do they have a completely different plan at kicker? That remains to be seen. The pick is in for Pittsburgh. Baltimore will follow. After that, there's a little bit of a gap up until the 203rd overall selection where the Ravens will pick. And we might as well go to Jason's big board. From Huddle It Up Films. We are approaching the 4-hour mark of how long I've been live. Manny's telling me to check the Discord. Lord only knows why. What's happening in the Discord? Something about Myles Garrett, maybe. Who knows? Would love for you guys to join. D-Wiz, the place is wide open if you want to call in. Guest lines are currently open, and there is about to be a slew of different picks to instantly react to. The Ravens' needs still remain our interior defensive tackle, kicker. They just got a corner. Probably going to bring in a running back here at some point. I don't know, maybe a guard. They've brought in some tackles, and Emory Jones definitely has positional flexibility based on what I've researched. But did they bring in like a traditional developmental guard for depth purposes? Pittsburgh is selecting Ohio State quarterback Will Howard. So he now joins a room with Mason Rudolph. So a couple quarterbacks go within the last several picks. It began with Kyle McCord from Syracuse, who goes to Philadelphia, got a chance to back up Jalen Hurts. And now Will Howard from Ohio State goes to Pittsburgh. And really all that they have to figure out now moving forward is if Aaron Rodgers will sign. And that remains to be seen. Although he continues to work out with Steelers, I would say teammates, but he's not signed yet. Steelers players. Let's see what happens. Appreciate you guys for being with me. Please like the video if you haven't already done so. It would help out this live stream greatly. Subscribe. We're coming up on 24,000 subscriptions. Right now, Bilal Cohn, the corner who the Ravens just selected in the 6th round, is meeting with reporters. That's where Pete Gilbert just popped off to. It's a virtual press conference, and this are his first words, some of his first words as a Raven. Welcome to the Baltimore secondary.
Well, I've always been a fan. You know, their defense has always been just a great defense to watch. They got dogs. You got Kyle Hamilton, and then you just got Malachi Starks, which is someone who I've had a relationship with throughout the last couple of months. We've been working out at the same spot over in Tampa. So we've been competing against each other, making each other better, joking around. So we got close throughout there. So, like, being able to come here with him and getting right back to it is really, really great. Really great.
You got to love that. Showing some love for Malachi Starks, the Ravens' first-round pick, of course, who's already in Baltimore, flew in the next day after being selected on Thursday night, 27th overall, and that now puts Baltimore back on the clock at 186. Few quarterbacks have gone off the board here in just the last few minutes. It was Will Howard out of Ohio State to Pittsburgh, Kyle McCord to Philadelphia out of Syracuse, and now the Steelers beefing up their defense earlier on in the round with Derek Harmon and Jack Sawyer. Of course, Derek was their first-round pick who tragically lost his mother not long after being drafted, which was just so freaking sad. But he and Jack Sawyer are going to add to already an elite Pittsburgh defense, which we know that to be the case for sure. The Ravens pick is in. And so we're going to do a little bit of multitasking to figure out who they will select at 186 overall. There's still plenty more coming as well. And Not a Fan will get you in here in just a second to instantly react to this pick. And it's that beautiful time where you just say to yourself, all right, we're all learning together. I don't know who these players are. Come on. You guys do know that, right? I might be familiar with some of them, but I couldn't sit here and tell you every gosh darn thing. So we're all learning together in real time, which I think makes it fun. Now, what the heck, Not a Fan. Let's get you on for the pick itself. Make it more fun. Then you and I can yell at each other. Just kidding. All right. Guest lines are open. Would love to get your thoughts on how you're grading out the Ravens so far through the last few days, and particularly how you want them to handle really the next several minutes over the course of maybe the next hour or so when they have several other picks that are coming, including one in the 7th and a few more to go in the 6th. What's up, dude? Good to see you, man.
What's going on, brother?
How you feeling? What are you feeling right now at 186?
You know what? I'm like you. I ain't gonna cap with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. At this point in the draft, I'm whoever they pick, I gotta go do some homework on. I'm not that deep in it.
We're all in that boat, man.
Based off of how it's been going, though, I ain't gonna lie to you. That's my daughter. Hey, I feel like EDC been cooking. The way it's going, with as many picks as we have in this round, I honestly I don't even have a guess for you.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm trying to bring up Jason's big board right now. Here it is from Huddle It Up Film. So let's see what's going on here. The Ravens pick is in. What will they do? Will they handle kicker with Andy Borregales off?
I don't know if it's going to be kicker.
But the thing is there's a little bit of a drop off when you watch a lot of the rankings in terms of who these kickers are, what they've done at the collegiate level. Now, the Ravens obviously fancy themselves as a team that knows the class, knows where the diamonds in the rough are. Justin Tucker was one of those years ago when Jerry Rosberg fined him as an undrafted rookie coming out of Texas, and look at what he's become. The Ravens pick is in. Who's announcing it? There's a lot of people that are announcing it, and I don't have the TV on, so I'm not sure who this group of people are that are walking out to make the Ravens pick. So maybe some of you at home that have the audio on can let me know. But here it comes. 186th overall.
What's your guess, Bobby?
I'll probably go kicker. I think I'm gonna go with kicker. So let's see. We're just waiting on the announcement. Thanks, guys, for being with us. It's going to be a busy 6th round. Not a Fan's daughter wants in on this as well, which I love. I never got your full name, by the way.
Steve, bro. My name's Steve.
Oh, Steve. Nice to meet you.
And you know what, Bobby? Let's wait till after that.
Nice to meet you, dude. And here is the 6th round pick at 186 overall. My gut feeling is correct. It is a kicker, but it's not Fitzgerald out of Florida State. It is Tyler Loop out of Arizona. And guys, this is pretty notable because this could very well be the end of the Justin Tucker era in Baltimore. So we will learn as much as we possibly can about Tyler Loop in the coming minutes. But let's just be clear. With the NFL's investigation, and I'm going to mute you for a second and bring you back on in a second, Steve. With the NFL's investigation still ongoing, right, and Justin Tucker's future being very, very uncertain, this could mark the end of the greatest run a kicker has had in the history of the National Football League, and Tyler Loop could very well be the successor to Justin Tucker. With the sixth round pick at 186 overall, Tyler Loop is coming to Baltimore. That's what's happening. Steve, what's your immediate thought?
It's a sign that I think you're spot on. It's like, it's sad, because we love Tuck, right? And yeah, it's a sign that it ain't looking good. Ain't looking good for the future of Tuck in Baltimore. And honestly, I'll be real with you. Without these allegations, I feel like Tuck would have had a statue outside of Baltimore. In my opinion.
Now, how about this though? I'll say something even crazier, and that's not that was crazy, but I'll say something crazy. Without the allegations, without this offseason having taken place the way that it has for Justin, I would go as far as to say they might have still been selecting a kicker because he has not been elite in 2 years, Steve. It's been 2 years.
No, that's not for all. You kind of gotta. It's it's a business, and he's been around long enough. Where hey, look, you ain't been performing like you used to. I own a business. I'm in sales. If you ain't performing, you gotta somebody else can. That's what it comes down to. So yeah, you missed some pivotal. Like we always gonna look at the Eagles game. We always gonna think about that last year. That affects seeding. The Pittsburgh game. Like, come on. Right? Those things that affected seeding. We could have been hosting Buffalo instead of playing at Buffalo. Things like that matter. Precisely. And you did contribute to us not being able to do that. That's a fact. So
precisely. Look at what he's done the last 2 years. A sub 80 field goal percentage. He was 18 of 23 his final year at Arizona. Prior to that, he was 19 of 24. Prior to that, in 22, he was 18 of 21, and then he was a perfect 12 for 12. That was 4 years ago in the 2021 season, and it looks like 2020 was a red shirt. So that marks, again, potentially the end of Justin Tucker's Hall of Fame-esque career on the field. for the Ravens. And I appreciate you live reacting to it, brother. Anything else that you want to say before you jump?
No, just I feel like you you took my comment earlier the wrong way. But listen, I'm always around because I appreciate the work you put in. You and Sarah, I love y'all. Appreciate the channel. It's all respect. It was just more so. I feel like kind of beating a dead horse on the Green's allegations from years ago. There's just certain ways you can take it. So that's all I was saying.
This was the comment that you're referencing. No need to backpedal for the both of us, but I appreciate you coming on, brother, and thank you for all the support. I know you never missed a show, so Steve, we'll catch up soon.
Appreciate you, brother.
All right, man. Guest lines are open. Not a fan chiming in for the first time, which was cool. He's always chiming in the live chat, always chiming in with super chats and everything else in between, which is super, super kind of him. And yes, Zay Lopez Diaz, we know that Justin is innocent until proven guilty, much like Mike Green. But again, it's a part of the equation and ultimately one of the biggest reasons why the Ravens are in a position where they may very well and are planning to potentially move on from Justin Tucker because of what is taking place for him legally outside of football. That's the reality of where we sit right now. And ultimately, the NFL has yet to release its findings to ultimately conclude the results of the investigation that has been going on for months now. The guest lines are open. I'm taking instant reactions to Tyler Loop, who has just been drafted 186th overall in the 6th round by the Ravens. He's an Arizona kicker. A sub 80% field goal percentage here. And off we go. Will Justin be a part of this program moving forward? That remains to be seen. Chef Trez chiming in the car. Let's get his thoughts. I assume you're up to speed on what's going on, Chef. There is a new kicker in town. Your thoughts? Chef, you got me? Nope. Chef just popped off. Jeff Zarebek noting that the Ravens have insisted they'll follow the lead of the NFL investigation when it comes to making a decision on Justin Tucker. Depending on their decision, Loop will either become a 6th round insurance policy or the likely heir apparent to the most accurate kicker in NFL history. That is the truth. I will tell you that while Tyler's field goal percentage from this past season leaves some to be desired, 78.3, 18 of 23 to be exact. One of those makes was a 62-yarder. 62. And 6 of his 9 attempts from 50 plus were converted. So 3 of the 5 that he missed last year came from 50 plus. Just something to keep in mind. Another quarterback is off the board. It's Riley Leonard of Notre Dame, 189th overall. He goes to the Indianapolis Colts in the 6th round. Ravens press conference still underway. Let me just clear my throat. 4 hours and 15 minutes worth of coverage. When I go to sleep tonight, I may never get up again. Robbie Pate says, whether or not Tucker gets cut because of the allegations, we needed to get a future kicker anyway. Tuck hasn't been consistent. Which is true. Tilly looking at me like she wants to go outside. It has been a while. I don't blame her. Got to get her outside here at some point. $190 is where we are right now. The Colts currently on the clock. Or sorry, that was oh no, they're going back to back, I guess. Okay. They're going back to back. So the Colts are on the board on the clock at 190. Really bothers me that I continue to say on the board when it's on the clock. Clock. It's on the clock. But this is what the rest of the way looks like for the Ravens. They will next pick at 203, which is 13 away from right now, then 210, then 212, and then 243. Kevin Ostreicher joins the show in about 6 minutes. I look forward to that. Chef is in the building. Jason is in the building. Both of you guys are in the waiting room. If you want to pop on, give me a thought on what the Ravens just did. They selected a kicker in the 6th round. It's Tyler Loop out of Arizona. You say what to that, my friend Chef, who's looking really clean. Look at him.
I don't know. I would say I'm not too shocked. I mean, the Ravens organization has always been a proactive than a reactive organization. So with how Justin Tucker was playing last season and then also this season and how, there's like no way around it, he ended up costing us games. And then you tack on his off-field stuff that's been going on this off season. I mean, it's a proactive move to bring in your future kicker possibly if he makes a team or whatnot. But yeah, I mean, I feel like it was kind of a no-brainer. Who they picked, I don't know. Couldn't tell you. It's 6th round. It's kicker. I'd have to watch the highlight tapes of him making kicks or something. I don't know, but yeah, I mean, I'm not too surprised by it.
I'm not either. I expected this, just like I think we expected a punter, knowing that Sam Cook was living on borrowed time back in 2022 when they selected Jordan Stout out of Penn State in the 4th round. For very different reasons, they were forced to do it this time around at kicker, and they bring in Tyler Loop. If you're just tuning in, the reality is of where we are right now is Justin Tucker's successor may be in the building, and the era of the most accurate kicker of all time might be over in Baltimore, which is pretty wild to think. Chef, Shador Sanders came off the board to Cleveland. We will see him twice a year, or at least the Ravens will see him twice a year. Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski talked about it in their post-draft presser. Listen to this.
It's really all this. It's like, look, got to come in and work, and you got to come in and compete. That's the message. Nothing's given. Given the nature of the weekend for him, relative to, let's say, external expectation versus what happened, we did tell him that it really doesn't matter where you picked, it's what you do from that point forward, because that's the reality for all the guys that we selected this weekend. In terms of his reaction, I just say it was probably a mixture of gratitude, relief, and determination. That would probably be the best way to characterize it. But he's certainly ready to go.
Chef, that was, of course, after passing on him multiple times throughout the weekend. They ultimately get him in the 5th. He joins a quarterback room that consists of Joe Flacco, fellow rookie Dylan Gabriel, who they selected last night out of Oregon, Kenny Pickett, and, of course, the elephant in the room, Deshaun Watson. Your thoughts on the new look Cleveland Browns?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of tough to have thoughts on because it's like you have all these quarterbacks. Who's going to be getting the primary snaps, the primary reps, first team reps, second team, and whatnot? And then that's also going to cut into, okay, how much time are we going to have to develop these rookies or develop our future guy, Sanders, probably, with all this stuff going on. I mean, there's a lot to work on, but I guess their silver lining is that Deshaun Watson probably not going to be playing as Brown. I mean, he still has to rehab his knee after he retore it this offseason or his early offseason. So, yeah, you can probably build an offense around the guys who actually will, play the actual offense that you want to run. But I mean, that's too many. That's too many mouths. That's too many quarterback mouths. Too many people who are who want to be the number one quarterback in the room and be the one taking the snaps, getting the game started, and all that. So it's the Browns. It's the Browns being Browns. So I mean, I'm not worried about it. The team I would be worried about would be Cincinnati trying to bounce back from a abysmal defensive year, and I mean Steelers because they're usually somewhat in it back. So that's really my main concern.
Appreciate you, Chef. Thanks, brother. Enjoy the weekend.
Yep.
Yeah, they're not a threat at all. I feel bad for Kevin Stefanski. I think he's a good dude and a great coach. And now the Deion Sanders conversation, as soon as something goes south for the Browns, inevitably early on is going to become a thing. We all know that. It's going to become a media crazed thing. That's absolutely what's going to happen. It's not a matter of if, it is when. Bilal Cohn is the Ravens corner that was brought in a short while ago to kickstart what will be a very busy 6th round. And here he is. He's a player that Chuck Pagano is going to have a chance to have him at his disposal. He's a corner out of Western Michigan. He had a pick, 70 tackles, and 9 PBUs for the Broncos. And that is the first of many to come here in the 6th round. My next guest, he doesn't know it yet, but he's going to be important for me because I got to take a leak. And this is coming up on hour 5. Kevin Ostreicher from Locked On Ravens. It's been a while since we caught up. I look forward to reuniting here in a second. You can follow Kevin on social media at Kevin Ostreicher. You can find his work at Locked On Ravens. He is a daily creator as well. We understand that grind. We admire that grind. I appreciate him for coming on the show to join me in the middle of what's going to be inevitably a jam-packed 6th round, and already is, because it sure looks like, Kev, the Justin Tucker era is all but over.
You know, I'm happy to be here, Bobby. I appreciate it. I'm glad I can be an important piece of this for you to give you a much needed break. I know the grind that goes into this, but yeah, I've already seen people referring to Tyler Loop, the fan base for Tyler Loop is the Loop Troop. So I think that is what is now the thing. He has an NFL leg, man. I mean, hit from 62 against Houston. That's his career long. Certainly tells you something because the Ravens aren't going to carry 2 kickers on their roster. And if they outright cut him after training camp, I think that's a waste of an asset. So we were wondering if this was going to actually come down the pipeline or if they were just going to wait until undrafted free agency. We saw a kicker go to New England a couple picks before this. So maybe Baltimore got a little antsy of maybe a kicker run coming. But yeah, for Justin Tucker, I just think it adds to the intrigue of what's to come and what the ultimate decision will be.
Yeah, and we know that Randy Brown, obviously the special teams consultant, somebody that's been a long time assistant to John Harbaugh, has a similar impact on this team compared to the one that Jerry Rossberg had. I think just sort of knowing the kicking class, having a great feel and a pulse for special teams.
Yeah.
And when you combine that with John Harbaugh's pedigree in that category, it's no secret as to why they've been so consistent. Now, certainly in recent years, I'm sure John has felt like there's been some left to be desired,
right,
based on the way that those formations have looked, and they actually have underperformed based on their standards. But you got to give them, I think, the benefit of doubt just because of their track record in the special teams department. So Tyler Loop goes 186 overall. It's a 6th rounder. He's an Arizona kicker. He joins the program. The NFL's investigation, obviously, still very much looming over this organization. You could view it as a cloud, depending on the way that you're looking at this. Here is, so far today, as a whole, and really Jameson has the entire class as a whole. I'm going to let you react to this big picture. I'm going to relieve myself, and I'll be right back in a second, brother.
I'll hold it down for you. I'll hold it down for you.
I promise I brought you on for other reasons than this, all right?
You know what? You need a break, man. Go take it. Enjoy it. I will hold it down for you here.
Catch you in a second.
You. Yep.
Thanks,
all right.
dude.
Yeah. I mean, I think that this honestly has been pretty fine. pretty fine for Baltimore. I think that the first 3 picks I was thrilled with. Obviously, for Mike Green, on the field value is phenomenal at 59. A guy like Malachi Starks comes in and is able to give you more freedom with Kyle Hamilton, which is, really important because obviously the Ravens put him in the deep part of the field off of necessity. And while he can play that, and he played it really well last year, I think that Starks can come in and give you that versatility. But when you look at a guy like Starks and a guy like Green, just, focusing on them for now, they both have, I would say it's a safe floor with an insanely high ceiling. Baltimore needed instant impact players. They needed impact players that could help them now. That Nate Wiggins impact, that Roger Rosengarten impact. And this Baltimore team didn't really lose a ton in the offseason. Like, I don't know about anybody else who's tuning in here, but, I've said this over on Locked On Ravens. I'm not really losing sleep over Patrick McCary. I might be gaining sleep over Brandon Stevens being with the Jets. And, one of the things that pops off with Malachi Starks is him being able to turn his head for the football, ball tracking people. That's important. And we know how important it is because of what we saw Brandon Stevens do last year, or what he didn't do last year. So I know some people talk about safe picks as, safe picks are just picks that have a low floor or a higher floor and a lower ceiling. I don't agree with that in these 2 instances, where I think that Malachi Starks and Mike Green both have really high floors, but it's not that they have a low ceiling. It's that Baltimore can get an instant impact in 2025, while also these guys 5 years from now, Bobby, these could be stars of this defense,
Yeah, no, I first of all, I had you on speaker so I could listen through my stream sound, which was great.
I hope I did a good job for you.
Look, the sound of the stream, because of how long I waited, it was loud, but I could hear your voice over the sound of the stream, which was good.
Right.
So, but I like to play on words too with the losing sleep versus gaining sleep.
Yeah,
that was clever. But yeah, we all knew that they went into this draft weekend with no significant holes. They had little pieces that they need to fill, and they have done so. And I think from here, now it's just like, okay, can you have any dark horse hits?
Right.
Because right now, let's see, the Lions pick is in, so they're on the clock right now. Denver on deck, Green Bay in the hole, 196. The Ravens will next be up in about 7 picks from right now at 203, and then it'll get crazy because they'll go 203, 210, 212. And so imagine if they do another Andrew Voorhees maneuver in the 7th round. We'll have to see. I don't even know if I'm going to make it to the 7th round, to be honest with you. This is insane. It better start going multiple seconds here.
Well, it all gets jumbled together. I woke up today, I thought it was Sunday. You do so much draft coverage, all the days get mixed together, and you're like, right now it feels like the 5th round, the 6th round, and the 7th round at once. You just don't really, once you start getting past like the 3rd round, you get into the hundreds. I don't really know when the draft turns over without looking at it. Like, I can make an educated guess, like, 59, 60, 61, 62. Yeah, okay, it turns over.
Yeah.
Or 64. But now once you get to when the comp picks coming in with like 40 picks in a round, you're just like, man, let's, we got to keep it going here.
Oh, no doubt. No other team had more going into day 3 than this one did at 8. Yep. And only one other team had as many throughout the entire weekend. That was 11 in San Francisco. So, this is where they love to be. They love to be in this position, and they love to be in a position where it's an optimal one to be in, where you could just take some swings right now over the next hour, and see if anything hits. Where can you find the Geno Stone that's out there? From several years ago, the 7th rounder out of Iowa that turned into not only a reliable back-end ball hawk for you, but a compensatory pick as well when he left in free agency. So that's where we stand right now. It's 197 for the Houston Texans, then Green Bay, then LAC. But how about this? When you take a look at the AFC North, what stands out to you? Clearly, Cincinnati has made it obvious. The elephant in the room this offseason is to retool defensively. That's what they've done. Mm-hmm. For Pittsburgh, they're trying to figure out who the hell their quarterback's going to be. We think it's going to be Aaron Rodgers. They just brought in, was it Kyle McCord or Will
Howard was Pittsburgh.
Will Howard, okay, because those two went within a few picks of each other. they're brought in a couple running backs. They've obviously brought in Derek Harmon, which is the headliner. And rest in peace to his mother, which is just a tragic opening day story. I'm so glad. Hopefully she could hear in the middle of that coma and her final moments that her son was drafted, because that's ultimately, I mean, she was such a part of that puzzle, having read up on that family dynamic. And then Cleveland we get to whenever, because they're not going to be a threat. They're a disaster right now, but they're doing whatever it is possible to try and field a competitive team with what they have, and which is the worst situation in the history of professional sports at the quarterback position. So anyway, I'm just rambling now. What do you think of the AFC North?
I think that, first of all, when you look at Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and Cincinnati, all three of those teams went D-line in the first round. And, Bobby, we watched that playoff game in the wild card against Pittsburgh. Baltimore dominated them on the ground. And I know that a lot of people were wondering if they could have taken a Jackson Dart or a Milroe or even Sanders before his fall. But I think that was the right pick for them. But it seems like teams in the AFC North are trying to catch up to Baltimore, and Baltimore's trying to catch up with Kansas City. And I know Kansas City's on a low, but I think Kansas City's actually had a pretty good draft. But, Baltimore is a step ahead of those teams right now. I actually think Pittsburgh's had a pretty solid draft overall. I have no idea what the Bengals are doing. I think that they have left a lot of value on the board, especially in the first couple rounds. I think it's gotten better as the draft has gone on for them. But, I think Shamar Stewart's a toolsy player, but, do we trust the Cincinnati defense that was one of the worst in the league last season to, turn Shamar Stewart into a quality player? And then Demetrius Knight in the second, I think they got a better linebacker in the fourth. And so you could have taken Tate Ratledge. They need offensive line help too. So I think that while they added starters, that's more so their roster wasn't good on defense to begin with. Not that the players that they picked are these superstar stud guys. Now they have the potential to be, but you're also talking about a window where you have re-signed T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. You don't know what's going on with Trey Hendrickson. We know Cincinnati's offense can put up 40 points, but this Ravens offense will take advantage of the defense, as we've seen, and the Ravens offense will put up 45 right back on them. I think the thing with Pittsburgh is they just have had a Pittsburgh draft. You mentioned Harmon. I thought that the Sawyer pick was really good for them. That just feels like a Steelers pick. Caleb Johnson feels like he fits their system in the run game, especially with the power that he has and some of the dynamic abilities. And they needed that because Najee Harris really wasn't cutting it for them. He struggled against Baltimore in those games that we watched. And then, Cleveland is just Cleveland, man. You said it. I just don't really. Mason Graham is fine. I would have, if I was them, you could have had Travis Hunter. You could have taken Shador and then had a better third rounder than Dylan Gabriel. But you have 5 quarterbacks in that room. You traded capital to get Kenny Pickett. You don't keep 5 quarterbacks on the roster. I just don't know what they're going to do. So I think that Baltimore has made out the best out of any of these teams in the North. And, to me, furthering the gap that is between the teams right now.
Just a short while ago, Adam Schefter and Pete Thamel reacted to the Ravens' decision to, again, take their first ever kicker, meaning a drafted kicker, in the history of the franchise. Listen to this.
Comes as the NFL is investigating Justin Tucker, the All-Pro kicker, for allegations of sexual misconduct. Now, he has publicly disputed the allegations from multiple massage therapists. And the Baltimore Ravens, until now, have stood behind Justin Tucker and said that they were going to let the process play itself out. But here the Ravens make a loud statement. Teams rarely use picks on kickers without the intent of having those rookies come in and win those jobs. And once the Ravens take Tyler Loop here from Arizona in the 6th round, that tells you that Justin Tucker's future in Baltimore is very much up in the air.
Nothing that already wasn't and hasn't been said inside these walls. But it hits different when you're hearing that on the national side of things, and that is the reality of where the Ravens stand right now. There is a legitimate chance, a very good chance, if you've been following along in recent months, that the Justin Tucker era in Baltimore, one of the most unique that this town has ever had when it comes to sports figures, when it comes to excellence, when it comes to consistency, when it comes to clutch genes, and everything else in between, is over. And Kevin, that is a wild pill to swallow if that ends up being the case. And I tell you what, if it does end up coming to fruition, Tyler can have the biggest leg in this year's class as he wants. And as you said, he converted from 62 and he was 6 of 9 from 50 plus, despite his less than 80% field goal percentage his final season at Arizona. But all I want to know and all I'll be watching is where the pressure management side of the evaluation comes into play here, because he is now entering an era of Ravens football where it's no longer successful to make it to January. It's no longer successful to make it into late January. There is 1 month of the year that everybody expects this team to be playing in and playing for, and that is a Lombardi trophy. And that is a lot to come in as a rookie with that kind of pressure applied to your plate. And that, to me, is the way you got to look at it. I hope Tyler's got some stones.
One of the things that over Tucker's career, and you talked about it, is he would come onto the field in the highest pressure moments. You know, watching the game, you wouldn't flinch. You would understand, and that laser focus was there. Where last year it was so stunning because it's something that over the Justin Tucker era, you never really felt like he would trot out there and you were on the edge of your seat of, oh, is he going to make this kick or not? You were so confident with Tucker over the first decade plus of his career that last year it was such a different feeling. And obviously you add in the off-field allegations and that whole situation, plus the fact that it was the worst year of his career for 3/4 of the year last year. He got it together after the bye week, but it's new. It's a new era that Baltimore is maneuvering through right now. I think Adam Schefter hit the nail on the head, and we talked about it, where, you know, you don't spend a pick on a kicker and then just waste that asset a couple months later by releasing him. I think that a team would certainly find a value for him. We know, Bobby, kicker carousels are real, and the Ravens have not had to deal with that. I mean, over the course of their history, they have been solid with kickers, obviously dating back to Matt Stover, and the kicker history that they have had, it is rich. So whenever you enter a new era, it's different. They obviously value his leg strength and what he brings to the table. But if this truly is the end for Justin Tucker, it ushers in a new uncertain era, because you never know with the, you know, rookie kickers, pressure moments, as you talked about. It's a whole different ball game. And this team is competing for a Super Bowl. They're not in a rebuilding era where Tyler Loop can miss a game-winning field goal and be like, oh, that's all right, go get him next time. It's, man, that might have just cost us a division round game in Baltimore, like we saw 2 early season losses to Kansas City and Las Vegas do last season. So one game could be the difference, Bobby. We know that. And Justin Tucker's won them so many of those close games with his laser-focused energy and the fact that he's able to handle those high-pressure moments so well.
And as we've also seen, you can have a dominant scouting department that knows the classes in and out and is thorough and is well-documented and is informed on who you have coming out of college every single year. But it is another thing to try and evaluate and foresee how a player will respond to pressure management. And I think if there's a way to summarize what the Ravens have fallen short on, right, in a macro level term, they have come up short in pressure management situations over the last 2 seasons when it's mattered most. And that's where we stand right now. Green Bay is on the clock. The pick is in. Chargers are on deck. Jacksonville in the hole. Ravens right around the corner at 2:03. Why don't we do this? Yesterday, as you know, the headliner was Mike Green, who comes in at 59th overall in the second round. He had a beast-like final season at the collegiate level for Marshall, transferred in from the University of Virginia, 17 sacks, count them, 131 career tackles, over 20 tackles for loss last year alone, playing for Marshall. And the Ravens team account, Ravens Productions, just tweeted a short while ago, the call.
Eric DeCosta in Baltimore. How you doing, man? You doing good?
Doing good.
We're gonna take you, man.
I appreciate it.
His family's going crazy. It's emotional, very emotional, very emotional. His family's very emotional. Mike, hello. There you are. I was worried about you. You're probably getting a lot of hugs and stuff, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I know this is an emotional time for you, and we're very excited to have you. You're an excellent player, and you're going to be a great Raven.
Thanks.
You're going to have you're going to be close to home too, which is going to be awesome. Right?
Like 2.5 hours.
I know. It's going to be great. Hey, listen. There's going to be great days ahead for you.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm letting you talk to Coach Harbaugh, and then we're going to turn it in, and you're going to be on TV. Okay?
Okay.
All right, here's Coach Harbaugh.
Mike, congratulations.
Thanks, Coach.
Hey, man. Hey, it's just beginning. This is where it starts, right?
Yes, sir.
This is where it begins. All right. You go hug your family. You watch yourself on TV. We'll call you back in about a half hour, okay?
Thanks, Coach. I appreciate it, man.
All right. Congratulations.
And if that doesn't strike a chord of emotion, I'm not sure what does. That is your newest Ravens edge rusher who joins the organization. He tweeted out a message for Ravens flock earlier yesterday, late last night. He said, watch what I do for y'all. And if it's anything like his final season at Marshall, Kevin, look out.
I'll tell you, this, again, on the field, this was a top 10 player, top 15 player for a lot of people. And you can see, I mean, he's emotional about the entire situation. He's motivated. I mean, the fact that he was getting mocked there, he felt confident in himself, and to see him fall the way that he did, I mean, it's going to add that extra chip to his shoulder. And I've never had a situation like this, Bobby, where I was so, like, I guess nervous is the word I'll use about a position. And then one player can come in and just completely change the outlook of the position for me. Where once they took Malachi Starks at 27, you're kind of sitting there wondering, well, at 59, are they really going to be able to get? Because Mike Green really wasn't on my radar for them. I thought he would have, one, be gone before they picked at 59, and two, I was wondering, would they actually pick him if he was still there? And so I was thinking, well, let's just take Mike Green out of the equation. Is there anybody who's realistically going to be available at 59 that could be the guy for them? Just look around the division. I mean, Myles Garrett in Cleveland, TJ Watt in Pittsburgh, Trey Hendrickson in Cincinnati. Baltimore's the only team that doesn't have like that superstar on the edge. Mike Green gives you that. And I said this on my live stream last night. There's a real possibility week one is over and Mike Green's already the best pass rusher on the team. Like that's just, that really was what it was with Nate Wiggins outside of Marlon Humphrey, where it's like Nate Wiggins automatically was their second best corner after week one happened. And you're just like, okay, well, here we are, because that's how good of a talent this guy is. Now, it's nothing against Calvin, or it's nothing against Adafio, but I think he fits into exactly what they need there, because not only is he so good against, opposing offensive linemen getting to the quarterback, but he's also such a good run defender. He is a true 3-down player. And for a guy, for example, let's just say like Tavius Robinson, awesome against the run. I think he's going to have a big year this year, but I think Mike Green just changes the whole complexion of how you feel about this room, because let's just throw Landon Jackson's name, who got taken by Buffalo a little bit after this. If you talk about Landon Jackson, Odafe Owe, and Kyle Van Noy, and then you go, okay, now let's replace Landon Jackson with Mike Green, you feel so much better about the room in general, because Owe has improved nearly every single season. He had 10-plus sacks last year. I mean, double-digit sack year is a big accomplishment for anybody. Kyle Van Noy gives you another player that can help you in the pass rush department. Plus, maybe Mike Green can help Kyle Van Noy get some rest on some plays and not put too much pressure on him to manage his snaps as he gets older. So it's a best-case scenario for Baltimore, where they got, in my opinion, at least 2 top 20 prospects at 27 and 59. I know Dane Brugler did his beast, the beast for the Athletic, and he had Mike Green in his, I think, top 10 or top 15. Same thing with Malachi Starks. So, when they took Starks, you're like, okay, Green was available. Will Johnson was available. There's no way that either of those guys fall, and Baltimore might not even pick them because of the concerns. Well, Mike Green gives you so much more versatility, because especially with his pass rushing moves, the spin move is the one that's kind of like his trademark. But a lot of these younger pass rushers, Bobby, some of them don't come in with plans. They just kind of have an arsenal, have moves, but don't know how to use them. That's been, for example, Nnamdi Madubuike had moves. He had talent, but he didn't have a plan. And over the course of the first couple years of his career, he established that. Now, Nnamdi Madubuike is one of the premier pass rushers on the interior in the league. Mike Green has a plan. And I think the big thing for him is getting stronger. Once he gets stronger, man, I might turn into one of the better pass rushers in this league. So obviously he was there for a reason. Teams had him off their board. Baltimore, though, as Eric DeCosta and John Harbaugh said, clearly felt comfortable enough to take the swing on him.
Ultimately, too, based on Chuck Smith's Twitter reactions, you better believe he's ready to get involved with these guys, get them in the shop, if you will, and see what happens, because I don't think it's coincidence over the first 2 years of him, which was a non-traditional hire. He was a specialist. He was brought in to get a legitimate coaching gig as the outside linebackers coach.
Right.
They have either led or finished second in sacks back-to-back years. So, again, don't think it's much of a coincidence whatsoever. Very emotional moment there for Mike Green and his family. That was courtesy of Ravens Productions. And that now brings us to another The Call, Kevin. And I think earlier today, I don't know if stunned is the right word, but perhaps head-turning was this decision that they made in the 4th round, and that is Teddy Buchanan, an inside linebacker out of California who lit up the stat sheet for Cal. This is a player that is an athletic freak, much like Trenton Simpson was coming out of Clemson. But I think why it's compelling, I'm sure you've discussed this already or at least been thinking about it, is Trenton was demoted last year, and they were forced to essentially go to a rotation with Malik Harrison on typically rundowns and Chris Board on passing downs. And that's a rotation that just puts you in a position where there's not as much camaraderie or consistency as there would be when you have the same running mates, an every down running mate duo. And they did not have that last year. And I think that even though Roquan found a way to become an all-pro player when it was all said and done after a slow start, imagine what he could have had if it weren't for the first quarter, really having to do it all. And at times looking like he was a half step behind, perhaps due to the processing or the added work that would maybe perhaps looking out for his running mate in Trenton that made difficult situations even more difficult, particularly with the underneath pass coverage that they got burnt on early on. I think that really was exploited in the opening game in the rematch of the AFC Championship, when Kansas City was using those sort of speedy gadget guys to ruin them in the middle part of the defense. So anyway, I'm going to get your thoughts on Teddy Buchanan in just a second. But first, Ravens Productions just released, again, The Call. It's their 4th rounder, and it is Teddy Buchanan who's coming to Baltimore.
Eric DeCosta with the Ravens.
How's it going?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Hey, how would you feel about coming cross country and playing for the Ravens?
Oh, it'd be amazing, Coach.
We love the way you play. We love the way you play, and I know you're a great kid. You know, you're going to help us in all different phases and be a great special teams player for us too, right?
Absolutely, of course.
Yeah, we love the way you play. Excited to get you here at this spot. I think you're going to love Baltimore. I think we're going to love having you. I'm going to let you talk to Coach Harbaugh. We're going to turn the pick in. You're going to be a Raven, okay?
Yes, sir. I appreciate it.
All right, here's Coach Harbaugh.
Teddy, congratulations.
Coach, how's it going?
It's going great. It's going great now. We got you. We're happy.
Yes, sir.
How you doing? How you doing? How's it going for you?
Oh man, I'm on top of the world right now.
I love it. All right, you ready to go be great?
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
All right, we'll be practicing here in a few days, man. I can't wait to see you. It's going to be awesome.
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
I'm going to put you on with Coach Zach Orr at DC, and then we'll get some people give you a call, and you can celebrate a little bit, all right?
All right, Coach. Appreciate it.
Right, congrats.
Thank you.
Teddy, what's going on, man?
How's it going?
It's going good. How you doing?
I'm great.
You ready to come play with your hair on fire here in Baltimore?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm ready.
Man. We're excited to have you, man. Congratulations, man. Congratulations. Happy, excited for you, man.
Appreciate it.
All right, now. All right. Enjoy it with your fam. Take care. We'll see you soon.
Something fatherly about these calls, right? These guys that are absolute savages in their own rights with in their different professions turn into like this fatherly type of figure, at least in that moment. And I wanted to get your reaction to this Teddy Buchanan drafting, but there's a new one we got to talk about. There's a wide receiver that has just come off the board to Baltimore. So it's time to talk about LeJohntay Wester. He is from Colorado. So the Buffaloes are coming to Baltimore, or at least a Buffalo is coming to Baltimore. We know another Buffalo, his teammate, is going to the AFC North in Shador Sanders. But here is the graphic that the Ravens Productions account just tweeted out. You and I will instantly react to this. This is the beauty of obviously just life once you get to day 3. But we're going to all learn in real time about the 203rd overall selection, and this is in the 6th round. It's a 5'10", 163-pound wide receiver by the name of LeJohntay Wester, 4-year senior from Palmetto, Florida. What a shock. They go back to the Floridian well. He ran a 4.46 40, a 1.53 10-yard split, a vertical jump of 32 inches, a 10-1 broad jump. That's all that's on the combine page. He had 74 catches for 931 yards and 10 touchdowns last season at Colorado. His career started at FAU. And that is that. Your thoughts on the 6th round wide receiver who's going to try. Good luck making this team, LeJohntay, but you're at least going to have a shot come summertime.
And I think, Bobby, where this move makes sense for me is I think the Ravens just found their new returner, because LeJohntay Wester is a guy that over the course of his career in college, especially in 2023, that was his best year. It really came on at Florida Atlantic there. And then obviously Colorado, you mentioned he transferred 19.9 yards per punt return in 2023. He didn't get as many opportunities last year at Colorado to do that, but I think that for Baltimore, they were looking, and it was very clear, they were looking to find a returner, because really ever since Jacoby Jones, and rest in peace to Jacoby, they really haven't had a consistent return guy. And, you know, you can go with the season of Cyrus Jones here or half a season of another guy there, but they really haven't been able to find that guy. So I think that LeJohntay Wester, while he'll have an opportunity, I think he is going to be their 6th wide receiver on their roster. I think that position is now set. 6 wide receivers is a fine number. I think that's where they go. I think that as a returner, he's a very intriguing option, especially with that uptick in production, both in 2023 and then having the few opportunities there in 2024.
Good point. Appreciate you for bringing that up, because obviously that was an unsettled area for them last year. Punt returner, return specialist. Keaton got a little bit of run there. Tylen got a little bit of run there. Steven Sims got a little bit of run there. And the bottom line is it was just an unsettled state to be in. Tylen had his issues with the muffed punts, right? And so at some point here, they're going to be looking for some stability, and perhaps LeJohntay Wester can be exactly that. It's also notable that Willie Taggart, former NFL head coach, used to be at FAU, Florida Atlantic, and that is where LeJohntay began his career. So perhaps there's some ties there. Willie has been the running backs coach in Baltimore the last couple seasons, or at least the last, was it 1 or 2? I think he just finished up his 2nd season, if I'm not mistaken. So there could be some areas of familiarity there just from a scouting perspective and the time that those two spent together in Florida. So 203 overall. How are you doing on time, by the way?
I'm good. I'm gonna pop on Bleacher Report right after the draft. So as long as you need me for, man, I'm ready to lock in with you.
All right, cool. You're gonna have to invoice me, because you're single-handedly allowing me to get through this. I mean, I am absolutely shot. I might sleep tonight and might never wake up.
You know, I'm running on fumes, man. Locked On gave me an awesome opportunity to host the first and day 2 of the draft. Doing a clipping station, doing all our hosts and the picks, and you know, you kind of get in the flow of that, and you forget which pick is where and which pick you've actually interviewed and what host you've interviewed. And so I know with you guys doing all 3 days and you're grinding it out here, man, like once you start getting into these later picks, you're just like, is this guy even gone yet? What pick are we on? How many picks? And the Ravens especially, I remember in 2022 when they had 6 4th rounders, I'm just like, there's no way they take all these picks. There's no way they do it. And then, of course, in Ravens and Eric DeCosta fashion, they get all their swings. So
they are not making it easy right now at all. All right. And we are searching and clawing and scratching for any fume that we can find right now in the chamber. So that's just the reality. And guess what? We better get it going, because they're about to pick twice in the next 5 picks, 5 or 6 picks.
Oh, man.
So that's the reality of what's going on right now. If you're just tuning in, the Ravens are in the 6th round. The Eagles are on the board. God, I keep saying that. They're on the clock at 207. Carolina's on deck, and then Philly has 2 coming up in the next 3. So they'll be in the hole technically right now at 209. And then the Ravens will be up again at 210, 212, and 243. So again, perhaps LeJohntay Wester solves a need for them. That's something that they've been attempting to do, I think, today, Kevin. Today has been about, hey, can we bring in some competition perhaps, or at least some depth at inside linebacker? Can we bring in a key insurance piece that we feel highly on and we have a high grade on, and we feel like we can groom at kicker, right, in Tyler Loop, who's meeting with the media as we speak? Can we bring in tackle depth, right? And so now I would suspect that over the next few picks, maybe some interior defensive line help, and maybe a running back. Maybe they really haven't actually drafted a traditional guard, right? Emory Jones could be that guy with positional flexibility, but he's a tackle, and he was primarily right tackle at LSU. Not primarily, he started every game that he played in college at right tackle. So perhaps that's an area that they go to here on day 3 before things are all said and done. But clearly day 3 is about, can they get a couple hits? They're not going to hit on all 8, but they're going to get a couple, and the jury's still out on that, obviously.
Right. I mean, if I were to look at where Baltimore still needs, I agree with you. Defensive line is certainly a priority for me. I actually am not sure. I'm going to catch up quickly. I think Anais Peebles out of Virginia Tech is still on the board. I think that's really the last prospect on the defensive line that excites me. The Teddy Buchanan pick I thought was a fine pick just in terms of who he is as a player, but obviously positional value-wise, inside linebacker is not as valued as defensive line in today's league. So I know that's where people are a little bit upset about that. I kind of look more to the trade back, though, that they made after that pick at 136, where I didn't really think that made a ton of sense for them, especially with guys like Joshua Farmer on the board and Cam Jackson. They lost out on both those guys in the trade back. So either they just don't really like this defensive line class as much as the teams do, or maybe they'll bring Brent Urban back for the 15th time and have a go again with him. So I'm not really sure what their plan is there. Maybe there's an undrafted player they're going to bring in who's high priority, but definitely corner. I see Kobe Bryant on the list on the screen right there. He's a guy that excites me if they want to double dip at safety. Mickens is someone out of Clemson that makes some sense. But you're right, the guard position is interesting because, especially with what we saw happen last year, for guys that they feel like, or at least I thought they were interested in a couple of guard prospects like a Dominic Puny out of Kansas, and those guys kind of go on a run before the Ravens take Adisa Isaac, and the Ravens had capital to trade up. I thought they could have done the same thing last year with a guy like Wyatt Malum out of West Virginia, who went 2 picks before them to Jacksonville. And maybe, Bobby, it would make our day 3 a little easier if they had done that, if they had packaged some of those day 3 picks to go move up for a guy like that. And that's a guy that makes sense. So it clearly looks like they're going to have an open competition between Falele, Cleveland, Voorhees, and you can throw Emory Jones in there if you want to for those 2 guard spots. That worries me a little bit if I'm Baltimore, just because while Falele improved over the course of the year in spots, he also had very loud mistakes that ultimately cost them a couple games, if we're being honest. And then Voorhees is a wild card who he could be great, but he also, maybe couldn't be. We saw a glimpse of him before he went down with the injury, and he looked pretty solid overall, but we don't really know what that looks like. So the Ravens have swings, and plus, undrafted free agency is a really big part of what they do too. So the day is young in terms of the Ravens draft process.
I was going to say that'll all start within the next 24 hours, and I'm probably going to be sleeping through that. That's just the reality of it. But can't sleep right now. 2 of the next 4 will be selected by the Ravens. Philadelphia is on the clock. The Panthers pick is in at 2:08, and Baltimore will be on the clock 2:10 and 2:12 right now, before a big gap in the lone pick in the 7th, which is at 2:43. Let's get our first look here at Tyler Loop. Again, the kicker who is joining the Ravens and potentially staring at being Justin Tucker's successor.
Oh, dude, total elation getting the call. I saw the area code come across my phone. I was like, let's go. I'm going Baltimore. But yeah, totally awesome. Big fan of Randy, and this whole process has been really fun. Just getting to learn from him, even just in the conversations of like, hey, no guarantee that we end up together, but here's how I've helped guys find success in the league, and here's what I think you do well. Here's where if you're with us, we can improve and go try and win games and make kicks, and be successful in Baltimore. And it's been a really cool process getting to know Randy, and it's been special.
All right, so he's
Jameson.
fired up, and he's already got his gear on right now. That's courtesy of Ravens Productions. Tyler Loop is who you just heard from there. His introductory press conference is taking place as we speak. They used a 6th-round pick on him, 186 overall out of Arizona. He also noting, and just beat reporters are chiming in here, Jeff Zarebek, Luke Jones, the rest of the crew, he grew up a Longhorn fan, a Texas Longhorn fan, and was a big Justin Tucker guy. The question becomes, will there be a competition between him and somebody he grew up watching, or will Justin not be in the building? That obviously remains to be seen, Kevin, but those are your first words from the newest Ravens kicker.
Yeah, he sounds like one of the guys, man. He's excited to pop in there and get it going, which again, for the way that the Tucker situation has gone and the Ravens clearly expressing confidence in him, and Loop obviously having an inkling that, hey, maybe it could have been Baltimore, and the process being, oh, maybe we're not going to be together, but maybe it'll work out. Now that it has worked out, we know that Eric DeCosta is not afraid to cut draft picks. That's a big difference between the Ozzie Newsome and Eric DeCosta eras. So if Tucker ends up being on the team or there is a competition and Tucker wins it, DeCosta's not afraid to let go. I mean, he's let go of multiple 5th-round picks before they even play a snap in their first regular season game, which, again, is not a great use of an asset in my opinion, but we know that DeCosta's not afraid to do it. So I think that Loop being brought into the loop in Baltimore is indicative of there's going to be some level of a competition, because usually when a guy gets signed at undrafted free agency, you're like, okay, this is just a camp body for Justin Tucker, or it's, they'll get some time off in the preseason and this kicker will come in and do his thing. Maybe they can trade him for a 5th-round pick if they get lucky, which they've done before. But this truly feels like, for the first time in a long time, and I think everybody could kind of see it coming, there's going to be a real competition here with Justin Tucker. And who knows if the Ravens make a decision even before training camp starts on Justin Tucker's future, he might not even have a competition. So there's that element to it as well.
Another Colorado wide receiver just came off the board at 208 overall to Carolina. It's Jimmy Horn Jr., so the Colorado Buffalo 6th-rounder. The Ravens now have a pick in at 210, and it looks like they are indeed going defensive tackle, according to what I'm seeing up on the screen. It's Aeneas Peebles.
Such a good pick.
And did I pronounce that right?
I think it's Aeneas Peebles. Yeah.
Okay. So he's a transfer to Virginia Tech from Duke this past season. And over 60 games between the two programs, 22.5 tackles for loss, 11.5 sacks. This will be a developmental player, somebody that will add depth to the program there defensively for Zach Orr and company. But this is not a surprise, at least that position that was just addressed by the Ravens.
No, and this was, again, the last guy that I really was excited about in the defensive line room, or that could have been added to the defensive line room in Baltimore. This is a guy that I think, again, with the way the defensive line room looks right now, no Michael Pierce, no Brent Urban, Broderick Washington really hasn't given you a ton on the defensive line since he signed that contract extension. Peebles is someone who is solid all the way around. And I honestly could have seen him being taken on maybe even late day 2, early day 3, but we know that this defensive line class is so deep, these guys are going to be pushed down in the draft order and where they're going to be taken because there were so many quality guys. So I had been kind of pounding the table for him since the start of day 3 here. And, I'm ecstatic they were able to get him so late.
There you go. Day 3 pick, Dane Brugler, the Athletics draft analyst who you just referred to, had him as a 3rd or 4th round pick, and the Ravens get him. The Ravens get him in the 6th round, again, out of Virginia Tech. We're going to bring up his draft profile in just a second here so we can give you more perspective on the Virginia Tech Hokie. But there's only one more pick that remains, Kevin, and it is a while from right now in the 7th round at 243. Matter of fact, they have 2 more left, and they're actually going to be on the clock at 212 here in just a second. But 6 feet and a half inches. I should say 6 feet and a. God damn, dude, this is where my English starts to go. He's 6 feet and a half inches tall. He's 282 pounds, arm size of 31 3/8 inches. Hand is 9 5/8. Ran a 4.94 again at over 6 feet tall, 282. And let's get more from. So that's interesting. So Brugler had him as a 3rd or 4th rounder. Lance Zierlein had him as a 5th or 6th. And yeah, this as an overview. Even front defensive tackle who lacks measurables but makes up for it with an off-the-charts work rate. Peebles plays like a boxer who constantly comes forward and keeps the pressure on his opponent. He doesn't have the length to stack and secure gaps as a read and react defender, but he can play in the gaps and up the field. He'll fight hard, but he has no real chance against NFL double teams. However, he consistently battles his way off single blocks and toward the ball. He has an eclectic rush package fueled by motor, power, and elusiveness that could translate. He has a decent chance of outplaying his draft slotting if teams get too hung up on his measurables and fail to trust their eyes, which clearly some teams did if he dropped his far, Kevin.
Yeah, and that's just the thing where I think Baltimore, more often than not, just makes the smart pick and doesn't get too caught up. I mean, you can look. I always refer back to Kyle Hamilton in situations like these because teams got too caught up with the athleticism in the 40 time and just didn't trust the tape, didn't trust their eyes, and let, in my opinion, a generational safety prospect fall to 14 when he should have probably gone in the top 5. Now, this is not that exact same situation. I don't think Ainias Peebles is a generational defensive line prospect by any stretch. He's a little undersized and isn't this like pure stout run defender, but as a pass rusher, he makes it happen. And I think that Baltimore, with adding Mike Green, Ainias Peebles, and just being able to retain a lot of their guys outside of Michael Pierce. Pierce, I think, will be their biggest loss of the offseason. But even still, hopefully Nnamdi Madubuike will face less double teams with Mike Green in the equation, and then hopefully a better season from Odafe Owe, stacking on what he had last season. But now that you look at that defensive line room and it's Nnamdi Madubuike, Travis Jones, Brock Washington, and Ainias Peebles, that to me is pretty formidable. Especially, look, if you want to bring back Brent Urban, that's fine, because I was getting a little nervous, Bobby. They were going to try out you and I at the D-line spot with how much they were neglecting it. But now we don't have to worry about that.
And having had several photos of us leak out over the years in various public settings, you know that we don't exactly have the Ripken body type.
Yeah, I don't think we have the measurables to hold up against those offensive linemen.
Unfortunately, I'm not saying Ripken could either, but at least he will in the height department.
Yeah, at least he can bat a ball down or two. We're struggling in all aspects.
Yeah, he's a Kyle Hamilton guy up at the line of scrimmage playing, with that basketball frame. But yeah, that is not us. Unfortunately, we were not gifted. We are in the sub 6 foot height dude mark, which is why I wear Skechers with a little bit of lift on them. Yeah, that's for sure. But the Ravens are back on the clock, and at 2:12, just a minute away from the pick being in, showing it up on the screen, the pick is already in, and so we will wait and see who will join a slew of other players that are coming out and into Baltimore in the 6th round. After this, the Ravens only have one other pick, and it'll be in the 7th round at 243 overall. So that is currently where things stand. And I guess we'll just figure it out here in a second. What are your coverage plans tonight?
Oh, well, I'm doing the Bleacher Report live stream after the draft, and then I'm just going to do a recap Locked On Ravens live stream right after that. So I am I'm trying to get the videos out and posts out on social media, but the Ravens are moving faster than I can with all these picks that they have. So it'll be exciting. This process is always so fun for me, and then when it ends, you kind of enter that lull period for a couple months before OTAs and training camp begins. But with Baltimore, they always make it super intriguing and exciting. So you're going to pop over on Bleacher Report, and then right after that, I'll do the Locked On Ravens live stream, just breaking it all down.
Beautiful. In other news, you're going to be rolling. I don't know if I'm going to make it. I'm going to have to eat here soon. My neck is actually I think it might be the energy drinks, whatever's in it, and probably the lack of water. Man. My neck is actually literally starting to, maybe we have doctors in here, but my neck is literally starting to stiffen. I have no idea what that means.
But, oh no. You gotta get like a massage gun on there. Start massaging it out.
Oh, just got to be careful where the hell I go around here.
Yeah, man.
All right. The pick is in. Who is it, though? hour 5 and 10 minutes into coverage. There is a pit
Is
in my
this your
stomach.
first year doing all three?
Oh, I've never done anything like this. This is ridiculous. Like this is we're actually, Kevin, we're over 15 hours of combined
That
coverage.
is unreal.
Yeah.
Man, props to you and Sarah, man. That is awesome.
The unfortunate part, and I'm doing it to myself, it's not her fault, but I told myself another corner is being brought in. It's Robert Longerbeam from Rutgers.
Another great pick. Wow.
He's a corner. Robert Longerbeam joins the Ravens. Had a career high in both tackles and passes defended last year with 43 and 12 respectively. So another corner. That's the second today that joins the group. So we will learn about him in just a second here. But the Ravens, all of a sudden, you blinked. We've only got one more pick. Unreal.
Yeah, until they pull the Voorhees stunt. You mentioned it. They're going to trade back in.
They might very well. Let's learn about him. Robert Longerbeam from Rutgers joins the Ravens. Here's his NFL draft profile. He's 5'11", 175, 31.5-inch arm, 8.5-inch hand. You see where he's projected to be, an average backup or special teamer, which is exactly where he'll probably start. Special teams, that's how he'll make the team, likely is as a special teamer. If he makes the team, it would be through there, and then everything else would be gravy. He ran a 4.39 40, a 1.5 10-yard split, a vertical jump of 36.5 inches, and 11.2 broad jump. Lance Zierlein projected him as a 6th rounder. That's exactly what he became, and referred to him as a slender corner who is wired right but lacks the size NFL teams typically require. He played outside at Rutgers, but the size disadvantage likely means he'll be moving inside as a pro. He has the feet to match route breaks and good burst to close from zone. He gives some ground deep and struggles to win above the rim. He's a willing run supporter, but the frame will only allow so much. His on-ball production and competitiveness are appealing, but teams will need to balance those elements against his size when determining his draft value. He nailed it in terms of overall projection. That was round 6. He's got that 4.39 speed, which is compelling, but that is who the Ravens take with the 212th overall pick in the 6th round. Kevin, your thoughts?
My initial thoughts is it's not looking good for Jalen Armour-Davis to make this roster, especially with a couple secondary guys added to the group. You kind of look at where Baltimore's corner class stands right now, or at least their corner room, and it's Marlon Humphrey, Nate Wiggins, Chidobe Awuzie. You know, you also have guys in there like a TJ Tampa, and now you add Robert Longerbeam here. And for Baltimore, I just it feels like he's a guy that gives you versatility, who does have the experience on the outside, like you mentioned, but moving him inside to nickel, this just feels like a positionless secondary where everybody can play everything. You could even talk about maybe Darius Washington getting more nickel snaps next season, depending on how Baltimore wants to use him and his size. So I think that it's a solid pick in the 6th round. Again, you're just trying to swing for guys at this point on upside, and I think Longerbeam was one of the better corners remaining in this class. So look, is a BPA guy or a position where we knew Baltimore was going to try to invest, I would have, and I see in the chat, yep, they drafted the other corner as well. So that's where I'm also saying that Jalen Armour-Davis is, if I had to throw an early prediction out, I'd say JAD is probably off the roster.
The guy just, availability hasn't been something that he can hang his hat on.
It's unfortunate, yeah.
You know, Pepe's no longer with the team. They were both 4th rounders in 22. Stout was, likely was. Those were hits for the most part. Stout's left some to be desired in recent seasons, but a little inconsistent for my liking. And obviously, likely is going to be the tight end of the future. You would think. So I can see that. I didn't necessarily. That wasn't the first thing I thought of. But that
I don't know why it was for me.
No, I mean it makes sense. JAD is. At this point, he's not going to be around once the rookie deal is up, which is up after this season. And he just has not been able to, unfortunately, after similar issues at Bama, just has not been able to keep himself available. So that's where things stand. And that's probably why they're saying to themselves, yeah, we're bringing in multiple corners and multiple tackles, which we know they've done on the other side of the ball. And they've brought in at least one defensive tackle. We'll see what they do at 243. But Spencer Schultz weighing in with some insights. He says the Ravens have Robert Longerbeam as a red star and have been eyeing him up all day. He goes, have watched 0 snaps of his, lots of ball production, crushed the combine. I mean, he ran a 4.39, like we mentioned. That's a nice little speedy mode. But like Zerline said, was that size the most contributing factor, right? The undersized nature of why he ultimately slipped. This is a Alexandria, Virginia native, so they're kind of cashing in on some of these Virginia boys. You know, Mike Green obviously is as well, which is why DaCosta during the call clip that we shared a little while ago was saying that, you know, it's not too short, not too long of a trip whatsoever for he and his family to Baltimore. But 212 overall, 6th round, Robert Longerbeam. Book it.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Brother, there's a big gap between now and 243, and candidly, there's not a chance in hell that I'll be able to make it. So unless I literally allow guests to hijack the show and just leave and go eat and then come back and hope.
You've worked hard, my man. You've worked hard. You've earned a break.
You know what I mean? It's like, what kind of trust, what kind of level of entrusting would I be doing if I gave essentially the opportunity to open guest lines and just leave and go get food? That would probably not end well for anybody.
But by the time you get back, it's like what's the show with Childish Gambino when he enters the room and the whole room's on fire with the pizza? You know what I'm talking about?
I'm the worst when it comes to this shit.
He essentially he walks into a room and he has pizza and he stops and he just stares and the room is on. He comes back and the room is on Atlanta. It's Atlanta. Okay, it's from Atlanta and the room is on fire. There are people running around and he's just like, this is a disaster. That'd probably be what it is. It'd be something.
Oh, it would be, but we ain't gonna see it though. Kev, you can be found on, literally. You can be found on X at KOstriker34. That is OESTREICHER34. I'm sure a lot of you already follow him. He contributes to the Ravens Wire, to the Ripkins, to the Ryan Ripken Show, Locked On NFL Pods, Locked On Ravens. The guy's doing it all. Kind enough to spend, I think he spent close to an hour with me. So I appreciate that. You got a lot more to go too, including your Bleacher Report live stream, Locked On content that's coming up over the course of the next couple hours, and I'm sure tweeting in between. So thank you, brother. It was great to catch up. And whenever I need to return the favor, you just let me know.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Anytime you need me, and I'm gonna hit you up soon, and we'll get something scheduled for you to hop on Locked On. I'd love it.
Appreciate you, man.
Awesome. Appreciate you, Bobby. Have a good rest of your night, even if it is just sleeping the whole time.
You too. All
right.
Appreciate
Peace out.
Kevin Ostriker, great in the Ravens content game. And that now brings us to the final of 11 total picks. Here is where I am at right now, to be quite honest with you. My neck is stiffening. I've only had 2 Ghost energy drinks today, 1 Yeti of water, and some breakfast this morning, which consisted of a hard-boiled egg, some oatmeal with fruit, a Cayenne bar, and that's about it. I need to eat. I need to take Tilly out ultimately, and we are approaching 6 hours of coverage since this first began. We are well over the 15 combined hours mark since this all started on Thursday night. If you'd like to donate, you can do so through the Super Chat feature or through Venmo or Cash App. Anything and everything is appreciated. Unbelievable. There's close to 6,000 of you still concurrently with me. It's an insane number, and I almost feel guilty for dropping off, but I think I have to health-wise. This is where the Ravens stand right now. They are going into the 7th round, which is still over 30 picks away, at 215. Right now is 215 in the 6th round, and they have one more. At least they are scheduled to have one more, and that is 243 again right now in the 7th round, which is a long ways away from right now. So to review the Ravens began night one selecting Malachi Starks. They then selected Mike Green last night, 59 overall and 27th in the second round. They then found Emory Jones in the third round. He's a tackle out of LSU. Of course, Mike Green is the edge rusher out of Marshall, and Malachi Starks is the Georgia safety. Teddy Buchanan got things going today in the fourth round, the linebacker out of California. He'll have a chance to compete. He'll have a chance to show who he is as a special teamer, and then maybe, just maybe, bring in some competition for Trenton Simpson in the middle part of Baltimore's defense. In the fifth round, the Ravens got things started with Carson Vincent. He's an Alabama A&M offensive tackle. He's got a chance to showcase who he can be from a depth perspective. He's a developmental player. He's 6'7", 314. Get in the program. Let's see what happens. Let's see what kind of versatility he can bring to Baltimore's offensive line. From there in the sixth, Bilal Cohn, just a short while ago, out of Western Michigan, a corner. He is added to the group now. Just had his introductory press conference a little while ago. And then in the sixth, again, they go kicker, potentially Justin Tucker's successor in Tyler Loop out of Arizona. We'll see. He was 6 of 9 from 50 plus last year, 18 of 23 in total for a completion percentage, a make percentage of just below 80. LeJontay Wester was another sixth-round pick, the wide receiver out of the Colorado Buffaloes. Perhaps he could be someone that can fill their need at returner, something that they were very unsettled in last year. Aeneas Peebles is the defensive tackle out of Virginia Tech that was just selected 210th overall. He joins the group. Dane Brugler had him as a round 3 or 4 type of projection. They get him in the sixth round. And then, of course, Robert Longerbeam out of Rutgers, the corner, was just brought in. Spencer says that he is a red star prospect for them, somebody that's going to we'll see. Is Kevin Wright, is Jalen Armour Davis's 53-man roster in jeopardy? We'll see. And, of course, round 7, 243 overall, is probably in about an hour from now where the Ravens will be. Again, that is 243 overall. Isaiah hits me with a super chat and says, "Go relax, Bobby. You and Sarah were awesome this entire week." I really appreciate it. Thank you, Isaiah, for being here. I got to tell you, this was a really, really rewarding few days. We had a tremendous night one with Jimmy Smith and Pat Ricard and Charlie Kohler and Keaton Mitchell and Femi and Cole Jackson and DeKid Gowie joining the program. We had Kadri and Jamie Sharper, 2 Super Bowl champs, along with Femi on yesterday. I had Matt McCrane on, who's an XFL DC Defenders kicker, who talked a little bit about this year's class. We've had Kevin Ostreicher just came on. Noah Hose came on for over an hour. Ingraven actually joined me in studio, which was awesome to have Ingraven shoulder to shoulder with me yesterday. Samuel Njoku from Ravens Talk Pod, who's been doing great work with Ken McCusick, was kind enough to spend some time with me. All the guest lines have been flying in. And still there's over 5,700 of you concurrently watching right now, which is incredible. You guys are friggin' awesome. So thank you for all the support. Tilly needs to go outside. I got to get some food in me, and I got to turn around the audio-only efforts for this. So be on the lookout for my plans. I have not done much on the Bobby Baltimore side of things in a while, so I will probably do recap content tomorrow on that channel. So be on the lookout. I look forward to putting this whole thing into perspective, into context, into a grading rubric for how the Ravens ultimately wound up performing in this year's draft. So Sarah Ellison, send her a note if you haven't already done so, at SG Ellison. I appreciate everything she put into this weekend. She is at her daughter's baptism, and her kids are in town from Utah. I hope her parents are in town from Utah, so I appreciate her chance to go enjoy herself with everyone. Please, if you could on the way out, the free ways of helping out are obviously super helpful. If you could please like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so, hit that notification bell so you can be notified of when we're dropping our daily live content. You can join the Discord server. It's a great community. It's a great way of getting more involved with me in a more informal level. I just dropped that link into the show notes. I'll pin that comment real quick so you have it. But it's a 24/7 hub for conversations surrounding Baltimore sports. And there's over 700 of you in here. We're coming up on 800. And you can see here, we talk Maryland Terrapins. There were several Terps that heard their names called throughout this weekend. We talk Ravens football here. We talk Orioles baseball here. They are struggling, obviously. We talk Washington Capitals hockey here. You get a notification when you join, like Gartoka did, and Sammy Joe, and Yankee Paul, and so on and so forth. So I would love for you to do exactly that. Visit the show notes. Visit the pinned comment. Would love for you to go check it out. Well, again, part of me feels guilty with over 5,600 of you concurrently watching, but I really need to go, and that's what I plan on doing. So enjoy the end of the 6th, beginning of the 7th, and be on the lookout for what we have coming up. Sarah and I will be live at 12 noon Eastern on Monday. You know the drill there. I know, Tilly T. We got to go. Follow me on Instagram at Bobby Baltimore if you haven't already done so. You can follow me on Twitter as well, same exact area. We just released on Instagram our Malachi Starks edit, courtesy of our new editor. Brennan's doing great work for us behind the scenes, so that was cool. And we got a lot more to do. Mike, I know I'm terrible at wrapping up. I technically cannot get off this program, but I have to right now. Special thank you to Jason Smith for all the chance to use his big board. That was super helpful throughout the last few days. Mike, part of the problem is there's so many thank yous to go around that I want to make sure I'm giving everyone their due. Bilal Cohn checking in. Baltimore, let's go. Ravens flock. He's all fired up, tweeting his ass off right now. That's exciting. But I do want to say thank you to Jason from Huddle It Up Films. If you guys could tweet at him at Huddle It Up Films and just say thank you to Jason. He was the one that was diligently going through with this board all throughout, which was just friggin' awesome. I mean, the amount of work that goes into creating this board, much less keeping up with it as every single pick comes off the board, is just exceptional. So a huge thank you to Jason Smith for all that. And we use this thing like it was, no tomorrow. Torres says it's 4:30, y'all acting like it's nighttime. He's down there in Texas on Central Time. It feels like 4:30 a.m. as far as I'm concerned, Torres. Speak for yourself over there, Texas boy. Appreciate you guys so much. Liv B showing me some love via the super chat. Go to bed with love, Voltrons. Thank you guys so much for all the support. And I will catch up with you soon. The funny thing is, you say that I ramble. You say that I can't close out shows, but then you stick around because you guys are just too kind. Appreciate you so much. We will catch up soon. Like the video on your way out. Subscribe. Hit that notification bell. For Sarah Ellison, all my tremendous guests the last 3 days. Be on the lookout for what the Ravens choose to do at 2:43. I'm sorry I can't be with you. I should have allowed Tila and Holly and Richard and Taurus and Trez to take over the show for this final stretch, but I can't do it anymore. I'll catch up with you soon. Thank you so much, everyone. Later.